Hey everybody, I think we live. Y'all let me know if y'all can hear me okay. I'm on something I ain't normally on. I know y'all can see me, but y'all can hear me okay? Because I can see me. Okay, good. You can't hear me. Okay. Look, I'm trying looking at that camera. I gotta look at the laptop. This is all new to me right now, y'all. I know I've been missing for a while. I wasn't even gonna come in here tonight. I be living my life. So anyway, I've been being grandma for a while. I got both my grandbabies here. They've been here for over a month. That wasn't necessarily something that I knew was gonna happen, but I'm loving it, right? And so I didn't know if the 2-year-old was gonna let me go live tonight. So we got her laying down. She's using my laptop, so I'm on another laptop doing this. We don't got no light because the grandbaby ran past and broke the cord. 2-year-olds. So that's what my life has been like. I do want to come in and have this conversation though. It's one that I constantly have with y'all. So share the video. I didn't get no notifications out tonight. We are not on MX Network, you guys, because we're not. I didn't have time to set all of that up. That stuff takes a while to set up. And again, this is like a last minute thing. I was like, okay, she's asleep. She laying down. I think I can make this happen. And so I don't have everything set up. And I didn't send out no notifications or no nothing. So it is what it is. We're going to see how YouTube show some love. We're going to see if they put us in the algorithm. So y'all like this for me, share this video, at least like it or something. Make a comment. If you're a hater, you can subscribe and you could hate in the comments too. That's fine. You could thumb down, do something, okay? But we're going to have this conversation. We are constantly having this conversation. Sometimes I get called a hater. Sometimes y'all agree with me. Y'all may want to discuss it with me tonight. I might drop the link. We'll see what happens, okay? I also wanted to let everybody know we got some announcements, you guys. Again, this is gonna play into what we're gonna be talking about tonight. But when you are somebody doing real work in the community, and some of y'all may say Umar was doing real work, I'm gonna disagree with you, and I can drop the link if you want to disagree with me at some point in this conversation. We don't have time to be live all the time when you're doing work. So even though I haven't been around, I think it's been 30 days exactly, YouTube says, since I did my last live. We have put together events. So we have some dates and some cities coming up, you guys, for our free events. I'm gonna stay away from the word free because free make y'all feel like it ain't worth shit. So it's a donation-based event. Somebody says I'm a hater tonight. When they tell me I'm a hater a lot, so Christina, we can be a hater together. But if you anything like me, we don't get no fuck what you talking about. We don't care. We don't live our lives based on what y'all be calling us. So we do have some dates. I've been working hard on MX Network. Shout out to everybody that has stuck in there with me. We have gone through many transitions. We went from one platform to another platform that has different things to do. We did some things we didn't like what it was, but we got some music. We're gonna be playing streaming music now on MX Network. We got some new content. We got a lot of stuff coming up that we are uploading as we speak. Okay, so I do apologize to my MX Network people who are like, I don't want to watch commercials tonight on YouTube. This show is not on MX Network right now, okay? Because if I had to do all that, it would have been 11:15, and I would have been talking about, nah, I'm going to bed. So we are here with where we are tonight. So I do want to say that I want to let everybody know if you are in the Chicago area. Somebody said, what side of the city you from? You sound like a West Sider. Absolutely. But I'm a Finco baby. I grew up on Hartwell and Finco all my life. My auntie still lived in the house I was in, still standing. I mean, it's abandoned and shit, but it's there. You are right. I am definitely a West Sider. Okay, but you guys, everybody that's in the Chicago area, if you close to the Chicago area, we will be in Chicago on the 9th and the 10th. Okay, so we're doing the 9th and the 10th of August. That's not far from now, but we got about 10 days before that happens, 10, 11 days, you guys. And so you can go to the link in the description of this video. You can go to therealmeechx.com or use the link in the description of the video, you guys, to go and reserve your tickets. You do have to register just so we know how many people are coming. It doesn't cost you anything to register and get your tickets, although we will be accepting donations at the door if y'all want to give us some donations, which is going to allow us to do more for the community. And I think this is wonderful because everything I'm talking about right now plays into this conversation tonight, right? I'm going to connect all the dots for y'all. And so we we will be in Chicago. Then we will be in Brooklyn. I'm going to be putting that information up on the website a little later, but prepare yourselves. That will be the very next weekend, which is what, August. Let me look at this calendar. I want to say it's August 15th and the 16th. Don't quote me on that. Let me look at my calendar. Yes, the 15th, no, the 16th and the 17th, y'all. We will be in Brooklyn. Okay. So you can you'll be able tomorrow to get those tickets. We're going to North Carolina after that. I have to put the dates in there. So we have some cities we're going to. We're working on Memphis right now. And I believe Houston is somewhere else that somebody contacted me about. Some of y'all hit me up in the email. I did hit y'all back over a month ago. Some of y'all have said something back. Some of y'all have not said anything back. And so check your emails if you wanted me to come out to your city. Now, for those of them who don't know what's going on, I will be coming to whoever city helps me. So let's talk about that when it comes to real activist work. Like, I'm really sick of niggas like Umar Johnson. I'm really sick of niggas like, Tariq, Nasheed. And some of y'all might want to disagree with that, but you can come up here and argue with me. It's fine. I had an argument in a while. I've been around little babies and shit. So, we've been laughing and happy. So, I always love a good argument if you want to do that, but fuck Tariq, Nasheed too. Like, when we talk about real activist work, you're not going to never tell me none of these niggas did no activism. I'm going to need y'all to look up the definition of that before you tell me that's what the hell they're out here doing. I don't know if y'all know, but Earn Your Leisure is getting run through the ringer now. People told me I was hating on them, but the very people that they work with are now out talking about how fake they are, how they don't know about the shit that they talking about. This is why they're doing celebrity gossip, but I thought y'all was invested, motherfuckers. Remember? I tried to tell y'all, I talked to Rashad on the phone after the motherfucking invest fest he had. He told me straight to my face because it was a video call. I don't do this for the community. I'm a businessman. But then he tells y'all he about the community. I think y'all are confused on what a real activist is and a real activist isn't. So with that being said, let's go back to the events because all this connects. So I will be coming to anybody's city who is, y'all gonna help me. See, because I haven't asked for a motherfucking dollar in years. Fuck years. I ain't asked y'all for no dollars since we started this. I've never put up a GoFundMe or nothing, right? We have events, and those events have tickets. They're not really extremely expensive, and they never pay for the venue at all. I always come out of my pocket to pay for any of the stuff that I do in the community. I don't make a dollar off any of it. And that's fine with me because I'm not trying to make a dollar off the community for what I do. I'm trying to make it happen, but it takes dollars to make stuff happen. You see what I'm saying? Okay. So again, I will be coming to your city. If you email me, I told everybody you have parks, you have recreation centers, you have libraries. They will let you get that place if you are a resident for free. You do not have to pay, but the thing is, you're going to have to work with them with whatever time schedule they have. If you contact them now, they might not have something available until October, right? But if you are willing to find that free space in your community, then I will do my part and I will fly my ass out there. I will give me somewhere to stay and I will come and I'm going to be teaching everybody survival. We're going to do survival classes one day. The next day, we are going to do making money online, okay? And the reason why these things are important when we talk about our people in the community is because y'all gonna find yourself in a world of hurt. And I won't say all of my audience, but if you new tonight, you're gonna find yourself in a world of hurt if you're not prepared in the ways that I've been talking about for years. Shit gonna hit the fan, right? Shit gonna hit the motherfucking fan and you're not gonna know what to do. Most of y'all don't know what to do to survive in natural disaster situations. God forbid any of this other crazy shit that's going on, martial law, whatever the hell happens, right? And so you need to be prepared. You need to have that knowledge. But the next thing is, I keep telling y'all, and that everybody and their mama is talking about it, and I laugh about it. Because I got cussed out on Q's panel by a dude who tried to tell me that he drives trucks and that AI is not taking over the trucking industry. Nigga, there are 50,000 goddamn driverless 18-wheelers out there right now. What you talking about? Amazon just released, so do not trip out when a robot walks to your door. Amazon actually has robots that will be getting out of cars and delivering your packages to your house. They also have drones that will be doing so. Y'all about to lose your job. All of y'all. And some of y'all might be struggling to look for a job now. You might. So again, I'm telling you that we are in a shift. We are going to the new world order. Everything is different. It will be digital. So it's not about you running a business online. You might not be a person who wants to run a business because everybody is not a boss that can run their own business. That is fine. But even if you're going to have a side hustle or you're going to have a job, you better learn how to do that shit online. Now, if you've taken any of my classes or my boot camps that I charge hundreds of dollars for, but I'm going to come in and teach as much as I can in a 4-hour day. Now, some of y'all know I break this shit down in 6 weeks. So it's a lot that I teach. We meet twice a week. Shout out to you. Thank you for that, Sid. Thank you for that. Let me see what Sid says. Sid says, yes, meet you. Tell them how it worked when you visited San Antonio. Awesome event. Absolutely. So shout out to Sid. Sid brought me out to San Antonio a long time ago. He actually flew me out and got me a room and put me up. That was really nice of him. Him and his family did all of that. And then there was a sister there. She had a space. She ain't charged for us to use it. And we threw the event and we came in there and plenty of people got the knowledge that they needed, right? And so I just want to say to y'all, like, we're shifting. Everything that you do to make money will be online. So even if you want a job online, you need to learn how to be social media managers. You need to learn about, digital marketing. You can get a certificate and take a class right now through Google for free to learn how to market online. You can get these skills. None of these things require a college degree or any of that. Microsoft gives free classes all day long and all kind of stuff you can do online. But even if you had a side hustle, how do you think that you reach your customers? Today, online. They're called freelance sites, right? So you got to understand how this works, or you're going to, once again, our community is always the last to be prepared. So we are the first to be affected. And I just don't want us to be left behind. Now, if y'all been watching me for a while, you know, I've been saying what I'm saying for years. I told y'all AI was taking over everything. I told you the new world order was coming. I told you we were going to live in a cashless society. Here we are. Here we are. I told y'all this shit in COVID. I got demonetized during COVID for being a misinformation giver when I was telling y'all all of this stuff. So I'm coming to your city. If you help bring me to your city, which means you just have to get the location, I'm going to do my part by giving my information and what I have for free, right? And I'm going to pay to bring myself to where you guys are. All I'm asking is for some help in that, okay? So we are going to take donations. Now, the reasons for the donations, which is at the door, you could give whatever you got, $1. Now, you know, that's between you and your creator. You know, if you know you could give 20 and you give me 50 cents, I'm gonna take the 50 cents. I ain't gonna say shit. You know, that's between you and your own conscience, okay? But we can't keep screaming Black power and talk about unity if we can't really come together and do something. So there's also a link to get your tickets for Chicago, but there's also a link down there if you want to donate and you're not going to be at the event or you're not going to be in that particular city. And these donations are for this reason and this reason only. I would like to be able to give supplies. When I went to Chicago last time, I gave away all kinds of supplies when I talked about survival when I was there a month or so ago. The class wasn't as long as I wanted it to be because of the situation. And this is why I'm coming back, because people really needed it. But what I find is that in our communities, we have a lot of people who are on a fixed income, right? So you have your grandma, you got the older people, grandfathers and all that. And I can come and give them all the knowledge in the world. But if they can't afford, you know, the basic things that they would need to survive, whether it's the stuff that I talk about to make sure you have the essentials, right? Clean water, power, communication, right? I gave some of those things away. I will be giving something away at all of these events, but this is the thing here, y'all, right? I can either give away a couple of people some survival supplies, or I can give everybody in the house some supplies if y'all help me. So if y'all donate for that, you will see us. I'll show you everything that we buy when I go to every city. We're gonna go to the store. We're gonna rack up the basket. If y'all give me $100, we're gonna get $100 worth of shit. So again, I'm gonna do my part. The people who got the places are doing their part. So if we have stuff to be able to help the community with, I think it's one thing to give the information. I tell you that knowledge is not power. Applied knowledge is power. When you take what the fuck you done learned and you can do something with it. So giving all of that to the community and that knowledge, if I leave and people don't have the supplies, I feel like it don't help. What does it help that you have the knowledge, but you can't get the supplies, right? And that's where we're going. We finna be in, I believe it's Inglewood, the heart of Inglewood. We finna be at, what's the name of the park? Anyway, we in the hood in Chicago. What's up, everybody? We're gonna be in the hood, okay? So that's where we are. So I know a lot of my people are low income out there. So I'm asking for y'all help. Either the community gonna help me give more supplies, or I'm gonna say, look what y'all did, or look what y'all didn't do. And I'm gonna do my part, and that's it. I don't do events anymore until now, and we can do it this way. And the reason I don't do events anymore is because it's like, for those of us that are real activists, we have to put the whole community on our back, and I'm just not doing it anymore. It's not appreciated like it should be. Now, don't get me wrong, a lot of y'all love me, y'all appreciate me, but I get a lot of backlash. I get called a scammer. I don't know who the fuck I ever scammed. I get called a lot of things from people for just doing the work, and I come out of my own pocket all of the time. Like, I could be going on vacations and shit. I could be buying my family meaningless bullshit, but it makes my kids smile, right? Or every little thing that they want, or spoiling my grandbabies. But I don't want a Gucci bag. I don't want a fucking Mercedes Benz, and I could have one. I'd rather help my community, right? But what I'm not going to keep doing is doing it by myself. When I watch motherfuckers support people like Umar Johnson, Tariq, Nasheed, niggas who ain't doing nothing for the community, 19 Keys, feel how you want. You come up here and defend these niggas if you want to. I'll drop the link, and when we get done having this conversation. But motherfuckers will fund them left and right. Why are they even asking y'all for money when they're not doing shit for the community? So you got them links in the description of the video at the bottom where you can get your tickets for Chicago. You can donate if you would like to. And the more you donate, the more we'll be able to do. The less you donate, the less we'll be able to do. And so just keep that in mind. Either we'll do this together as a community, or we won't. I'm not carrying everybody on my fucking back anymore. I'm not, right? And I shouldn't have to. Not when we give little fucking boys who go to school and be arguing with other kids, and because he can't fight, he stab a nigga, and y'all want to get him $500,000. Fuck y'all. And you got people so mad at me. Leave that boy Carmelo alone. Why you counting his pockets? Why you worried about it? Because y'all keep screaming we not free. And then when there's solutions to be given and help to be given, y'all give it to the wrong shit. The Black community can never fucking tell me. They can never tell me that we don't have enough money to fund our own schools, fund our own shit in our community, fund our own hospitals, just like the Jewish people do. Yes, we do. I watch us raise money and give money away for the dumbest shit. So y'all can't tell me that no more. So either the community will help me, or by helping themselves, or I don't give a fuck. I'm just saying. I'm not carrying everybody on my back no more. That shit gets tiring. There was a time I wanted to quit, and I said, well, how do I come back to this shit and make it work for me? Because life done beat me down enough, baby, before I even became Michi X. I'm not going to be Michi X and then get beat down in the second half of my life by trying to do some good. I just want y'all to understand that, right? So now we will be coming to Brooklyn. Let me get back to that. We will be in Brooklyn at Ziax. So we will be there the next weekend after the August 9th and 10th in Chicago. We're going to be in Brooklyn. I will put that up tomorrow on the site, or probably tonight when I get off. Depends on how late it is. And you guys can start getting your tickets for that, so I know how many people are coming. All donations we collect at the event at Ziax, we will be giving those to Ziax. If you know, Q just got 2 schools. He got a bigger building in Brooklyn, and he has a real school with 6 school buses and everything. It's a fuck you, Umar. I hope you're watching, bitch. He always trying to throw shade at Q. I don't know if y'all know that or not, but he's always trying to throw shade. I'm not trying to do what he doing. I don't want a homeschool. I want a real school. Bitch, we do have a real school in North Carolina, okay, with 6 school buses. And you know why we have that? Because when you show that you're going to do the work, people will support you and help you. If you had just done something by now, nigga, we might support you more. You ain't done shit. You ain't done nothing. And if people want to argue me with that, I'll drop the link and you can argue me with that. But he ain't done shit for the community. So we will be doing Ziax in the second, third weekend in August. Okay. We will be there for 2 days. I will, of course, be doing survival and teaching how to make money online. As I've taught my boot camps, the thing I found that's amazing is that I have students who don't have a laptop. And some of this stuff you got to do, you can't do without a laptop, right? And so I've bought students in my courses laptops, okay? So I will be giving away some laptops. I would like if y'all help me with donations to give away more. Walmart got $200 laptops all day long, right? We can get quite a few if everybody pitch in and do their part. And so I don't want people to leave and be like, oh, I got all this knowledge to make money. But again, we're talking about a person on a fixed income or somebody that don't have the money to buy a laptop. So I want people to leave with everything that they need. So this is what the donations will be for. At Zykes, we will also have an open house at that time. So anybody who wants to tour this building, you want to enroll your kids, you want to ask questions, you want to see what it's about, please make sure that you come down and partake in that. And I will give y'all more of that information as it goes along. So with that said, somebody might say, well, when you going to get to the conversation? If you don't know that I'm already in the conversation that's in the title, then it's gone over your head already, okay? But let me make it simple for people who think that I'm off topic. Umar Johnson is a fuck nigga, okay? And we've been saying this shit for a really, really, really long time, okay? Somebody said... Oh, okay, never mind. I thought you were saying something else. And shout out to Ozone. Somebody brought up Ozone in the chat. I know who that is. Shout out to you, brother. And shout out to Ozone. Ozone is getting ready to go to trial and do his appeal. We've been working on that behind the scenes. I have referred an attorney. I sure hope that the people that are working with him can work with the attorney that I gave them. She's the best out there. She's the only revolutionary lawyer that I know. And I'm not going to tell y'all her name right now because if you look her up, she's very viral. She went viral for Sonia Massey going into the courthouse with her name on her jacket, but she's been viral aside from that. But this girl fights police cases all day long and wins, but she's never had a case where the officer has died. She has won cases where the officer has been shot, has been assaulted, and they were violating rights, and her clients have got off. So I hope that she can make something happen for Ozone. I hope that this does all work out, right? So shout out to Ozone. We don't ever want to forget that brother. I think he got a good chance of coming home. Absolutely, y'all. If y'all watch that trial with us, then you know that was some bullshit. So somebody said, you a clout chaser. Oh, okay. Baby, vindicated, I am the clout. How can you be a clout chaser when you are the clout? What are you talking about? I'm a clout chaser. Why? Because I got Umar in the thumbnail. I'm a clout chaser. Boy, girl, whatever the fuck what you is by. You can't call somebody that is the clout. See, we don't know you. If we put your name in the video or thumbnail, nobody is watching, right? Nobody is watching. Okay. Put my name in the thumbnail, niggas gonna watch because they want to hear what you got to say about me. Nobody knows you at all. I don't chase clout, nigga. That's why I ain't been live. Somebody said, how she disappeared for months. Absolutely. If I was a clout chaser, then I would be posting every day on Instagram, where, by the way, I am monetized, okay? I don't give a fuck about that social media money. I'm not a social media person. I'm living my real life. I'm making moves. I'm doing shit for people in the community when you don't see me, and I'm living my life. I'm not a content creator. I'm an activist that uses, right, social media because it's necessary sometimes. So I don't know what you're talking about. Clout chaser. If I was a clout chaser, why I ain't been here all month? And I'm monetized on YouTube. You know, I just said fuck $10,000 because had I gone live all month, baby, that's the check they would have been giving me. So I'm just not sure what clout you think I'm chasing. But go off. I'll drop the link. I bet you won't click that bitch when I do. Anyway, y'all, Umar is a fuck boy. This is what I want to say. Like, you see this situation and everybody keeps talking about, oh, he's begging for money. Somebody said they don't necessarily have a problem with that because everybody needs help. I do. Because the community is giving him so much money. He's talking about click the Cash App, click the Cash App, click the Cash App. Now let's get into how Umar is not an activist at all. And again, if y'all want to disagree with me, you can disagree with me. Okay, but make sure that you have a good argument, because if you ain't been in the streets and you ain't done no work, like, you can't really say if somebody activist or they not. And this is what I mean by Umar's not an activist. What has Umar done for the community? A simple answer would be fine. What has he done for the community? It don't even need to be detailed. I just need somebody to say it. Thank you. Somebody said not a damn thing. And what I mean by that is talk. Thank you. Talk. That's all he do is talk. I'm so tired of us as Black people. We have this new thing called a thought leader. You know, that's what 19 Keys is. He teaches a nigga how to think because you ain't got no thoughts for yourself. You don't know how to think about nothing for yourself. The fuck? So we're now calling those people leaders and activists to tell you how to think. I thought the word act is an activist. Mean you got to do some action. You got to do some shit. Now, Umar will get on these shows and he will tell you he's the most requested motherfucking speaker in the community and the highly this and the highly that. Boy, shut the fuck up. He will tell you that, okay? And he will ask for money for his school. But what has Umar done? Now, Umar claims he wants to open a school to help little boys, right? To help our Black boys in our community. So all these years, while he's been receiving money, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but why the fuck has Umar Johnson not thrown one fucking event for these boys we're supposed to be helping him build a school for and then giving our children to him? Name one event, because I've seen the Prince of Pan-Africanism, Ifan Tunde, Mantunde, Unshunde, whatever the fuck he called himself. I watched him do events with rooms full of single mothers, so he could obviously sleep with them. We know that now, right? I've seen him do that. But if he's so caught up on helping our boys, where over the years is any event for our boys? Correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't go to Umar's events. Has Umar ever done an event where he says, bring your children in, let me begin to teach your boys? Like, you want to have us drop our kids off and live at your school, and it's supposed to be like a boarding school where they stay and live there with him. So you're not going to even give us a little taste of what you're going to teach our children? You're not going to give us a taste? Like, if we bring you in the room, tell us what you're going to do as Mr. Principal and what you're going to teach and what you're going to do. Like, I don't understand how you say you have a cause, but all of your events do not revolve around that cause. I say I'm an activist for the Black community, and the Black Agenda is the organization that I have. And my biggest issue, I fight for all kinds of things in the community, but one of my biggest things is dealing with police brutality, because we all know my story, if you don't, between my son being caught up in the school to prison pipeline. But my brother was murdered by the guards in prison. And they tried to call it suicide, but they murdered him. It was very obvious in all of the evidence. And so my pain is what has caused me to do this. If you look at the events that I've thrown, they are all based in the stuff that I preach. I don't preach one thing and then show up and have an event talking about something completely different. I'm just saying, if he was, can we agree there, y'all? If he was about our children, why hasn't he thrown one fucking event based on our boys? He ain't gave us a taste of what we're going to get if we send our kids there. He hasn't done anything for the community. And I want us to start weighing shit out like that. What has somebody done for the community? Here go the favorite one. I'm waiting for the people to call me haters in the chat on this, but it's all right. You know, that shit just bounced off me. Tariq Nasheed. What the fuck has he done for the Black community? Because this is the era of this, I'm a social media activist. Y'all don't notice how a lot of these niggas popped up, and of course over the past 6 years, you got social media, 7 years, they were able to come to the forefront. We talk about how people can pretend to be something that they are not all the motherfucking time when you're talking about being online. So what work has this nigga done? Some of y'all will argue with me. But again, I want you to talk to me about real work. I'm not talking about opening up a nightclub. See, he had niggas give him $1 million damn near to open a nightclub. He called it a museum. Now, let's just play that game, right? Okay. Let's say he really built a museum, although it's not a fucking museum. It's a nightclub, because I don't know any museum that throws comedy shows every weekend, have barbecue in that bitch, and got a bar in the back. Okay? Okay, let's call it what it is. But let's just say it was a museum. What the fuck is a museum going to do for Black people today? What do you need a museum for, Black people? How free is that shit going to get us? Did it help you in your positions you in? Huh? Did it help you with all the white supremacy that he talks about? Has he given you a solution to any fucking thing? He sold you some books. That's called being a businessman, sweetie. That's not called being an activist. Y'all get this shit fucked up because you look at people who talk a good motherfucking game. He sold you DVDs with some good knowledge on it and some information, right? Okay. He is a movie maker. He's a documentary producer. That's not activism work. What the fuck? That's not activism. Y'all don't seem to know what the definition of activism is. So again, if you remove that, you cannot tell me about a movie that he made that's called entertainment and education. You cannot tell me about his little rally he did, because all he did was bring a live version of Hidden Colors and put that shit on stage for you. He bought the same motherfuckers that was in Hidden Colors. He put them on the stage. He let y'all say the same shit that he said in the movie and gave y'all some dry ass red velvet cake. I heard, and went on about his business, right? And let me tell y'all this is how ignorant people are. And you can get mad if you want to. Don't give a motherfucking fuck. If you don't know Michi, welcome to the I don't give a fuck lady, because I don't. Okay. So again, I want you to tell me what it is that has benefited the Black community from his DVDs, his movies, or the events that he's thrown. And then he called himself taking over the reparation space. Y'all don't want to admit that he co-opted that shit from ADOS? We talk all the time about white people and brown people coming in and co-opting our activist movements. Y'all didn't, because he a nigga, y'all gave him a pass. See, that's why I want y'all to talk to me for people that's ignorant, because if you have not been in the street doing work, you don't know what it looks like when somebody actually co-ops your movement. They come in, they say they with you, they say they helping you, they say, you know, this is what it is. They act like they down, and then once they mesh their face with you and they're very involved and entwined in your organization, then because they have money and backing, they will take your shit, try and destroy you, and make it all become theirs. That's called a co-oping. He did that to Yvette in Tone, and you niggas can't say that he didn't. So not only did the nigga not do anything for the Black community that's tangible, that's his word. Tell me one tangible thing this nigga did. And then he came in and did harm to a movement that might get you some damn reparations. Stop calling him an activist. It offends those of us that actually are. We're going to watch some videos up in here, but we're not going to even watch a video about Tariq or Umar Johnson. We're going to watch some videos. I'm going to show you some shit about the Black Panther Party movement that went to this thing with Rodney Hinton. We're going to talk about Rodney Hinton a little bit, okay? But let me say shout out first. Blaine gave the $10 holla. Thank you for that. Says drop some appreciation in the super chat for this. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, brother. But again, what has he done? See, we're going to get the definition of activism right tonight, because these niggas is online activists, meaning they can look like they're doing work. They can project to you anything that they want to online, but when they get the fuck offline, they're not doing anything. If you're a real activist, you don't have time to be online that much. That's why the fuck y'all don't see me. I ain't been on here, but I've been working. The whole month y'all haven't seen me, but I've been working. Somebody says a shout out to you, Noah. Thank you for that. I'm not sure what that amount is, but thank you for the 320. It ain't a 420. But anyway, yeah, he says Umar has robbed us long enough. Absolutely. So I might touch a nerve if I haven't touched a nerve with you yet. Just wait a minute, because next I want to ask you niggas, what has 19 fucking keys done for the Black community? I'm outside at a bar with my socks and shoes off. Well, that's nasty. Come on, y'all tell me. What has 19 keys done for the Black community? He sold y'all niggas $600 headbands. And I don't know, maybe the headbands y'all wear, they're worth $600 to you and you want to buy them because niggas give Gucci $600 for a t-shirt. If you want to do that, that's not even a problem. But selling $600 headbands, again, makes him a business person. Don't make him a bad person, but that damn sure doesn't make him an activist. He sells you white label coffee right now. Businessman, but not an activist. And then my question would be, he knows how to get these things made. He knows how to white label products, because that's all his coffee is. So what that means is he found a coffee company and he found and picked out the bag he wanted and slapped his fucking logo on it. And every time you order a bag, they ship it to you. And he ordered some boxes for the fucking social media, so y'all can feel like, oh, he got a big order in. No, he ordered him a box or two so he could have it in his house so he could do promos with it. So every time you saw him, he could have a bag of coffee in the back. That's what that is. And that's fine, but that makes him a businessman. And then my question would be, why hasn't he at least taught y'all how to do what he do so y'all can elevate and be where he at? Oh, let me guess, because he wants y'all to always show the fuck up and look at him like he's above all of y'all, because he want to be supreme in this bitch. Is that what this is? That's some NOI shit or something? You can argue with me. Shout out to James. Thank you for the $5 holler in the cash app. Thank you for that. He'll tell you himself that he's a thought leader. That's what he does. I don't know if y'all know, but 19 Keys was in Chicago a while back, about 5 weeks ago, while I was in Chicago. We were actually on the same side of town. And he was marching through the community with a bunch of other men. And no shot, no knock to y'all. No knock to y'all, because see, this is the thing. Y'all look to activists when y'all don't know how to do something for the community. You say, well, let me look to the activists for leadership, right? So people are looking to 19 Keys for leadership. So he shows up and niggas is marching in the street for peace. That shit don't work. Y'all don't get the fuck out them streets. Y'all look dumb as fuck. As men, please stop going to the streets and marching. That shit don't work. I'm sure that them marching through the neighborhood for a day did not stop niggas getting killed in Chicago. Stop it. That's not how this works. Now, there are solutions to that, but what the fuck you doing ain't the solution, bro. It's not. It's not. Shout out to Brother Ted. Thank you for the $4.99 holler. Says, let's be fair. Umar gave us the Sacred Rock and Tariq gave us those amazing music videos. I forgot that nigga was on that doing like this. He had on a fur. Damn, we should watch that shit. He probably hit me with a copyright. I forgot that nigga was dancing with a mink on. You right. He's a singer. He everything but a fucking activist. Somebody said 19 Keys is smart, though. No, he's not. If he's smart, then you're dumb. 19 Keys isn't smart. What makes him smart? I've watched 19 Keys talk, and I look for his smart. When I listen to him talk as someone that I deem myself to be an intelligent person, maybe he is smart. I'll give him that. Because being smart means that you have memorized some shit. That's like some public school shit. You've memorized something and you give back to me what you've memorized. Being intelligent means that you take in knowledge. You are not necessarily going to receive just what people give you. You're going to do your own studying, but then you're going to take that knowledge that you've gained and you're going to know how it applies to your life. You're going to be able to implement it in all areas that is applicable to. So it's a difference between being smart and being intelligent. He might be smart, but he's damn sure not intelligent. I've watched 19 Keys talk. And a lot of times when he does, like when he gets on his rants and he like, you feel me? What is his word? He say, you feel me, or you understand me, you feel me? He say some shit like that. It's a bunch of word salad. He get done and I'd be like, what the fuck did this nigga just say? So if y'all think that he's intelligent or he's smart, like I said, I'll give him the smart. But at the end of the day, does being smart make him an activist? He's smart. Okay. So could he just be online and be a social media influencer who gives you information? He's smart. Maybe you come to an event and he gives you his information, or he's a motivational speaker. What I'm saying is give the nigga another name. He's not an activist. That's what I'm telling you. Maybe he's a motivational speaker. You want to call him that? We can call him that, but you can't call him an activist. Not the fuck around me. It's not activism work. Everybody says he's so smart. And because he told you that is why you say that. You know what he is? He's very smart when it comes to marketing and the psyche of the mind. So he told y'all he was smart. And if he tells you that long enough, you begin to recite what he told you he was. You didn't come to that conclusion on your own. I know you think you did, but it's psychological. You constantly put that in somebody's mind and you say that, and that's what they begin to think. So somebody said Umar is a great speaker. I give him that. He is a great speaker. I'll tell you that Umar Johnson is way smarter than 19 Keys. He absolutely is. But again, is this where we are as Black people? Like, if we want to get free, how is it that we are running behind thought leaders? Like, that's what's going to get you free? What thought could 19 Keys possibly give you that's going to help you get free? Niggas don't know by now. The government is AKA white supremacy. They be fucking you up. It's a lot of shit that we fight against. And either you're going to fight against individual systems or we're going to get the fuck up. We're going to start a revolution and we just going to fucking take this motherfucking country out. Who don't know that yet? You don't know that there's systematic racism. And the funny thing is, when I listen to 19 Keys talk, he doesn't even talk about any of those things. 19 Keys doesn't talk about the Black community. He does not talk about systematic racism. He doesn't talk about any of those things. He talks to you about spiritual power and working out in the gym and clearing your mind and meditation. Like, okay. But even in what he tells you, even if it's some shit you never knew, what part of that is helping you to get free? Stop calling the man an activist. He's not. For those of us that are, we get offended. We do. And I will tell you another thing that 19 Keys does that y'all don't realize, because I've broken it down to you what all of it was. So we've talked about what Tariq is and what he actually does. Give him his right titles. Give 19 Keys his right titles. That nigga is a NOI. That's called religious work. So when he is out there passing out bean pies, papers, or showing love, or helping somebody, if he has helped anybody, I don't know what the fuck he's done. I ain't never seen none of that shit. That's called church work. That's called religious work. That's called being in the NOI. See, so just understand, because a nigga decide to, because you go to the NOI and they say, well, we're going to go and feed the homeless folks at the soup kitchen today, or we're going to go pass out food in the name of the NOI. That's not activism. Activism definition is people who are working towards political, right, and social change. So make sure that we just get the definitions right. That's all I'm asking you. He's a lot of things that may be actually positive, but he's not an activist. But y'all make these people y'all leaders. Y'all follow them like they are. I don't know how a nigga look at a bunch of niggas in the community and talk about he a leader or activist, know the devastation that our community is, and sell you niggas $600 headbands. I teach people how to make money all day online. I'm going to tell you those headbands are really nice quality, but at the end of the day, that nigga probably don't pay more than fucking $40, if that, to have it made. But he sells it to you for $600. Okay. Okay. Let me read these super chats. Okay, I'm gonna let that marinate with y'all. Okay. Okay, let me see. That's the last one. So shout out to Alan. Thank you for that, Alan. Alan came through with a $10 holla. We got Walter in the house. Thank you, Walter. Walter gave a $20 holla, says keep up the good work. He's always showing love. I apologize, Walter. We're not on MX Network, and you don't have to watch commercials and stuff, because normally Walter is on MX Network showing love. Thank you for that. I appreciate you showing love no matter what platform I'm on. Shout out to Prince with the $5 holla, says King Flip Flop Mucus Mouth Tariq. Y'all be having these names, boy. Nasheed is a fraud and a grifter. Any person who gambles is questionable. All he does is play on emotions. I don't know. That man crazy to me. And y'all, if you see that video of him spinning around in the chair with them weave dreadlocks, he would not ever be able to say nothing to me ever again. I wish I had the video ready. I could cue that shit and play it. How many of y'all remember that video to me? He was in the chair spinning around like a little bitch. And he had them weave locks in his head. Y'all don't remember that? He wants y'all to forget it. I'm going to go find the video and repost that bitch. Okay, let me see where I'm at. Hold on. Shout out to Edward. Thank you for the $20, Edward. I appreciate that. Let me see. Shout out to Chocolate Beauty for the $5 holla. Thank you for that. We need to put the grifters out of the community. They are taking advantage of people who want better for themselves and their communities. I say that too, and that's why when people come and say, oh, well, you being a hater and stuff like that. Look, let me tell you something. For somebody who really is doing work in the community, like, at the end of the day, it makes me sad that we fall for so much shit. It's like, I've learned, my heart has been broken in another kind of way in doing the activist work that I've done, because I've realized that as well as fighting the systems that we have, fighting the government, white supremacy, all the issues that we have in our communities and the things that happen to us, there's another element of that, which is us having to fight our own people. You know what I'm saying? And then there's so many people coming in to take advantage of our emotions, our vulnerability, and looking for solutions and answers, because everybody's not an activist. They don't always have the answer. I'm going to show y'all some of that tonight, play a video here in a minute. But it's like, I want y'all to know that My biggest obstacle in fighting for my people is my people. And I'm not talking about the regular people in the community. I'm talking about the Tariq Nasheeds. I'm talking about the Umar Johnsons. I'm talking about the Black Lives Matter fake ass people, the grassroots ones. Like, I'm going to show you a video of what I'm talking about how they play these games. Like, they will literally, because they trying to make money. You have the people who are fake activists. Then you have the Black people who are in the community. They do get funds. They do show up at certain events. They will rally and act like they're doing the real work, but they're really there because they're getting a check, because they are funded by the government and by other people and organizations who are really not Black. So they will show up, but they're there for the dollars. So then they try to blackball people that are doing the real work, because we'll call them out on their shit. And the truth is, just like the ambulance chasers, they really don't want you to be free, because if we actually made change and stop some shit, their paycheck would stop. And I'm going to show you that here in a minute. Their paycheck would stop. And so they need niggas to keep getting killed by the police. They need racism to still exist so they can keep getting paid. So they put these activists on the front line who are out at these events. They're doing more than if they're not doing more. They're doing more damage, but they're out in the streets more than a Tariq Nasheed, a 19 Keys, or Umar, right? But it's all a facade. They're really there to block the real activists, gain the money, get the attention, say the right things in front of the camera so that they can keep their pockets going. It's some sad shit. It's some dark shit, y'all. I promise y'all. I didn't know that niggas was gatekeepers like this for racism as much as they are. I didn't know that, but they are. And it's sad as fuck. And so I hope with Umar and the shit that he's going through, I hope that this is the end of the online activism. Like, stop taking people just because they talk good. Like, look, Q is a great teacher, but Q don't come up here and get views like he entertaining like other people. But he doing work more than any fucking body I can point to, even in Black Lives Matter. They got funds. But people don't watch Q. And Q's so busy working, he ain't got time to even be live to really get up there and promote stuff and entertain y'all and talk right. So y'all just be like, oh, but Q is working his ass off in the community, building shit that are changing our children's lives for real, for real. And every year what he does grows because he's doing the work. See, this is the thing. This is one thing I want to tell y'all. If there's somebody that is an activist or claims that they are in a community, there should be proof of the work that they're doing. If there is nothing they can point at and say, I do this, I built that, I've done that, right? People always say to me, oh, meet you, why you don't post all the pictures? What you done for the community? I love when people be like, bitch, you ain't done for the community. Yeah, I have. But see, I'm not a picture taking person. So even if I do, I normally don't post them. I'm not a social media person. But check it out here. I don't give a fuck if y'all think I have or I haven't. As many events I done thrown, all of the stuff that I've done for the community, all of the solutions that I brought out, all of the other people that I brought to give y'all who those solutions are and giving y'all the stuff that y'all need so y'all can do something about the situations we're in. Guess what? The people can testify for me. Because guess who was at all of those spaces and involved? When you do shit for the community, guess who's there? The community. Tamika Mallory, that sorry ass bitch. I've been done with Tamika Mallory a long time ago. I told y'all she was fake, but if y'all don't know, let's just rehash the fact that Tamika Mallory was talking to you about, white supremacy and fighting for all of these people's lives and Breonna Taylor. And at the same time, the bitch went and got a contract with Cadillac. At the same time, Cadillac was being sued by Black people because at their plants all along the Midwest, there were managers and people in there who were putting up nooses with monkeys and stuff hanging from them that were teddy bears. And they were doing racist stuff and they were harassing the Black workers. And it was happening at more than one plant. And it was such a big deal that they sued those motherfuckers. And in the middle of their lawsuit, they went and got that bitch and they asked her to promote a fucking commercial. And she did. And she was in the commercial driving the Cadillac telling Black people that somehow buying a Cadillac was tied to your motherfucking Black power and freedom. How many of y'all remember that? And then the bitch was standing in the video with a motherfucking transgender ass nigga dressed up like a bitch right next to her. Tamika Mallory is a paid person. She was actually, she was groomed to be who she is. That's homeboy. What the fuck, nigga? Little head, big head, little body, lost all the way. Why I can't think of his name? Al Sharpton. That's his girl. He groomed her ass. Tamika Mallory ain't shit either. That's them people who act like they doing activist work. We're going to talk about them in a minute. But I want to show y'all something about Umar Johnson. Let's look at this real quick, y'all. And then I'm going to go to them super chats. But look at this. Y'all see that? So this is what Umar Johnson. Hey, Gail. Hey, girl, I love you. Shout out to Gail in the house. Shout out to all my moderators. Any of my other moderators in the house. Shout out to y'all. But I want y'all to look at this. So I'm not caring about any of this fucking drama. I don't care what nobody is talking about or none of that shit. I don't care about this. This is stupid to me. I feel like Umar should have never said anything, and then nobody would have even known who this woman was. And then he keeps going back and forth, and it's turned into this big thing. I think that sometimes when you are a public figure and people have stuff to say about you, the best way to handle it is what I call the Beyonce. Don't fucking respond to none of it. Let people think what they want to think. Who wants to spend his time going back and forth? When you have work to do, you don't have time to be doing this kind of shit. But I just want y'all to look at this that he put up, because this is a man that says, now, I don't know about this woman. I watched some of her shit. I don't know. She might have had her heart broken. She might be exaggerating some shit and telling lies. But the bottom line is we know that he was involved with her. We know that he was, you know, in a sexual relationship, at least with her. So at the end of the day, though, this Black woman came around because she saw the work he did. She had a son that was autistic. This is what I can understand. She wanted some help from him. She was supporting, I guess, what he was doing, reaching out to him or whatever. And so now that they've had this back and forth, this is what he posted about her earlier today. Shout out to Nikki D. I got this off of her Instagram because I don't really be on there, and I saw it on her page, so I took it. But this is how the man is going to teach your sons. I want y'all to think about that. So what you're going to teach them sons? To make babies with women you don't marry, but you constantly talking about the Black community and Black queens forever, Snow Bunny never, but we don't see you commit to any woman, and you up here talking about give applications, and now he talking about he taking dual wife applications. You got to come with your sister wife already, and one got to be light skinned and one got to be dark skinned. What? It seemed like to me, Umar has spent more time focused on women than he has ever spent focused on talking about children. See, when he goes on the Breakfast Club and everywhere else, he will act like, oh, let me tell you all this knowledge I have. But when the nigga go live, most of the time he's talking about fucking with a woman. But I want y'all to see what he wrote about her. He called her the Kansas City throat goat. He took the time to make a whole flyer about this. Hey, shout out to Nikki D. She in the house. Hey, sis, I love you. I got this off your page. So that's what I was just telling them. Shout out to Nikki D in the house. Y'all go follow her YouTube. She talks about the music industry and things like that. But she got the right to. If you don't know who Nikki D is, she is an OG in the music. Y'all better go check it out. Shout out to Grady for the $10 holla on Cash App. But I want y'all to look at this. This is the man who's supposed to be teaching your son something. He wrote, this is the Kansas City throat goat. He put Siobhan Gummy Bear Stone, Funky Brewster. Now, let me ask y'all something. Do you think that when Umar talks about Black queens and all of these, they're queens, but why would you put her out like this? Why do you have this woman's number here? Funky Brewster. For Yoni's theme, text this number. For Throat Goat service, this number. Are these really her numbers? But what the fuck is up with this last one? Advice about autistic son. Why would you put that there? Why are you bringing her son into this? You are about children and you put her autistic son and put a number here. Why would anybody want to call her about advice about her autistic son? This last one right there really got me. Like, I heard him say some dumb shit. So when he did this, I'm like, he ignorant. But this last one, why? Why would you do this? But you care about the women in our community. You care about our sons. Why do you have anything about her son up here? Nah, this is not no leader. This is not no activist. This is not a man that you ever want to teach your boys any damn thing. Okay? This is ignorant as hell right here. Okay? That shit is a disgrace. When I saw that, I was like, what? I downloaded it and I was like, I'm getting off Instagram. I done seen enough today. That's crazy. That's crazy. So I want y'all to see that. I mean, he posted it. He wants y'all to see it. So let's make sure what he posted spreads further. Umar wanted everybody to see that. So let me see. Let me go back to where I left off on these super chats. Shout out to Dwayne with the $5 holler said, it's not much. It's plenty. And I thank you. I appreciate you for giving the $5. It's plenty. If that's what you got, then that's all that matters. I'm poor. Well, let's do something about that. Dwayne, you're gonna be in any of the areas. I'm gonna be in Chicago, I'm gonna be in Memphis or something. Let me know. I'm gonna let you know all the cities. If I'm close to you, you should come so I can talk to you about how to not be poor. Let's take advantage of this new economic thing. Everything is online today. And if you learn it, people don't understand it, but it's not as hard as it seems. You just got to have the knowledge, right? You know, knowledge is power, but not really. It's power when it's applied. But I can give you the knowledge if you're willing to apply it. So, you know, but I thank you for that. But I hope it helps you to eat. Well, you know what I'm going to do with these donations? I get off here, I'm going to use them to buy some laptops and some survival supplies. So thank you for that, for the community. That's what I'm going to do with it. Thank you. He says, I appreciate your video message of awareness. Shout out to you. Thank you for that. And shout out to CA for the $9.99 holla, helping Q move into the new Zyx today. Shout out to you. Thank you for that. I'm gonna be there soon, and we're gonna do the opening. You guys gotta come out. Nikki, I'm gonna hit you up because I actually wanted to talk to you about the event we have, and I know you close out there to see, but I'll call you. I don't know. I know you be busy, but we actually was talking about you the other day. I said we should call Nikki D for that. So let me see. Shout out to you for that. Shout out to Gail. Thank you, Gail. Yes, they show up for photo ops like they did something. You talking about the Tamika Mallory. They absolutely show up as photo ops. We about to watch a video. I'm about to show you how they show up as photo ops. You ain't lying, Gail. Shout out to Malik. Says cease and desist close account for state pen. You talk about Umar's accounts. Look, Umar is in a world of trouble, and that's what he get. And shout out to Dr. Tracy. Thank you, Dr. Tracy, for the $100 holla. You always come in here and show mad love every time you come. I appreciate that so much. Thank you for the tremendous support you always give. Thank you so much. She says you reap what you sow, and it's not a cheap reap. I like that. As you pay heavily for hurting other people. And it's a damn shame because Dr. Umar is a phenomenal intellectual teacher. He is. I will tell you this. I do not agree with the way that he conducts himself, but when he gets to talking, y'all know I have a degree in psychology. That's my thing. Like, if you understand psychology, it'll open your eyes to everything else. If you can understand psychology, you'll understand the government, how we're conditioned, how we're played. You'll even understand how racism takes place. Psychology is a motherfucker. And I agree with just about 90% of everything that man says. So you are right about that. He is very intelligent when it comes to speaking. Shout out to Perlia. Thank you for the $20 on the Cash App. I appreciate that. So you're right about that. He's a very intelligent man, and it's sad that his morale and his actions can't line up with that, because I think he could have something to offer the community, but because he's not the person he is, his morale is not right. And so therefore it's a bunch of wasted intelligence, because what are you going to do with it now? Nothing. Shout out to Malik said for the $2 holler says, she high-level employees of IRS, I'll leave it there. You talking about Tamika Mallory, huh? Thank you for the $2 holler. Shout out to Fuck You Mean for the $1.99. You the truth with the heart. I love you back. Thank you for that. Let me see. And we got Anti-Heels in the house with the $10 holler. Says, great to see you back. Thank you. I missed y'all. I always miss y'all when I'm gone. I'll be doing a live, but once I finally click this button and go live, it's always nice to see everybody in the love. Y'all be right here waiting for me. People be telling me, girl, you've been missing. One day you gonna come back to YouTube, ain't nobody gonna be there. Maybe, but every time I come back, y'all be here. I love y'all. Thank you for loving me like y'all do. Great to see you back. And it's crazy that the folks we think are so smart, but then crash out and show how trash they really are. Absolutely. I mean, I think that when you're dealing with stuff like this, these are the times when you really get to see what people are about and what they're doing. Let me say something. I'm going to play a video for y'all in a minute here. And I will, if y'all ask me to drop the link, y'all may want to give your opinion on some of this tonight, because I wouldn't mind to hear from y'all. But first, I'm going to play some videos. While I have everybody in here, though, I want to take a little commercial break. Not really a commercial, but an announcement break. Now that I have more than 300 people in here when I first announced it. You guys, I will be in Chicago. I will be in Chicago August 9th and 10th. The link to get your tickets to come to the event are in the description of this video. It is a donation-based event. So, I mean, it doesn't cost you anything to get your tickets. When you come, you know, we'll ask you to give a donation at the door. You ain't got but $1. We'll take $1. We okay with that, right? You know what your pockets have. So anyway, I will be teaching you. It's a 2-day event. We will be at a park there. We have the building that's there. And depending on if it's hot, we may be outside. But you can go ahead and get your tickets, you guys, to come. I'm going to be teaching survival classes. And depending on how much money we can raise through donations, I will be giving out some survival supplies. Also, I will be teaching the very next day how to make money online. I'm going to teach everybody more than 10 ways for as much as I can teach, because my boot camps are 6 weeks, 2 classes a week, right? So really 6 classes, and on the Wednesdays is for you to ask me information back. Shout out to Rosalind. Did I say that right? Yep, Rosalind for the $5 on the Cash App. But I'm going to be teaching everybody about making money online. We are in an era right now, you guys, where AI and online, it's over. All the industries are closing down. Even people who have brick and mortar buildings, if you notice, they're going away. People order their clothes online, their food online, and everything else. And this is how we make money today. And if you don't understand that, people are losing their jobs left and right, and you're going to lose more of your jobs to AI. Trump took a lot of jobs away, and you're going to lose some jobs to AI as well, okay? So you ought to be prepared to understand the way that we make money. You do not have to make a big drawn out, I'm going to be a business person. No, but if you want a job, guess what those jobs are going to be too? Online. So you got to have some knowledge about that stuff, how you do these things, where you get the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to tell everybody again, you could go over to Google, you can go over to Microsoft. A lot of these colleges right now, but especially Microsoft and Google, they offer free classes, and you can get certified in like a cybersecurity. You can get certified in how to do marketing online, all of these different things to help you. Web design, these things are free. You don't need college degrees to do this stuff, but these are the type of jobs you need to have online that people will be hiring you for, okay? And so y'all need this knowledge, or otherwise everybody gonna be looking around talking about I lost my job. And once you lose your job, it's gonna be hard to find another job. Everybody's being pushed out, and then once you lose a job, then people just won't be able to find another one. And so that's why I will be there doing that event, you guys. And so the link for that, if you guys will be in Chicago, anywhere close to Chicago, and you can get to us, that is the 9th and the 10th. The link for that is in the description of this video. There's also a link there for donations if anybody would like to donate. Now, I will be bringing myself to every city that I go to. Shout out to the people who have been working to get the library in their city or rec centers where there are free venues, so we don't have to charge, right? To get us in, and I'll be bringing myself, and the donations will be so that we can get more supplies. Like, I can give out some stuff, but I can only give out so much. If y'all help me, then we can do more. And everything I raise, I will show y'all everything that's raised. I will also show y'all everything that we're buying. When we go to the store, I'm gonna show y'all. We're gonna record it and go live, right? When we get to every city, I'm buying when I get to the city. But there's a lot we can do. So I mean, if you could donate $5, guess what? We could buy 2 people a life straw, right? And something go down, life straws is something everybody should damn have, okay? Your power go out, you can't boil no damn water, but you're not supposed to drink the water out the sink because the power is out in your city, and so it hasn't been filtered. You can die from drinking that water, so you don't want to drink it. But a life straw, you can't boil the water, guess what? You be able to drink the water, because drink that dirty water, your ass gonna die. And don't drink no water if it don't come back on for a couple of days. It won't take you very long to die without none, okay? So keep that in mind. It's some basic things you gotta have. So anyway, both those links for the donation and to get your ticket, I will have up tomorrow and on the site. Shout out to Bear sent $25 on the Cash App. Thank you for that. I will be putting up the event for Ziax. Ziax is the weekend after that. Will be in Brooklyn. Then I got to confirm with Q the weekend after that, I believe, or it might be the last weekend of August. We will also be in North Carolina at the school there doing the same thing and doing the opening. Now, all of the donations we collect at the door for Ziax when we do the event there, that will be given to the school, okay? That won't be used for supplies when we're in their building. Anything y'all give at the door when y'all come in, that is going to the school, okay, for Q. So anyway, those links are down there in the bottom. Now, I want to play a video for y'all, okay? So how many of y'all have heard what happened with Rodney Hinton? Because I brought him up, and some people got mad at me when I was talking about the Carmelo Anthony thing. And I was like, why y'all everybody acts like Carmelo Anthony's case is Black empowerment. This is a Black boy telling this white boy, we sick of they shit, and you ain't gonna fuck with Black people, because if you do, this is what you gonna get. That shit sound dumb as fuck to me. If you want to talk to me about some revolutionary shit, or somebody who actually did something that might be going to jail, but they took one for the team to teach a motherfucker a lesson, that would be Rodney Hinton. Okay, and he has not raised nowhere near the kind of money that y'all have given to Carmelo. Okay, but his son was murdered by the police, and he went to the police to go look at the body cam footage. And when you look at it, they said his son had a gun. He didn't. And they shot that boy dead. And he was running. And, they forever shooting somebody in their back, and they not a threat to nobody. And I will tell you, in this activism work that I've been in, they always say somebody has a gun. Like, no, I want you to hear me. I'm not just saying that in passing. The police, when they shoot a person, they always say they have a gun first. Even if they don't, they're going to say that shit. Okay. And then even like in the Steve Perkins situation, he didn't have a gun, but once the news and articles reported that, they never came back and corrected the fact that he never had a gun, and he didn't. Those officers now, shout out to those doing the activist work out there in Alabama for Steve Perkins, because I heard that they did actually finally arrest the officer and charge the officer, one of the officers out of the 4 that was there. I think it was 1, it might have been 2, but they have finally got charges against one of those officers, and they've been fighting for that, right? But that man didn't have no gun, if y'all don't know about his story. But I want y'all to know, seriously, like in the workup, they say everybody has a gun. They say that shit all the time. And they don't be having a gun. So he didn't have no gun. They lied. So he left the police station after looking at the body cam. He driving home. He see a police officer directing traffic. He ran his ass over. You took one of mine, I'll take one of yours. Officer died. Now, Rodney Hinton is in jail, of course, and he's facing the death penalty, just like they was trying to give Ozone the death penalty. And so he is the man. If you guys seen it on the news, he came through the courtroom. They brought all of the sheriffs in there and the police officers in the space to intimidate him. They were all in the courtroom grimming him, and he was grimming them right back. You could tell Rodney don't give a damn. He will die today for the shit you did to his son. And I'm not mad at him for his response. I'm really not. Okay, so that was going on a while back, and I bring that up because I want to show you guys something. So this is what I want to show you about activism that I really need the community to understand. That when I say this stuff, it's like some of y'all be like, bitch, you hating. I be in these streets. I'm just trying to tell y'all the truth, okay? So y'all know what the fuck be going on. So I want to show y'all something. So when all of that happened, I've told you guys there is, remember when Black Lives Matter separated and broke up, right? Now there's this group called Black Lives Matter Grassroots, and it's run by a woman who would tell you she wasn't down with what they did in the beginning, but she's lying. Her name is Melinda, okay? And Melinda has been down with Black Lives Matter for forever. So now she has the grassroots, but all she does is receive money in the name of people's families, and she does not give the family any money. I have groups of mothers. We meet like every week. Shout out to my sisters. We couldn't do the Chicago event this past weekend. We were going to, because one of our sisters in our group of, it's some men in there too, but family members who have had their loved ones taken by the police. She just passed away recently, her fight with cancer. So shout out to all of my sisters who are attending that funeral and are out of town right now. But when we look at everything that they be out here doing, they will tell you they've all dealt with Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter will come in, and even so, I want y'all to notice there's still Black Lives Matter out there, but they're going to tell you they're grassroots. I'm going to show you a nigga with the shirt on. So they try to tell you that they are not the original Black Lives Matter. I want to tell you, don't fuck with them if they ever come to fuck with you. So these same group of people have given folks paperwork to sign. We have sisters in our group who signed the paperwork and didn't read it because they wait till you devastated. And do you know that Black Lives Matter be giving people paperwork to sign away the rights to their family story and stuff, and they be writing books and they be getting money for real off the backs of their loved ones. And it's signed in paperwork, in the ink, right? And then they get tons of money, and they will give money away to the good Negroes, the ones who don't fight. I hate to say this, y'all, but how many of y'all know that there are so many people that have lost their child? I won't tarnish their name for you today, but I am, because I'm going to bring proof when I bring it with some receipts. Don't worry, we're going to do a documentary all about it on MX Network. But a lot of the people we cry for their kids, they just want the money. A lot of them sign the paper, they get money. The organizations will give all this money to Black Lives Matter Grassroots and tell Melina, give some of this money to the families. Now, any of the families who cooperate, they'll get them a check. The rest of them, they say, bitch, kiss our ass and we won't help you. But the ones who get the checks and get the money, they have certain stipulations. Like you'll notice they'll never be online saying, fuck the police. That's one thing they can't say. A lot of them, and I'm not going to tell you names tonight, but they got money, and in their settlement, part of that agreement was that they had to give so many million to the police force, and them motherfuckers killed your son, and you gave them that much money? What? I ain't gonna say their name. It broke my heart when I found out all of this and seen the receipts for it. Okay, so this is what they do in the community. Do y'all know that out of all the families that have had loved ones murdered by the police, they have a group that's called the elite? And so they argue with each other, and they'll look at other mothers like my girl Chantel. Shout out to Chantel in Chicago and her son Michael Wesley, right? They'll look at her and tell her, you're not famous. So it's like in the music industry, these niggas sign they fucking justice away for their kids, and we wonder why they don't ever get it, and we be mad. But them motherfuckers sign the justice away. They say, if you give me the settlement, I don't care about justice. And they call themselves the elite because they've been made famous over their family member's death. And so they have these retreats every year, but only the elite families are allowed to come. Imagine that. You sell your child out, your family member out, not to get justice, so you could be a part of the elite group and have money and be bougie and sip champagne and shit once a year with this elite group. And they decide who comes in and who don't. And all the families who really want justice and they don't want money, the rest of them blackball those people. So now let me play a video for you. So when Rodney Hinton was going through what he was going through, and I'm going to come to these super chats in a minute. Shout out to Day. We got a new channel member in the house. So what happened with Rodney Hinton, there was this group. We had the Black Panther Party movement. Now, I don't know nothing about them, so I'm not saying nothing towards them. I'm going to speak to what I see in this video, though, okay? And you got the Black Lives Matter grassroots there. I know the nigga that's there yelling. I know him all day. If you actually go on MX Network, the one story we have in the unjust section is about his son. Okay, this is who is screaming up in here. So I know this man personally. Okay, and so they call themselves rallying around the courthouse because at one point when Rodney Hinton was in jail, I guess, and I don't know how true this is because people take people's cases and have clout. When you are working with families, you don't say or do anything. Somebody said, is Ben Crump part of that charade? Absolutely. Absolutely. He is. He is definitely an ambulance chaser. I got pictures with Ben Crump. I would not post those motherfuckers for nothing. Ben Crump sees me in every case that he's in recently. In the past year, we showed up to do our series. When we were getting these family stories, Ben Crump was right there. When we went down to Sonia Massey, the family wanted to talk, but when he got to them, he told them they couldn't talk to any media, but he had them on all of the other news, but he told them not to specifically talk to us. But I thought we was cool, Crump. You hugged me, bitch, in the last city we was in and told me we was cool. Yes, Crump is definitely an ambulance chaser. He told DeMonterio that that's not the type of case that he takes. You need to be dead for him to take your case, or you need to be really fucked up like this last boy, where it's so obvious the way the police pulled McNeil Jr. out the car, punched the man in his face. It's so blatantly obvious that they're wrong. He gonna take that case, right? But other than that, he usually only take a case if you're dead. We've called him on other cases, and he says those aren't the kind of cases I take. I said, well, what the fuck do that mean? Yeah, Ben Crump is a part of all of this, okay? So I'm going to show you a video. They call themselves doing like a rally in front of the courthouse for Rodney Hinton. Now, they said in all of this commotion that was going on that I guess they said that they had Rodney Hinton on a suicide watch, but I don't believe that because Rodney Hinton's demeanor says, I don't give a fuck. He ain't trying to kill himself, but you got to be careful because this is what they do in the jail. They will say that your loved one is on suicide watch. They will kill them. And then they will say they committed suicide. That's what they did to my brother. So whenever they try to tell you that, you got to be careful with that. So they claim that they were in front of the courthouse. Okay, I'm not going to play the full video. Y'all can go watch them if you want to. But this is why they claim they're there. Okay, so they're making all of this noise because they want people to know, well, we're with Rodney Hinton. Don't do nothing to him. He better be good. And he ain't in this and this and that. I don't even know if the man was really on suicide watch. I didn't see none of his family out there. So if you're not talking directly to the family, how do you know? And when you go through these cases, have some respect. Too many people jump online and be so quick to speak on the behalf of these people. And I know that we're passionate sometimes, but if you ain't fucking talk to the family and you're not speaking from their behalf, shut the fuck up. And so none of these people was talking to Rodney Hinton's family. They just decided to jump out there and do what they was doing. And even information about him maybe being on a suicide watch, I don't even think, looking at his demeanor, I know he wasn't, but I don't know if the police even said that. But this is why they're out here, okay? So let me just, I gotta show you something to make sense of the next video that I'm finna show you, okay? So watch this.
It's time to fight back. What we need to do? Fight back. Tonight, what we doing? Fight back. Today, what we doing? Fight back. Tomorrow, what we doing? Fight back. Whose streets? Our streets. Say his name. Rodney King. Say his name.
They call him Rodney King.
Yeah, you know, we're gonna put some respect on it. Y'all not put respect on it. 3 words. Bow, bow, bow. 3 words. Say his name. Right. Put some respect on it. Bow, bow, bow. Say his name. Right. Put some respect on it. Bow, bow, bow. Say his name. Right. Put some respect on it. Bow, bow, bow. Put some respect on it. Bow, bow, bow. Put some respect on it. Bow, bow, bow. Break down. Woo. How about? 2 times, break down. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. Whose house? Our house. 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 Yeah.
All right. We are here to support Rodney Hinton. Anytime that there is loss of life, we are concerned. But when there's loss.
Now, I played that quick clip. I'm going to tell you why, because I'm about to play something else, but I had to play that first. And I wanted y'all to see that because I want to show you something. Now, the man y'all just watched screaming is the Black Lives Matter man. You said there's a rainbow down his shirt. You're absolutely right, because Black Lives Matter has always been an LGBTQ movement. I've said that from day one, because I was in the meetings back in 2018, 19, when they was in there telling Black men to not get speechified at their meetings and to not speak because they held the microphone for transgenders and women. Bitch, y'all built y'all movement on the backs of heterosexual Black men. How do you tell them to shut up when they come in the room? The second Black Lives Matter meeting I went to in Colorado, after I seen them do that in a couple of cities, guess what? I told them, fuck you, and I stood up and asked them how they gonna disrespect like that. And about 50 men walked out of the room with me because they were heterosexual Black men and they wanted to speak. And they were told to shut the fuck up. So yes, they're a gay movement. That's why he got that gay ass shit on his shirt. But that man is down with Black Lives Matter. That is Brother Andrew right there. Now, shout out to him and his situation. Over 10 years ago, his son was killed by neglect of the police. Not necessarily the police doing it, but their neglect caused him to be killed in a tragic way. If you want to know the story, it's on MX Network, because we were all up in Mr. Andrew's house and his family and his life until he found out I didn't like Melinda, and then they all felt the need to blackball me after that. Which is fine with me. I don't give a fuck. I don't like people anyway. So, you know, there's just less people I gotta fuck with. But I played that to make a point. Do you see what he did? This nigga goes to every city and does that same shit. Say his name. Say his name. I can show you 100 videos, because every family we dealt with that he was around and Black Lives Matter was there when we got their story, he do the same thing in every city. I call this nigga, and they're in every organization. So hear me out, because I'm about to break some shit. He's what we call the cheerleader. He got a big mouth. He rallies up the crowd. He gets everybody in their emotions and does a lot of screaming. Now, I want to be real with y'all. None of that shit does anything. All of that screaming, all of that put some respect on his name, bow, 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 that he fucking says, does not do anything, okay? It is a total waste of oxygen, because I will tell you that when people are upset and they are angry, that is the best time to give them instructions and tell them how to direct that anger in a way that will make a difference. Instead, they have you, because this is all a part of how they do their movement psychologically, they have you go out into the streets and they have you yell. He is the hype man. Yes, he yells, he screams, you yell, you scream, you think you're doing something, you feeling good, but what you're really doing is exhausting all of that anger, and you're getting the energy out of you. Now, at the end of the day, you've been standing in the sun, sometimes it's the rain, and you get home and you've been yelling and screaming in front of a courthouse and you feel accomplished. But somehow all of that yelling and screaming and energy, because anger is an energy, what you have done is given it away by yelling and screaming, which really accomplished not a motherfucking thing. And then you go home telling yourself we did something, okay? So the next video I want to play for you, after they did all of that yelling in front of the courthouse, and the reason why I showed that is because I'm about to make a point to you about something versus real activism and some bullshit that they need to be doing, but they don't. And they know this. They do this fake shit on purpose. They send him to every city. He works for Black Lives Matter. They send him to every city to do the same shit. He goes in there to get close with the family. He tells everybody, I am a victim of my child being killed too. You know, he gives his sob story. They're like, oh, they get close with each other. He gets close in with them. And then he will tell them, don't talk to this person. If he sees you in the city trying to connect with them, don't talk to that person. He'll put salt on your name. People is worried about their family and you out here playing these games, right? So he's the cheerleader, and he's the one that's supposed to go get close with everybody. He got a big voice, and he rah. But this nigga Andrew ain't gonna bust a motherfucking grape, okay? So I'm gonna play another video for you, because after they did that, they went over and had a town hall meeting, okay? That's what they did. So let's go over here and play that, because I need you to see how this town hall meeting played out. See, y'all can see that? Oh no, let me see. I gotta share the screen. Hold on. Now y'all can see that, okay? So there go his ass right there in the back, and you're gonna see the guy from the other one talking. Now I want y'all to know this is a town hall meeting, but they are supposed to be coming together to speak to the community about Rodney Hinton. This is the purpose of it. You're in his city. You're in front of the courthouse. We're supposed to be strategizing in this meeting. And we shout out to Q. Hey, brother, what's up? So we're supposed to be strategizing in this meeting, and we're supposed to be talking about what's going on with Rodney Hinton and how we can help this brother. If he's on a suicide watch, that should be the goal of how do we handle this as activists. That's what they're looking for as a solution. And I want you to watch how this bullshit plays along. There's an hour and 13 minutes. If you want to watch some shit just for your entertainment, or 22 minutes, go right ahead. But we gonna watch like the first 5, maybe 10 minutes. I might interject a little bit, but I just need you to see some shit before I point out some stuff to you. I want you to know this is a bunch of wasted time, a bunch of wasted conversation, but this is on purpose, y'all. The man that is in this room and other people that are there with him that are not saying anything are seasoned fucking activists. So they will tell you they've been doing this for years. This is what they do. Now check this out. In order for Black Lives Matter and other organizations, because this work for all of them, it ain't just Black Lives Matter, even these other people y'all work with. If they start getting these certain funding, you watch that they change their wording. Now they have to talk about LGBTQ. They got to be careful. That's a big ass red flag. So they get funding every damn year, several times a year. But in order to keep that funding, they must show that they are doing things for the community. So he came here so he could yell and say, they can say, we paid for his flight. We sent him there. We paid for his hotel room. He's down with Black Lives Matter. He represents us. And so they will consider this an event and say, see, this is how we justify the money. Every family that they find, they say, let's throw an event for your child or for your loved one that's dead. So what they will do is they will pay for a banquet. They will pay for a vigil and a balloon release. They pay for these things, not fucking getting no justice. It's not doing anything to help nobody, but they can take those events and then say and justify the money they get. That's all they got to do is say they're doing something in the community. So this is why the fuck they've sent Andrew, okay? This is activism for real. If y'all want to know why the fuck we can't get nowhere, this is what we learning tonight. 101, okay? They sent Andrew here for this. Now, Andrew represents a lot of motherfuckers in organizations. Just know that people have different roles, and this is what I call the cheerleader. And he comes to make everybody yell and get in the streets, and then hopefully get in front of the camera. So when the news shows up, you always see this nigga or somebody else in the back. They have another person for that too that likes to jump in on other people's, news conference time so that they can be seen. But he's the cheerleader. And I want you to listen to this bullshit when people finally do come together in the name of somebody else's loved one. And I want you to tell me what kind of fuck shit is this, because it happens all the time. Listen to this.
I'm telling you, look. See, don't let anybody tell you no without you trying. Let the person who's in charge tell you no. Because people told us that we didn't see Rodney Hinton. They ain't gonna let you see. So open this up. Push that right there. Did y'all hear what I said? Yes, sir. They said they ain't gonna let you sing. The devil's a liar.
Jolie.
Yes.
We just walked in there and we saw Rodney.
What's up?
Police said, who you here to see? We said, we here to see the man that ran over one of y'all. I'm blind. You know, I was a little more diplomatic than that. We're here to see Rodney.
He said, we're here to see Rodney Hinton, the man who run over the police officer. Ha, ha, ha. I mean, he's not finna do shit to a police officer. If they kill his son tomorrow, this old nigga ain't doing nothing. I just want to point that out. Nor is the yelling nigga behind him finna do nothing. So please don't ha, ha, ha on somebody else's balls to stand up and fucking fight back. They do that a lot, though.
Minister of the cloth. Like to see how he's doing. We're here for a welfare check. Well, yeah, same right here. Now, I didn't express no emotions or anything, but inside, I said, what? What? We gonna see him? And we went in there. How you ladies doing? Come on in and get a seat. You're welcome. Come on in.
This one right here.
I like y'all on the door. Don't let no, and I got somebody outside. Cause y'all know that there's been threats. Y'all do that, y'all know we living under threat. Y'all do know that, right? And we ain't playing. But
I want to point out that all these niggas walking around with these face masks on and these guns and shit from the Black Patty Party. I'm not saying there aren't times we don't need them, but let's be clear. Ain't nobody threatening none of these motherfuckers. There are no danger being in this room. That man sitting in the chair right there looking at his phone, he is actually in cahoots when it comes to the justice system and people. He will get out there and yell at the police and he'll do those different things in the sheriff. But at the end of the day, they work with the fucking ops. So he's not worried about it. Who's threatening them? Who's coming to, do you think the police are going to come in there and shoot up the place? They always talk this militant talk until it's really time to do something. So even these brothers back here with the guns and the boots, this shit is all show, and it gets nauseating to go around our communities across this country and for me to keep seeing the same shit. It's a fucking script. I see this shit everywhere I go. That's why I stop fucking going to this shit, because it doesn't amount to nothing. But even in the mouth, we got a lot of threats. This ain't about you. I thought that they said Rodney Hinton was on suicide watch and y'all was there to make sure nothing happened to him. But watch how this motherfucker makes everything about them. And these niggas with the guns, it's just show. The nigga on the phone is comfortable because he know it's for show. Ain't nobody finna do nothing to them. This nigga can make a phone call and find out what's going on anytime he wanted to. His fucking boss is the police.
they talking about we living under a threat. We are a threat. Yeah, we ain't playing. Quit shooting our babies down.
Brothers, we want to come get y'all.
That's what I'm talking about. And we're gonna organize to do that. Cause we sick and tired. I am. Who's all sick and tired?
Amen.
Amen.
Sick and tired.
Amen.
I'm sick and tired. I had a phone, somebody trying to call me.
Whose house?
Our house.
Whose house?
Our house.
Whose house?
Our house.
Who's got the power?
We have the power.
Who's got the power?
We have the power.
I want
There is no power in anything that they are doing. Let's be clear.
this to be in. This is not a rally. We getting organized. Y'all
Solution.
hear what I'm saying?
Solution.
We getting organized. This
Solution.
is not a rally. We didn't have the rally. This is about getting organized. How do we move forward? And how do we move forward as one to where it's that we can stop being sick and tired of being sick and tired? Boy, y'all.
UC students, we're part of the Young Democratic Socialists of America.
Ah,
A
okay.
couple of us run the rally today.
Okay, good. See, now, see, this is how you do that. See, they can get in some places that we can't.
Pretty good at it. I'm pretty good at it.
I'm just saying. You understand what I'm saying? Even though people that we discussed it with look like them.
He is right. They can get into places they can't, but he's not going to use them appropriately. And I want y'all to all beware. When you see these motherfuckers walk in, it's not that they're white. It's that they're college people, or they're telling you, because you see they got a black girl or two over there. What they're really about is you get these folks who come in, they watch what you're doing to get your motto. I've had people come to my Zoom meetings and ask them how was they there. I've had people literally come in when we were doing planning years ago for the Black Agenda and say to me, well, we don't feel like anybody's going to agree with one person, so we're going to take a little bit from everybody's movement and create something that works for everybody. So they came in there with pen and paper and thought I was finna tell them my whole fucking idea for the Black Agenda, give them my whole motherfucking vision and mission statement, and give them all my perspectives so they could then steal them and co-opt them. They didn't even hide that shit. So when you see these groups of so-called college students that are here to observe, study, and learn, kick them motherfuckers out. I'm telling you right now. These motherfuckers, you find them everywhere too. This is a perfect example of the bullshit we see in our organizations. I want y'all to know this is what goes on all the time. This is not just unique to this situation. And this is why the fuck we can't get nowhere. So he's acknowledging the white people, yes, but the college students over here who said, oh, we're just here researching. And he like, they can get into places we can't. He's right, but he's not even going to do anything to use them. And I'm going to tell you in a minute, that nigga Andrew sitting over there, he knows what I'm going to tell y'all in a minute, but he's not going to tell them this because that would be doing real fucking work.
They more than likely don't act like them.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? Right. That don't mean that we keep our eyes closed.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. And I'm look, if y'all can't handle the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the naked truth, you're in the wrong place. Cause I ain't gonna pull no cards. Can I get an amen? Amen. I ain't gonna pull no cards. Cause when I say that I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired, when we say we sick and tired of being sick and tired, we are sick and tired of being sick and tired. But we saw the brother, and he's on suicide watch.
Okay, see, he said it right there.
Now, y'all know, y'all don't know this about me, but you know, I've been to prison. But all of you in prison. All of you, ever since they stole you from the African continent, you've been locked up. Some of us more than others. But we all locked up. And we still enslaved. Because when we was enslaved, they could kill us and walk away and no problem, get away with it. They still can kill us, walk away, no problem, and get away with it. Bump that. If I somewhere else, I use another word. Bump that.
Now, I'm not going to subject you to this man just preaching. That's all he doing. But I want to show you something from the audience. So eventually he runs his mouth. He tells people to be quiet and to wait their turn. And then he asks the audience what they want to say. And I want y'all to hear the shit that people stand up and say, none of this is about Rodney Hinton. It's about everybody else. At some point, this man says, go and subscribe to their YouTube channel because they're almost close to being monetized so they can get monetized. This is what the old preacher nigga say. But let me see if I can find where somebody's standing up talking. And on a side note, why do these niggas have these fucking feathers in their head? Why is it that as Black people, whenever we feel that we're of a certain thing, okay, we Native Americans, okay, we Hebrew Israelites, why do you niggas have to dress like y'all back in that century? Like, I know Native Americans that call themselves Indians, whether they $5 Indians or not. These niggas don't even walk around like this. Why the fuck are you? And why are the Hebrew Israelites dressed like the black cast of 300? Like, nigga, we don't dress like that today. I don't understand. To me, this is some type of mental illness when niggas got to put on a costume and cosplay to believe that they're a certain thing. Nigga, either you is or you ain't. What the fuck is the costumes for? That's just a side note. I need to see somebody here talking because these people start standing up talking. He told them to shut up first. He was talking. He got bottled with a couple people. But
with the lawyers. But
he don't say shit about Rodney Hinton.
40 acres, and we ain't got the mule. And right now, we don't want
the argument of the youth here in America.
Okay, let's go back.
If we divided that equally among the 50 million of us here, everybody get an extra $1,000 a month that's in the family. Just to make sure that America don't quit going over there stealing what's rightfully ours. We organize. I'm coming to you. I see it. I'm coming to you. Is it pertinent here? How long you need? Come on.
Just a couple seconds.
Come on.
I just wanted to add, the argument of the youth here in America would be that a lot of us are already naturally here. That we don't know Africa. We know America. You know what I mean? And our ancestors, like through oral tradition, though, we've been told that we were original. You know what I mean? And that's what we're fighting for. Like we've been tricked. We've been taught that we're African, so we've been tricked out of our inheritance, right? If we're told that we're African, and we're actually American. I mean, like original Americans. Then that means they would trick us out of our inheritance here in America. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, y'all. We gonna stop there because that's enough for me to make my point. Okay. Now you see, once they start talking, what the fuck they talking about? Okay. So let's leave it there because now I can make my point. Now you heard him say that they said Rodney Hinton was on suicide watch. They said that, matter of fact, before I get into that, hold on, let me go over here because I think I missed some super chats. I don't want to forget them for too long because y'all might have been saying something at that time. Let me see. Shout out to SBD, the Truth Writer. Thank you for that. And thank you for the compliment and for the $10 holla. I appreciate it, brother. Let me see. And then we got the $4.99 holla in the house. Says Tamika Mallory responded to my comment months ago under the Jasmine Brand post. She said, go buy my book. I said, who recruited for George Soros? Now, I said something to her a long time ago when she was doing the Cadillac shit. She blocked me. So I ain't seen Tamika Mallory post in years, unless it be some shit she collaborate with my son, that funny lip having nigga. And shout out to the new channel member. Okay, so I want to point out in this video to y'all. I let the man speak with the feather in his head because other people got up and decided to say stuff too. And what I want y'all to keep in mind is that this is supposed to be like a town hall meeting about how we deal with the issue that we're dealing with right now, which would be Rodney Hinton, him being in prison, what they did to his son unjustly, and he's dead, and the fact that he might be on suicide watch when we know that Rodney Hinton did not come across in the media in any way like he was suicidal. He went in that courtroom, y'all. If y'all seen it, you can testify to it in the chat. They had all the police officers in there. It was like 50, 60 of them trying to intimidate him. He grimmed every last one of them niggas when he walked past him. Like, nigga, what? He was not scared of none of them. I doubt if that man a few days later was in there on some, I'm about to kill myself shit. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. So you be careful when you hear that because they'll say that shit and then something happened to him. So this is what they're doing. I want to point out to you, and I want anybody to tell me in the chat, what is this accomplishing? How is this helping the Black community in any way? Or how is it even helping Rodney Hinton? I think it's a disrespect, actually, to Rodney Hinton to say you're coming to do something in his name, and this is what you do in his name. For an hour and a half almost, that man preaches like he's in church. When people go to talk, he tells them to be quiet because really he's just glad he has a platform, and he thinks that because this is a national case for a moment that everybody was talking about, that it's going to make him get some damn notoriety. And then when people do finally open their mouths to ask questions in the audience, just like the other dude, they go into a bunch of shit that is irrelevant, don't have nothing to do with Rodney Hinton, don't have nothing to do with that moment. What the fuck are y'all even doing here? They're just trying to capitalize on a moment and make it about them. I hope that y'all can see that from what I did play. If y'all want to watch the whole thing, y'all can. Y'all saw it was on what, News, Max or something, go over there and it was there. But this is what they do everywhere. So now let me tell y'all something, okay? When you watch that in that moment of there, what I'm telling you is that nigga Andrew, he know what to do. They just don't do it. And let me tell you when I say they know what to do, okay? So you go to a city. Shout out to Jackie for the $10 holla on the Cash app. Thank you for that. You go to somebody's city. If you find out that this man is on suicide watch or they say that, why are y'all not organizing to make sure that he's okay? Now, I don't know. I said this to my daughter when it was going on, and she was like, Mom, I would have never thought of that. And I was like, well, maybe it ain't obvious to everybody else, but it's obvious to me. So what you would do when you go to a situation like this, you don't go and preach. And first of all, you don't bring a camera in there because you should be organizing to do something to help Rodney Hinton. And you don't want these cameras recording what you're doing or what you're discussing and how you're going to help him. You don't fucking publicize your plan. But clearly they went in that room not willing to make a plan, having no idea how to make a plan of any kind, right? So obviously this is what we're dealing with. You go into that room. You see the white people over there. He said, they can get into places we can't. Well, are you sending them anywhere, motherfucker? So let me tell you, when I saw that, how simple this was to me. What they should have done is took that fucking cheerleader, right? They should have took that cheerleader and they should have sent his ass to the jail that they're holding Rodney Hinton in on so-called suicide watch. Because the goal is to make sure nothing happens to him, right? Isn't that what we would be doing to make sure he's all right? Not trying to capitalize on this nigga's pain and his family's travesty. So you send a cheerleader and you tell a nigga, cheerlead, do your job, bitch. Go your ass to the jail where they have Rodney. Take some of these other screaming motherfuckers with you. And if you really want to be an activist, be prepared to be there all night if you have to. Go to the jail outside and yell that bow, bow, bow shit. Keep screaming Rodney Hinton's name. You know why? Because that lets them know, oh my God, you got all these fucking people outside and the guards are going to notice you're out there. And as long as you're not on the property to get in trouble, you can definitely stand in front of a jail, baby. We've done it before and you can protest. So then they know you got a group of people outside that's watching you. You know what happens then? And if it don't, you make the phone call. You call Fox, you call CNN, you call everybody else. You tell them it's a bunch of people down here at the jail protesting about Rodney Hinton. They at the jail saying nothing better not happen to him because somebody said he was on suicide watch. The news coming down there because when this happened, it had only been a couple days. This man was all over the news. And even if it wasn't national, in his city, it was big news. You go down there and make noise. You tell them white folks that was sitting in the room, you want to do something? You're going to do something if you hear. If not, get the fuck out the room. So what you do is you tell them white folks to go with a couple of other people and you tell them, I need you to call the jail every hour. Now, this is not when you flood the phone lines. There are times that we flood the phone lines sometimes. We've done that here to make a point. This is not the time to do that because if you flood the phone lines, nobody will get a call through. So what you want to do is make sure that somebody answers the phone. So you call once every hour. Let the white people do it. How about that? Let the white boys call and ask. Let the white folks, if they can do shit we can't do, tell them right now, here go the number. While y'all sitting there, get busy. Go and take your ass outside and start calling. Who gonna call first? You tell 4 of them white folks, y'all rotate. And every hour, somebody call the jail. And when you call the jail, you tell them that you are calling to check on the welfare of Rodney Hinton. For those people that are in front of the jail that are screaming and yelling, they are not leaving until Rodney Hinton speaks with his family, preferably on a video call, but he needs to speak with them and let us know that he is okay. And we prefer video so we can see his physical being that he is okay. Until that happens, we're not going no motherfucking where. I mean, is that not obvious to everybody the fuck else? Like, that's how you handle that situation. And that nigga that is sitting there in that chair, he knows this. He knows that that's the right way to approach what's going on. If you really were there for Rodney Hinton, you're not. You're there for TV. You're there to be publicized. That other dude is there to be on his pulpit. He wants to be seen. He's old, and in his heyday, he didn't do shit to be an activist when shit was going on. The nigga wasn't a part of the real Black Panthers with his old ass, because I'm sure he was alive back then. So now he wants to act like he's doing something so he can go home and feel good about himself. How fucking selfish. And on somebody else's pain, somebody else's motherfucking time and what they family is going through. This is why I tell y'all these niggas is not activists. So I want y'all to see this firsthand. This is what happens in all these cities. When these niggas come together, they not planning. They're not doing anything. Now, we are not focused on how to get Rodney free. He about to go to trial. You better give him some money and help you get a good attorney. And he can file, hopefully temporary insanity will work for him because he was so enraged. I think it might, right? But he's going to need some really good attorneys. So he's the one that probably needs $500,000 because instead of Carmelo, right? But we talk all the time about fuck the police. We should do this and that and stand up to them. But yet and still, when a man actually does the shit that we talk about doing and he really does it, we don't support that. And then other niggas turn around and use his situation, his family, his case to try and get notoriety off his back. Not one thing was said in that room. Not one thing in that room was planned around Rodney Hinton and what he was going through. I want y'all to know this happens in every fucking city I go to. This is the cycle of activism. There's always a cheerleader. There's always somebody on their pulpit trying to be seen. There's always white people and non-black people in the room trying to co-opt your motherfucking movement. And while that's going on, nothing of real substance is ever being done, even though the substance is very easy and obvious. Nobody had to waste their breath in that room. They didn't have to waste their breath in front of the courthouse. They should have went right to the jail. And then white folks should have started making phone calls. We'll stop calling every hour and we will get from in front of your jail yelling, bow, 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 nigga, as soon as you let us speak to his family, speak to Rodney Hinton. That's what you need to do. And if you can't get in touch with his family, then you shouldn't be there in the first place. Because if the family didn't tell you he was on suicide watch, if the family didn't ask for you to be there and you ain't made no connection with the family, why the fuck are you here? That's disrespectful as fuck. That's how you handle that situation. But instead, they used it for their own means. And this is what you find happening every damn where I go. Somebody said, you know why they ain't go to the jail? Why not? What, they were scared they was going to go to jail? That don't happen. I protested in front of jails plenty. They'll tell you don't come onto their property, but you can stand outside of it. And what happens is all the people in the cells in the window, they hear you outside. They hear you yelling. They'll yell back at you. You can even hear them through the windows. And then word get to Rodney Hinton, even if he ain't on that side. Nigga, they outside yelling your name. They protesting for you. It gets back to him, trust me. The people in the jail gonna tell him. So you definitely can go and yell in front of jails, prisons, county jails, or whatever. They are scared. But then you're right. They're not trying to do no real work, Jackie, because that's not the reason why they're there. Shout out to you. My life been exchanged for yours, FBAs, for the $2 holler. Thank you for that long ass name. He said he sound drunk and fake. He do. Somebody said that jacket looked like it been through a whole lot, and it did. But I want y'all to know that this is what you find everywhere you go. So can you see from the perspective of how, for those of us that are out here, the community, I don't know if Q is still in here, but like, I be discouraged in the community trying to work with these people. Like when people be like, Michi, everybody you work with, you fall out with. That is not true. I want y'all to look at all the people y'all say I fall out with. What are they doing in the community? Name what they're doing. That's real work. Name it. The only person I give a little bit of credit to is Angela Stanton King. She's still a bitch, though. At the end of the day, she fake as hell and she about her money. And she kiss white people ass like nobody else need to kiss it because the bitch kissed it enough, right? But she got her auntie Angie's house. So she is actually doing a house, but I'm going to give her partial credit because she lets everybody in that house, not just black women. So if there are 3 white women in that house and a black woman need the way to stay and she only got 3 beds, she going to turn them away. So she told the black community she had a house for black women, but it's not really for just black women. Okay? But she doing a little something. I'll give her that because at least she doing something in the community. But other than that, I want y'all to look at the people that I have fallen out with. Tell me what they're doing in the community. And then you wonder why I've fallen out with them. Because, bitch, for those of us that's really about this work, I don't have time for you fake ass people. And when I come around y'all motherfuckers and y'all either have these egos that everything is about you, or either you're really playing the community, you damn right I ain't fucking with you. Now I want you to look at my brother Q. Q will tell you that we are friends for real and we have been working together for many years. Me and Q have never fallen out because Q is genuine. Q really does the work and Q is about what he say he's about. That's the difference. Me and Dr. Shauna still friends. Me and Megan is friends. People who are doing real work, you don't see me fall out with those people. You don't. You see me fall out with the fake people. Like Shitty Diller. Why you bring that lady up in here? What Shitty been up to lately? don't know. I don't watch that crackhead ass lady. Why you bring that lady up? So I'm gonna say this. Look, we've been in here an hour. I'm gonna drop the link. I don't know if anybody want to chime in on this, but if you want to, feel free. I'll drop it. I'll see if anybody wants to come in. If not, then I'm gonna call it a night. I will see you guys on tomorrow. Hopefully, I got my grandbaby here. This 2-year-old, she runs me. Okay, and not like that, but if she be like, Grandma, come lay down with me, I'm gonna go lay down with her. She's not gonna go sleep. She's gonna be knocking at the door. She's gonna be on the live sitting in my lap, although that might work too. So let me see. Let me read this. Shout out to you for coming back with the long ass name, Mr. FBA. We're gonna cut right to the end. Thank you for the $5 holla. Says Chicago in the house and you cooking, Sister Love It. Well, thank you. And you in Chicago? Good. If you in Chicago, you should go to the link in this video and you should go get your tickets. They don't cost you nothing for the tickets to get into the event, but I will be in Chicago the 9th and the 10th. And we're gonna be talking about survival, and hopefully we'll be giving out some supplies and we get some donations and some help from the community. If not, I'm giving out a whole lot of knowledge though. And I'm gonna also teach people how to make money online. Each one of those events, you guys, are separate events. And so you can sign up for, you have to sign up for both of you coming for both, or just whichever one you are signing up for, but the link is in there. So hopefully you come check us out since you're in Chicago, because I will be there where you are too. So I'm gonna drop this link, y'all, but the reason why I'm gonna drop it is because in this conversation, you guys are the community. Somebody said, oh, you a Grandma Michi. I am. I got 2 grandbabies. I got a 2-year-old and a 13-year-old in my house right now. So, but I love it. I love it. I love it. Yeah, they give me life. I had all of them kids. Y'all know before I do what I do now, I was a stay-at-home wife. I raised my kids, and that was probably the happiest I was in my damn life. So I love it, having some fresh kid energy in the house, because my kids is all, they growing up. My youngest is 16, but he about to go off to college at 16, thanks to Q Butter. My baby smart as hell, being in Zyx with all of these other kids, right? And so he on his way to go and do that. So he about to be big. He ain't a baby no more. So I like having a baby in the house. But I don't want to have no babies. Let's be clear, okay? I just want to borrow my grandbaby and send her home. But anyway, I am going to drop the link quickly, you guys, if there is something anybody wants to share. And the reason why I say that is because I know these things, but I feel like I try and express this to the community all the time. A lot of y'all in the comment section, you are the ones that are looking for the help. You're the ones that see all these people and are trying to decipher through who's real and who ain't, what's real work, who you should trust, who you can't trust. So I'm interested in some of y'all opinions. Like, if you think I'm a hater, it's okay. You can tell me I'm a hater, try and tell me where I'm wrong and defend somebody. But even with the Umar Johnson situation, like, how do some of y'all feel about this stuff in the community? You know, do y'all feel frustrated? A lot of y'all support. Y'all the ones who give donations, give all of these things in the community and support these people because you think that they're doing something. So when they're not, y'all the ones that feel played, right? So I'm going to open the floor. We'll see if anybody come up. If don't nobody come up, then I'm going to call it a night. But if not, you know, I'll give you guys some time to say what you want to say. I will be coming back tomorrow for grandbaby. I want to talk to you guys about a couple of things. I want to talk about the McNeil Jr. situation, the guy who got punched in his face. Like, I want to show y'all what people have to say online. And then motherfuckers wonder why we don't support the immigrants. They're pulling us out our car. They said we don't have no rights. They broke my window. They're hauling us off, and I'm a citizen. I got my green card. This ain't fair, bitch. But as soon as something happened to us, it's been happening for forever. Now everybody like just comply. Well, Trump built you niggas an app to go home. You could go anywhere you want. Just like Biden let you come, you go anywhere you want. Why you just ain't comply and go home, bitch? But you wonder why we not out there giving a fuck about y'all. Don't and ain't, right? So I do want to have the conversation about that. I also want to get into a conversation, you know, if I come back later on this week, you guys, and definitely have a conversation about where we are going. I want to show y'all all the advancements, if you haven't seen it already right now, in AI and technology, because there's so much now. We even have like a social credit score system. I told y'all we was going to that digital currency and social credit score. Y'all like, no, we don't do that. If you don't know what a social credit score is, go check it out. They have it like in I don't know, Japan, China, one of the places. Go check it out. But they're already starting that. So they have a social credit score for employers. So there's an app, and employers can give you a credit score, and it looks just like your FICA and everything else credit score. And it talks about whether you're a good employer or not. And they go look at that, whether people will hire you, right? So eventually you're going to have scores for all those kind of things. That's how it starts, right? But it's a whole lot of shit that I want to bring to your attention. We do got somebody up here. Let me bring them to the stage. Hey sis, how you doing?
I am well. How are you, love?
I'm good. The flow
Oh,
is yours. Go ahead. What you want to say?
well, I just want to say, hey, my name is Mama Mist. I'm originally from Gary, Indiana. I'm currently in the Carolinas. I missed my first day ever even hearing of you,
Okay.
and I'm like, well, who is she? But they say stuff was shifting, so I'm like, okay, um, it's just interesting what you're saying. I've been there. I've
Mhm.
been in these communities. Um, been 25 plus years of, trying to figure out, what to do for our people and stuff, um, and the conscious community, and seeing like, oh, and also needing help and reaching out and being involved in like, but where's the foundation? Where, like, okay, if you know that these people is going through stuff in these schools and stuff or whatever, why don't you have a team of lawyers? You see what I'm saying? Well, if you know that a lot of us are indigenous Americans, then why are you just pushing Pan Africanism? You get what I'm saying? Um,
And you know what? I think in what you're saying, you know what I've come to understand when you say like just pushing the Pan Africanism, and even you talk about the lawyers. I feel like our community at this point, what I've learned over the years, is that we do have the money to fund what we need. I don't think that a lot of our community values, or maybe they don't realize how important it is what we need, because then they invest in the wrong things. Because the way they collect the money for Kamala, the way I've seen them have GoFundMe for crazy stuff, I know we have the money to build. So you're right. We should have those teams. We have our own schools. We have ZIACs, but we don't have enough of them, right? So we should have more schools and stuff like that. But even with the Pan Africanism, I think you're right. I've come to the conclusion that all of us as Black people are not a monolith. We don't all believe things the same. And what we ought to start doing is finding the groups of Blacks that we agree with, and then we build something with them, right? I think far too often that's the problem. We think we all got to agree on the same thing, and I'm with you. We don't. So we should just focus on the groups that agree with what we agree with, and make a group out of that, right?
yeah, because if right is right, then it don't matter who shows up. If a rule is a rule, then you see what I'm saying, then apply the rule or whatever. And then you got all these people like you. Oh, you mentioned some names. Like I said, I'm in the Carolinas. I've been here and had a lot of unjust stuff happening, and reach out to these different people and these attorneys, and then it's like you reach out to so-called attorneys and they won't take your case because you don't fit.
You're not dead.
You ain't, girl, you not a man. Let's be real, because you know what I'm saying, you're not a criminal. You feel me? You're just somebody who needs assistance, who's going. For me, I was hit, and I was hit. I called the police, and they left. Or the person that hit me left, and or whatever. And the police protected the person that hit me. That wasn't even on the scene. You see what I'm saying? Like, as women, it's just crazy. Like, if you don't commit a crime, but if a crime happened to you, you still got to worry about being beat.
That's true. I know a lot of people who go through stuff,
That's
and
what I'm
a
gonna say.
lot
What
of
I
us
gotta
will
say.
call the police. It ain't necessarily, oh, we're not snitching. A lot of us in
Say.
the hood will not call the police, because in calling the police, sometimes it can turn out worse for us, right? So if we're not in immediate danger, that's why so many of us probably don't report stuff to the police, because when they show up, sometimes they just make shit worse.
Yeah, I'm saying you could be sick. You could call 911 for an ambulance, and the folks that come for the ambulance look at you and your skin tone or whatever, and make up lies and figure and try to. They literally want you to pass away. You know what I'm saying? And the police will threaten you because you need help with your health. You sound like a lot of us don't go even now, and this is 2025. This ain't 1935. As Black women.
That's why it's important for us to build, I think, our own hospitals, our own schools and things of that nature. Recently everybody's making this big deal on social media about these whites building a white only town. I'm okay with that. I don't want to go to their town, stay over there. And I'm okay with building a black only town. Like, why is everybody mad about that? Because we do need our own stuff. So that's why I say, like, you're right. You can't go to the hospital even today. I mean, that's just part of historically the systematic racism that we see. Hospitals don't treat us like they should. I have heard horror stories of the EMTs, like you said, letting people just pass away, period, because they black and then they want their organs or different things like that. Or having a black person in a hospital and they're on like a respirator and they decide to take that person off, even though they may have more time and might come back, but the hospital would decide no, because they want their organs and stuff like that. And so, I mean, that's more of the reason, sis, that's why we have to build our own. And if we don't, we're always going to be stuck in these systems that were built to be against us. And we just need to understand that that's what it is, or get up and do something about it, And that's my point. We have all these so-called activists. They like to be called that. They receive all these funds and they got all this support from the community, and then they waste it all. And then I think that damages the community, because some people get wounded from that. And then you get black people who say, well, they scammed me, or they didn't do what they're supposed to do. So then when somebody does come along that wants to do the right thing, then they're jaded and they don't want to help those people because they're like, ain't nobody real. So it all of that hurts the whole entire movement, because with all of these people I talked about tonight, if they were genuine people with all the money that they garner, the crowd that they garner, and the support, we could have built anything by now.
I totally agree. I used to work with Dr. Umar. I stopped dealing with that 10 years ago. And it's because I saw certain things. I'm like, but you're not building a structure. And well, my mama got sick, so I take care of her, and then she passed. So that means it's just me and my daughter. And so being in that environment, I saw a lot of different things. And it wasn't, that's like 2 years. 2 years that I was hands-on, but I think the first time I went to an event was like 2013. So that would have been like 3.5 years. You feel me?
Wow.
But I just saw it up close.
Hear you say that, because everybody keeps talking about how long he's been collecting money, how long he's had to do stuff. And so you're telling me even back then, when you call yourself dealing with, trying to support what Umar was doing, you felt like back then at some point he was full of crap too?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, that's what everybody told me. I was like, oh, he been trying to be. I got cussed out a while back, so a couple years back, because I wasn't sure. I was like, get that man some time. It takes time to build a school. They was like, girl, shut the fuck up. He been building that school for 10 years. I was like, okay, wait a minute. I didn't know.
So I first saw him like in my YouTube feed in 2010. At the time, I was still back home, and I was still a Jehovah's Witness. So I got out of that, and I'm like, if I say I'm about my people, whatever, after I moved, I was like, okay, I'm going to really check things out, because this is somebody who's saying that they're for the cause. And so I got involved. And, it wasn't what it said. It just wasn't what it wasn't. And all the people that was around at that time, apparently they're not around now.
Do you feel like in experiencing some of those things, do you think it's kind of like jaded you to like not being sure who you can work with or support in a community? Does it ever make you feel that way?
I mean, that and a lot of different experiences, like, growing up Jehovah's Witness, what I'm saying? Just like, I guess that's just part of this thing in life, is that, you meet different entities or beings or whatever, and they present certain way, and you take an estimate of what you think they're about, and then you find out that ain't it. So like, even this whole justice system, supposed to be justice system, you we were raised, oh, someone does something to you or you're hurt, you call 911 and you can get justice. And that don't happen. And, then learning more and more that it's that they just want to get a bond on you. So and that stuff being traded behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, all of that. Indeed.
All about money. That's what it really comes down to. It's all about getting money out of it. I tell people this all the time, and we got the people on the panel. Y'all chime in whenever y'all get ready. But I say this all the time, like it's very expensive to be poor, and poor people actually make the government very rich. It is only poor people who pay late fees at the bank. It is only poor people who get traffic tickets because they can't afford to pay all the change in their meter and things like that. It's poor people who actually get charged more in interest because you don't have bad credit, because they base your credit on dumb shit like a credit card or a medical bill, when the truth is you probably pay your rent all the time because rent is necessary, right? But this medical bill can wait, this credit card can wait, but they take that and they use that. When people are poor, they have not as good health care or food. When you have money, you can be real healthy. You can get better food. You can, have the right doctors. You can have your trainers, make sure you stay healthy and all that. When you're poor, your health is not as well. But guess what? Those are all the people that then go to Medicaid, which is tax dollars. They pay for everybody's, hospital stays, even though they don't treat us well. They take that money and funnel it all the way to the pharmaceutical companies. When you poor and you sick, they don't give you a care. They give you a bunch of medication. And matter of fact, the government makes you sick so that you have to. So I hope we understand that even though a lot of people, as we grow up, we live poor, it's your poorness that makes these motherfuckers rich. It's very expensive to be poor. Very.
Mm-hmm.
So let me see. We got Q on the panel. Shout out to my brother Q. If anybody don't know Q yet, because we got this. I ain't gonna always assume everybody ain't new here, because we got a new sister in here tonight. So Q,
I'm definitely new, so I need to know everybody. Hey y'all.
That's Q right there, sister. And Q that's my brother. We ain't got the same mother and father, but that's my brother. And he has built a school, Ziax School, and it is homeschool. And we did have a small location in Brooklyn, but it's been 8-9 years. He can correct me, and he's been constantly building with a lot less help than Umar has had, a lot less. But in that work, he has just gotten a much bigger building in Brooklyn and another whole school building, 6 school buses and everything in North Carolina. And so I
was wondering, did he used to be around Umar 10 years ago or so?
Oh no. Okay. Umar, let me say, Umar, Q might don't want to tell y'all the story. Do you know Umar was in Brooklyn, y'all? And he was at an event, I guess, speaking, and Q had dropped his sons off because they was going to the event. It wasn't like Umar was the only person there. They didn't know Umar was going to be there, but he took him to the event in the community. He go back to pick up his sons, I guess. I don't know if his wife was there, but he go back. Umar heard that Q was outside. He thought that Q was there to see him. He wouldn't even come outside and talk about Q need to leave. We gonna call the police because Q was there to pick up his kids.
He called the police. He called the police. Yes.
Yeah, he's scary.
Whenever you hear Umar say, people talk about, well, why you don't build a school? Other people got schools. That's not what I'm doing, brothers and sisters. Whenever he emphasizes he don't want a home school, he want a real school, he's talking about Q.
Oh, it's up now, though, Meet. You see how it look?
Look, y'all see? So that's Q. He had to build, and I'll be there in 2 weeks.
You see what time it is. We're still putting together the space. And
they're going to space in Brooklyn, y'all. Y'all come out and see us. I'm going to put the information up on the site. Again, we'll be there not this weekend. Next weekend, I'm in Chicago. And then the weekend after that, we're in Brooklyn doing the same thing. But we also going to have an open house. So y'all come through. We got a lot more events going on because it's also in collaboration with the school. So it's not just the classes I'm teaching. And that is a donation-based event too. All the donations will be going to Ziax to help with everything they need. But yeah, we went from having over like 200 kids between online.
Look at the new science lab, Michi.
Between both places, how many kids you can hold? 1,000 between both locations. So yeah, that's expanding, y'all.
I followed you on Instagram, Michi. I'm trying to figure out how I can follow Q, but I guess he just dropped.
No, he on there. It's Q Butter. He'll be back up. He always be dropping off. That's
Q Butter.
Yeah, okay. Just like his name is on the thing. I don't know if you can
QUE.
Yes, QUEBTTER.
Okay.
So
I
That's
want
what's
to
up.
know. Hey, family.
hey, Daisy, how you doing?
Good. Now I'm gonna tell you a few things. My question is, do Q Butter have one of those camera drones where he could kind of film his new school and let it film around? I think it's like a 3-4 minute like show. So when people can look at the Zions Institute, he can send that video and people can see exactly how beautiful that school is.
So he got a drone, I'm sure. If he don't,
Okay.
I got one, and I don't even know what to do with it. You know, I got all this equipment over here. I got a ton of equipment. I'd be ashamed of myself, and I don't know what the fuck to do with it.
Okay. And then the second thing I want to say is the second thing I want to tell you is I was wondering, like, okay, when you say you was coming to San Francisco, I was like, oh, good. If you go to San Francisco, come to East Palo Alto, for the Black agenda. And I had said, okay, let me do some of my work. Let me put myself to work and make sure I go and reach out to, the library or reach out to the Black and Infant Health Care. But what happened is, knowing the fact that there was at that time a lot of Black and Polynesians over there, if you have something for Black folks, Polynesians are not going to show up because it's not for them. They just not going, they're going to stick by their own. So I'm assuming that we can use the Renaissance Center, or we can use one of the extra buildings, extra rooms in a Black and Infant Healthcare inside the federal building of East Palo Alto. There's some free stuff that, like you said. But then the lady, oh, I forgot her name, Patricia. Now, she's normally a nice lady, but honey, she went off on me. And it's like, what did I do wrong? What did I say wrong, honey? I just think that when she sat there and said to her, well, you mean to tell me that you gonna have someone come down here, bring laptops and stuff, but my grandkids can't come because they mama is Mexican and stuff. I said, that got nothing to do with me. We talking about FBA and people that's I forgot all the names. I got a shirt that named everybody they represent. You represent FBA, B1, all that stuff. She said, what the hell is that? And I told her, I said, it means Foundational Black American, and she says, I don't know what that is. I say, yeah, but you yelling Latinx, and that got nothing to do with us. That just got nothing to do with us. What about, so I was like, well, forget this mess. She said, well, I want her email. I said, all right, you're going to get your feelings hurt, old lady, but that's okay.
She want my email because you got to be Black to come to my event.
She was saying that.
Give it to her. Give her my phone number.
I gave her, I told her it's the realmeechiex.com. And she said, what? So I gave it to her. This woman, I think she's in her 70s, and she's getting an attitude because her sons, her sons got mixed children. And that's
mixed. What that got to do with anything? You still can't come in the Black agenda if you don't have Black in you.
Yeah, but that was the point, was the fact that she just came out of nowhere and talking about her, just because her grandkids is Mexican and Black, and everybody Black all over, everybody Black all over.
Okay, so tell her 70-year-old ass to go and do what she want to do for everybody. People kill me trying to tell folks what they got to do. At the end of the day, so let me be clear on that, and let me say to you, somebody did reach out to me from San Francisco. I had quite a few people reach out to me in the emails, and I did email y'all back. I only had one person reach back to me, though. That was for the Houston area. The other people haven't responded back. So those cities were a possible. And again, just so everybody knows, there's a lot of free locations in y'all city, whether it's the rec center, the library, or whatever it is. But if y'all are willing to find that free space, tell me when the space is. Like, I'm booked up all of August and like the 1st of September for 2 weeks. I'll be in Memphis and probably in Houston, and then Ohio, I believe, in September. But I mean, y'all can book stuff up until November and then leave me alone. And it ain't because I celebrate holidays. I'm gonna just take a break because everybody else don't want to come out because it's a holiday for them. But if y'all get the space, I will come. And like I said, if y'all email me, check your emails, because I did respond back, and I'm just waiting for y'all to let me know. But we ain't trying to spend no money. Like, let's find the free spaces that y'all can get in y'all communities. Y'all get the free space. I'm gonna bring myself out there and we'll take donations at the door. But I can do it that way because to me that's plausible. When you do a big event, you got to get insurance. You got to do all this set. You got to make a certain sales and the tickets. If you don't, you got to pay the rest. It's too much. And I can't deal with that stress no more at my age.
Well, I want to say, if by any chance I'll see if I can reach out to someone. If you do ever come to San Francisco, let me know. I can make my way to San Francisco because I want to cook for you. I want to help cater. I want to help do all that stuff because you've always been there for me and my son. And I'm gonna tell you something that I want to thank you for. You actually helped me, but I still need help. But you actually helped me, like with my store. Like I'm a true advocate. Anybody that says how you help people build stores and stuff and how you help make multiple streams of income, she be making stuff up. Nope, she the real deal, everybody. Like for real. Like y'all should go to her classes and she'll work with you and everything. And I got my store up. I just want my website done a little bit better. And speaking of scam, I got scammed by the Anthony and the Morrison's brother. Because every time you turn around on YouTube, they video or they commercial pop up in the middle of your channel and everybody else's channel talking about, I dare you to let me build you a free website off of Shopify, and they lie. They make you pay, and he ain't trying to give me back my $47. And I'm gonna make them pay me back both my $37, $37 because they make you pay and they try to sell you they mastermind class. Like, I don't have to do none of that with Michi. I'm not trying to pay you. And
you know what, Shajan, we talk about that in the boot camp. That is probably the thing that I hear the most. People be like, I pay way more for classes and you teach way more. I don't understand how people show up for courses and they be like, they didn't really give me no information. I assume they don't really know what they talking about. They probably make their money off their classes and not actually make money off what they teaching you. That's probably what it is. They don't know what to tell you. But that'd be the craziest thing to me. I have heard that story probably. I'd be rich if I had $1 for every time I heard somebody tell me that story. Like, I went to these other classes. I spent all this money. They claim they do this. They ain't taught me nothing. I hear that a lot.
Nah, Michi, these crackers lied because they said they were going to help you build the website. They was going to build your website for free.
Oh, one of them things? No. Yeah. That's why I say, and then people do that, girl. I already told y'all in class, and then they build you the site, and what you going to do now? Because they don't teach you how to use it. You don't know what to do in the back. It's better off knowing how to build your own, because even if somebody build the website for you, you make them use the services you want, Wix, Shopify, whatever. But if you know how to use it in the back, then you good. You know how many people, even if you do find a service that will make the website for you, the problem becomes you don't know how to use the website, because people act like you don't got to put up sale buttons, or let's say you need to put up new items, or you want to take something down, or you want to change something, or you got an event. Your website doesn't stay completely the same. And if you don't know how to maneuver that stuff, I've had people who will get a website from those companies, but then they won't respond to them. They're like, we gave you a website. They don't teach you how to use it or nothing. So I say, it's like I told y'all in class, even if you pay somebody to do a job for you, you should at least know what the job consists of, because that's the only way you're going to know if they did it right or not. If not, they're going to play.
And that's the whole problem. And that's why I was saying, if I just want someone to look at my store and see exactly where I made some mistakes at. I got 3 sales by my own folks. I'm very proud of that. 3 sales. But guess what? I can do better because I want to help with the community. I want to help.
But remember what I told you in class. All you got to do is make your first sale. When you do that, whatever you did to do it, just do that again and keep doing it. It grows over time the more you do it. And I want to address this person here. LA Real Game Radio says, so you pushing courses through your activism like Tariq. Did I tell any of y'all to sign up for my course? I'm not even doing a fucking course right now.
Loaded as hell.
I just said, I'm coming to your city, motherfucker. If you get a free venue, I'm flying myself out, meaning I'm spending my money on the ticket. I'm spending my money on my rental car. I'm spending my money on my hotel stay or my Airbnb, wherever I decide to do. And the event is free. So how the fuck am I pushing my courses through my activism? See, I make it clear to everybody on my platform, I'm 2 things. I am an activist, but I am also a businesswoman. Before anybody ever knew who I was, I've been making money online since 2015. And you fucking right, bitch. If I sit and spend 6 weeks meeting with you twice a week, giving you all of my knowledge that it has taken me 10 years to get, that I have made mistakes, I've lost money over, that's called business. Yeah, I'm going to charge you something. At what point do you expect a nigga to give you everything for free? But let's be clear. my business classes that I do have nothing to do with activism, other than the fact that Black people do support my businesses. I also have a network, nigga. I have a lot of businesses, okay? And through those businesses, the reason I don't ask you to fund my shit like fucking Tariq does, even though he sells you pepper spray and tube socks and everything else in DVDs, bitch, y'all fund every last one of his motherfucking business ventures. I have never asked y'all to pay for any of my business ventures. I built my network on my own. You niggas didn't give me $20,000 to start my shit. Okay? And at the end of the day, those businesses that Black people support, I take that money and that's what the fuck I use to throw events for y'all. Fuck you. Okay? So what I've never done is put up a Cash App and ask you to hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. I've never put up a fucking GoFundMe or nothing, nigga. Me and Tariq ain't nothing alike. Tariq is a businessman and I'm also a businesswoman. The difference is I've never asked the Black community to fund any of my fucking businesses. They give me something and they get something in return, nigga. I don't collect $250,000 to make a DVD and then sell the motherfucker to you when you the one who paid for it. Y'all got me fucked up. And the money I make, my businesses help the Black community. So I don't know what you're talking about, because nowhere on here tonight did I ask anybody, did I ask any motherfucking body to enroll in any of my courses? I'm not even teaching no courses right now. I'm tired of teaching and sitting behind this desk. This is why I'm going to come from behind it and go talk to my people in their communities. For free, nigga. How about that? Get the fuck out of here, bitch ass nigga. Why don't you click the link? Because you got the right one, baby. Click the link.
Ain't nobody listening to that.
Don't be a bitch like that nigga with that painted on hairline with them juicy ass faggot lips. Nigga, click the link. Don't be like your leader. You tough enough to say that dumb shit in the chat. LA Real Game Radio. You probably is Tariq with a name like that. You live in LA. Nigga, you know the one place I'm not coming to teach no free classes is in LA. Because you know what happened when I told them to do it? They said, well, a lot of Mexicans might show up. Motherfucker, I ain't standing in no room to teach nobody that ain't Black. So we won't be coming to LA. You bitch ass niggas is that. We're going to go to Oakland, nigga. How about that? Oakland. You probably is Tariq, nigga. LA Radio Game Radio. LA Real Game Radio. Shut the fuck up. Click the link. I don't say nothing else in my chat, but we time you out for 86,000 minutes, bitch. Add it up on a calculator and figure out how long that is for you could come back.
Good thing. 86,000 minutes?
Yeah.
Shit.
That's the longest you. That's the longest YouTube will let you time somebody out. 86,000 minutes.
I love this shit. I love this.
Ain't nothing real about no game radio. Ain't nobody listen to that raggedy stuff.
If you gotta tell us it's real, that mean it ain't real.
It's fake.
You got a real radio station.
Yo, Michi, where you from, folks? Michi, where you from?
I'm from Detroit.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Georgia. I'm not in Detroit. I'm in Georgia.
But no, I asked you where you was from. You say you from Detroit. I say, oh, because I was here on the G when you said that shit. I was about to say on the G, you know what I'm saying? Because it was given Midwest. It was given, affiliated. It was given. I was like, yeah, nigga.
She done turned in a Detroit Red on that one.
Look, let me say something. I think sometimes they just like for me to cuss them out. You be having the wrong one or the right one. You gotta be messed up.
She said, nigga.
I like a good argument. I told y'all to click the link and tell me about it. If you feel like I'm a hypocrite, then come and tell me. The people I talked about tonight, there is no comparison between the both of us. Any of us, not me, Umar, or fucking Tariq, 19 Keys. I've done more work in the community than all them niggas combined. On my mama, your mama, and everybody mama in the chat, bitch. So you can click the link if you want to come at me with that. I really wish y'all would. If you feel that I'm a hypocrite, or if you feel that these people really are doing something for the community, then come and stand in that argument or be the fuck quiet. Because I can stand in what I say. I don't talk shit. I walk it, bitch.
Michi, before I step down, can I please put my my store website on in the back chat so you can see it and let me know? Okay, and I'm gonna drop down. I'm gonna mute up. Yeah, I drop down and mute down. I drop down and mute out for Real Talk Radio, whatever his name is. Go ahead and say something, son. Go ahead. He want to talk.
Hi, Michi.
Hi, baby.
I just want to say that I just want to say that when I was a kid and my mom had many cars that she drove. First she drove a Chevy Tahoe and a Ford Fiesta, Ford Fusion, and a Ford Expedition. I don't know, and she drove a Ford F-150 Lightning Plantium. And then she drove a Dodge Journey, and then
Your mama had a lot of cars, huh?
Rental.
And then she had a Nissan Versa, and it was oh,
that one was old. He ain't like that one.
No, he didn't care for that one. And last, and tell her one more thing, and then we got us up down, okay?
I never seen anything like it before because I have never driven a car before. But you see, my mom doesn't have a car, but soon she's getting one.
Yeah. Right.
Okay. Well, good. Yep.
Yep. I know it is good because it's not.
I'm gonna say he tell it all. I love it. Whenever he come up here, y'all have to have a little patience with me. I'm always gonna let the baby talk. He's autistic, but he is so smart.
That's a sharp mind to remember all those cars.
He's very smart.
All those cars in a row. That's a sharp mind.
That's why. But you know what? He likes cars, I'm sure, and so that's why everyone she's had, he has remembered every last one of them. How old is he, Tanjan?
Oh, he is 7. He's 7.
Okay. Yes, I'm 7 years old.
And he remembers every last one of them. And I guarantee you, when he spit them out like that, he spit them out in the order she had them too.
Probably.
Yeah, he did. He did.
No, you're right. Facts.
Yeah, it's fact.
It's facts. It's facts.
Oh my goodness.
Well, thank you for coming up here and talking to us. We love you. You have a good night, okay?
I love you too, but
I love you too.
Yes, I love you too, but the only thing I know about you, okay, thank you everyone. But okay everyone, but when it comes to all of you, talking about me, you could be my family every time you want to talk to me.
Man, I appreciate it, young brother. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, thank you, because it's the only time how I could survive without anything bad. Okay, so now you know bad things don't make me survive. Only good things make me survive. And it's just great because it doesn't, because people doesn't even know how things go and ways and the way I do something. It depends of how I can contain and be a good kid. But it's not always just about me being a good kid. Sometimes I could be the winner, and even when I do something wrong, but I have to win and not lose because I have to do something good once and not twice, and that's the only thing. But I couldn't say that because because Donald Trump is now the president. Now he's in the office, and now and that's because I like Trump. Trump is my favorite, but I don't like Trump. I don't like Kamala Harris. I don't like Joe Biden.
Don't y'all be giving this baby no hate. He can like who he wants.
Yep. You're a winner no matter who the president. You're a winner, young man, no matter who the president. Baby.
Yeah. I just want to say that See, we sometimes get these labels and we be thinking that, something really be wrong, but they be in. My daughter's also autistic, and I'm an 80s baby. And so I probably would have been autistic. My mom used to call me Rain Man because I would remember stuff, or I could guess the puzzle on Wheel of Fortune with one letter and things like that. So, but they be divine channels. They are spiritually aware. They're aware of things that we don't necessarily see. You get what I'm saying? And I'm just happy that he came up here and that he expressed himself, because um the spirit led him to do that, because they don't often express themselves, especially young males with autism. They don't always do that.
And
So
see, every time Tejan comes up here, because even when we had class, he was in class in the classroom talking to his son when she was in the boot camp. Tejan, but every time he come, I give him his chance to speak, and I have my patience with him. My son is autistic too. He is Asperger's, so he is more high functioning. But I want to say that in that, I want to also incorporate that to say shout out to Q and Ziax, because even with that, Zyrex has allowed my son to be smart as hell. My son is 16. He is on the way to college. He is not the only 16-year-old in Zyrex like that. And so, that's all attributed to them. My son is smart. He be around here talking to me too. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what he be talking about. He be coming in here with this geometry and trigonometry, whatever you be in there teaching him. He be trying to tell me math. I'm be like, boy, that's for you to know and not me. But he's so smart. My son doesn't, he don't necessarily got, what regular kids at 16, like he wants 3D printers and stuff. Like he was just in here earlier today. Mom, I got to order me. And Q, he got 5, 6, 7 different colors. He like, I need to order me some more colors, because he got more than one color. He want to make all kind of stuff. He had to make the part, Q, for the, to hold more than one color on it, but he had to print it on the printer. So he made the part. Now he has to attach it. Now he can make things that are more than one color. And so next his thing is to get the stuff that's different material, because right now all he has is stuff that makes hard plastic. But I just want to say that about Zayek. So for anybody who has like children who are autistic, they did a great job with my son. Now he is high functioning, so I would say that socially sometimes he has to learn how to deal with things socially. He may not always understand what you mean, but he's learning being around other people and stuff. But he's very intelligent, but he had his challenges at first, but Ziax did that, and y'all helped him tremendously. So I just want to if your question,
I have a nephew that's autistic. He's 16, and like sounds similar to your son. He's high functioning, but he's socially awkward.
They're all going to have issues with socialization, and it's not, just so y'all know, it's not like the awkward of the socialness is that sometimes they always don't understand facial cues and expressions and things. So like if people joke a lot or they give jokes that are not straightforward, the example I like to give all the time with my son is like, I'll never forget when he was younger, like maybe 7 years old, and somebody said, it's raining cats and dogs outside. And the look on his face was like, what the fuck? It is cats and dogs outside. And he was like, what, mama? And I was like, no, baby, that just means it's raining hard. And at 7, he looked at me and he said, why don't they just say it's raining hard? So when you're dealing with autistic people, it's just, they're very straightforward. So if you're making the inside joke, or you're saying something and it's not directly what it is, if you haven't already let him in on the joke, I mean, if you've explained it to him, he knows what's going on. But if he don't know, they don't always get those things. Like reading your face, you could be talking to somebody and the look on their face says, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I'm bored at what you're saying. You can read expressions. He doesn't get that when he's out. So those are where they struggle. And when we say social, he will go out and talk to people. He is outgoing, but he doesn't always understand social cues. And whether you have a high functioning or low functioning or in between autistic child, they all deal with that social aspect. All of them are like that. Yeah.
Man, but once they get that joke, boy, they have mastered that joke. Once they learn the joke that you're doing with them, man, shoot.
Yeah, once they know and you explain it to them, shit, they got it. So
yeah. Very smart. I've noticed that most of the children that have been deemed autistic are very smart.
Everybody I'm sorry, go ahead, bro.
But yeah, this is kind of off topic, but the vaccine. It wasn't until after my nephew got that vaccine, I don't know which one it was, where these type of traits start manifesting. Now, I'm not a doctor, not a biologist. I don't claim these things. Do not deem this lady China. I just know what I know. And I know that from other people. And it seems to be it strikes very hard in the black male child. It seems disproportionate.
Well, many years ago, I've told everybody that too. My son, I know my son is autistic from a shot. I know that. I remember the shot he got because his leg got hot. It was hard and swollen. He was crying. I had never experienced that with none of my kids and getting shots. And after that, that's kind of when everything changed. A person can't tell me that the vaccination didn't give that to my son. Funny thing is that growing up back in the day, look, I was born in 1979. When we was growing up, there wasn't nobody with autism. So now everybody and how many kids got autism? Yeah, that's something they're giving us. The crazy thing about it, though, is I would say with autism, I had to do a paper on it in psychology. Well, I chose that as a topic, not that I had to, but what I wrote about it is that it's the one thing people call a disability, but it's the only disability that I know that gives something back, because autistic children are brilliant. They're like savants. The reason that boy rattled off them cars, he remembers everyone. And I promise you, he said in order, they have photographic memories. You know, they are very smart. If it's anything that's a pattern you have to figure out, like scientists, things that are in equations, this is why they like math, they like numbers. If it's a pattern, they're going to get it. And if something's wrong, they're like, well, let me go back. I must have missed a step in the pattern. And they go back. But things like that, oh my God. And then they have this relentless drive to be kind of obsessed with something. So if they're trying to solve something or do something, they're not going to stop until they get it. They will literally spend all day, if they have nothing to do, focused on that one thing. And you have to help them transition. Like, okay, can you stop doing that? Let's go to bed. Let's put on some pajamas. You want to eat some food? Like, leave that alone for right now. So I don't know. It's funny because when we talk about disabilities, I used to be a home health aide, CNA, and all of that. And when I've dealt with plenty of people with disabilities, this is the only one I've ever seen that actually gives something back to them, because they have this social awkwardness. Some of them don't speak, things like that. But inside, all of them, they have that brilliant mind.
Right, because it's kind of, well, not the same, but like I was a CNA for a minute with my aunt nursing home, and this one man, he had cerebral palsy, MS or something, where his body, he had no control over his body, but he had slurred speech, but his mind was there. So it's like, you know, for what I've seen, because my nephew's in the maps. You say you talk about this pattern, he can probably tell you where you can name a place, and he can name where it is. He can point out geographically where it is on the map. So it's like an enhance. It takes something, but it enhances other things to such a in such an immense fashion that it compensates for whatever is seemingly. If you pay attention to that child and you love that child, you take your time to understand that child. It's something that changes not only, you know, I don't want to sound like commercial shit, but it changes you also, because it's like, I don't know, man. Plus my nephew looked just like me. It's the shit crazy for me. I think that's just my testimony.
Kamikaze, every time you keep coming up, I could see you, but it's saying that your device is not detected. So for some reason, your device is not, it won't let me let you up on the stage because nothing's connected, but it's like, let me see, it says your mic and cam. I don't know which one is, but the microphone.
He needs to change his permissions.
Oh, I will say that if it's a new device, they will ask you, do you give it permission? Because this is a different laptop tonight too. I'm using somebody else's. I told you my grandbaby had it going to sleep looking at mine. And you're right. It asked me to give it permission to use it. So maybe when you go to do it, there might be something that says give them permission, to give it permission to use your microphone and camera on your thing, because it's not connecting. So I see you coming up, but it's not letting me bring you up. And then I want to say quickly to everybody, because I want Q to go ahead and talk to me, and then the brother that's up here, I know he was talking. I want to get your opinion on what we're talking about tonight, of course, with the activism in the community and stuff. Again, I dropped the link one more time if anybody want to get it. If not, after the people on here, I talked to my brother, then we'll call it a night. I want to say too, when everybody was like, Tanjan, baby, need to go to bed. I believe she's in California, you guys, and it's a 3-hour difference. So it's not as late there as it might be for you. So just remember that. We be like, he need to go to bed. It's one where I'm at. It is 3. My son is in California. It's 3 hours earlier there. He be calling me at 11. I'm like, it's late. He like, Mama, no, it ain't. It's not late.
It's a motherfucking summertime too, matter of fact.
That's what I was gonna say. It's still summertime. Don't act like you was in the bed at 11 o'clock in the summertime.
Look, if y'all come to my house, y'all will talk about me because I don't go outside the house and work. My son does not go outside the house and go to school. We actually have a weird life. So like if y'all come to my house at any given time, we probably be up at 2 a.m. We might sleep till 12 most days because we can do what we want to do. And so I kind of let my son and when my children are in the house and have that ability, we kind of we're night owls. And so we might all be up until 2, 3, walking past each other in the hallway. And I don't be like, go to bed, because if he has something to do, my children know to get up and do what they got to do. I only got one left in the house now, but yeah, I don't live on the schedule of a regular society. So yeah, y'all might be talking about me too. Cause
Michi, what's your sign, honey?
He's 16.
I'm curious. What's your sign?
I'm a Pisces.
Oh, okay. You next door to me. I'm an Aquarius. I'm on the cusp though. I got both of them.
That's so funny though. I feel like you guys, when we of course, everybody has to get up early and stuff like that. But I remember when I was able to not make my kids do that because of homeschool. One thing I loved about Ziax is that their homeschool starts at 11 o'clock. And so I always hated the fact that you have to wake up kids at the crack of dawn when it's still dark outside, send them to the bus stop and take them to school. That shit is irritating. So I let my son sleep in. He had to be to class by 11. So yeah, it's after 10 in Cali. Okay. Yeah, it is where I'm at. Q, you there?
Little boy can stay up if he want to. He's smarter than most little boys.
It's summertime. Like she said, nobody gotta go to school. That's my one rule. When it's summertime of the weekend, I mean, when we had a schedule, you can stay as late as you want, long as you in your room and you ain't being loud, because I'm going to bed.
What's the other guy named here that's talking?
That's
me?
Yeah, you.
Oh, me. I mean, it's Flavin is Niger. That's my pseudonym. My name is Grady. My friends call me Flav, Doc Flav, Mr. Flav. Just call me Flav.
And sometimes I do. I haven't done it in a while. My grandbabies go home this weekend, so maybe I could get back to it, but depend on with the traveling. But normally on Saturdays I do a panel, and so we'll discuss everything that's been going on in the week, and people come up, and so he's a regular. He come up on the panel all the time, so and give his opinion and stuff. So he's always here, and so we'll get back to that at some point. And we have our Saturday night panel. Yeah, we will be here until the sun come up. I don't think I've had a panel that's less than 6 hours at all. I let people talk to the sun. We be here all night. Sometimes I'll be like, look, the sun coming up. Y'all got.
Don't say that to me. I told you I'm an Aquarius. I was born at night.
Subscribe and get all notifications.
I was born at night, so.
Shout out to FBA again with the $5 holla. Says that his son is autistic, but I like this part. Like, right, look, can play all of the instruments. Absolutely. If you have an autistic child, put everything in front of them that follows a pattern. Music is a pattern. Playing music notes. Once they learn the notes on an instrument, they can play anything. And once they learn what they sound like, they'll be able to play it by ear because they'll know what the notes sound like. But absolutely. So shout out to
my daughter could play by ear, play piano. And we was at this hotel in Naperville or something. She was 6 years old. And it was this concert pianist playing the piano. And my daughter went and sat next to her and started playing with her. You know what I'm saying? Just couldn't read no music, nothing. Just gifted. You feel me? But if you saw her or when she talks and stuff, you don't really know. You can't tell. She's really like high functional or whatever. But girl, music and stuff, she'll have you back talking about Angela Bofield and stuff. People was out that she ain't never seen before. So yeah. They a trip.
D Major said, I agree. Some people are naturally early birds, but not everybody. I'm a Pisces. When I have problems in life, you know how I deal with them? I go to sleep.
Me too.
So me not having to get up first thing in the morning, I sleep till I'm ready to get up, depending on what I have to do for that day. But let life be stressful. I'll be like, you know what? I'm gonna just go to bed and I'm gonna wake up and start this shit all over again. But right now, I ain't got time. I'm gonna take a hot bath and I'm gonna go to bed. And then when I wake up, it's like the reset of my life. I'll figure it out later. I'm going to sleep right now.
That's that Pisces. I'm a Pisces as well. And when you sleep, that's that heavy shit.
Going to sleep.
Going through that heavy shit. Because it's
I said, going to sleep can fix a lot of your problems. Just go to bed, sleep
Because
on it.
what it does, and I mean, it may be not sound all zany and metaphysical. It gives you that dream state. You can fall off into that dream state where none of this shit on this matrix even matters at that point. You know,
Yeah.
you're somewhere else for a brief amount of time. Whether it may be 24 hours straight, who's to say? At least I got up went to the bathroom.
I want to
Grab me
say,
a snack.
listen, I want to see what Brother D talking about. We got somebody up here named D. I want to say shout out to Tanjan. I don't know if y'all did in the chat. I did click your story. This is nice. I like your story. I like your story. You did good. This is cute.
Are you February or March, Michi?
Huh?
You
March.
February or March?
3-3.
March.
I'm a 3-3 baby. 3rd month, 3rd day.
Oh, okay. Come on, angel numbers. I hear you.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Okay, so let me see. We got brother D up here. Hey D, what you want to add to this
What's
conversation?
going on, Michi, man? I love everything that you got going on, man. I've been rocking with you for a little while from NFAC, man. From the NFAC days. That's how I got introduced to you, and I've been rocking with you ever since, man. I've been watching. I've been rocking with the movement. I've been seeing everything that's been going on. And you know, I appreciate you. You know, you having a voice out here in the community. You know, and making sure that we staying on our 10 toes, man, for real.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. He said from the NFAC days. I'm glad to hear that. I appreciate that. I feel like everybody from the NFAC that followed him was like, "Girl, we ain't fucking." I think I lost like 2,000 people overnight. When I was like, I don't fuck Grandmaster J no more. But it was okay because it was all his people. You know, he brought people. I feel like my people left me. His people just left, but that's okay. But look what O's at now. His people that was talking about me, and look, but we still gonna help the brother because right is right. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's all right. I'm gonna just walking what be right. That's all. And shout out to him for that. I don't think he was necessarily the greatest leader, but I did hear. Did y'all hear he got out of jail? I heard he's been released because he had a heart surgery, had some heart problems. You know, yeah. I thought that was some whack shit. You know, y'all know I'm a fair person. I don't think he should even went to jail for that. That was some bullshit. So I ain't never agreed with that shit. But thank you for rocking with me. That's been a minute. Wow, NFAC. I wasn't even living in this house, and I've been here 3 years. That was a wow shit.
If he'd have fell back on the showmanship, it might have really done something. He was trying to be showboating too much.
I get a lot of folks in trouble.
Well, you know, I mean, I guess we can talk about that. I mean, it's still part of the topic, but you know, again, in the community, like I said, he was just, I don't know what happened towards the end. I really can't tell you. I feel like from inside, he was trying to tear down his own organization. I don't know why or what was going on through his head, but y'all saw if anybody was there when all that happened. Like, even after I said what I said, it was only a matter of a week or two before everybody else that was mad at me, that was his right hands, they all came out eventually and was like, yeah, that nigga on some bullshit too. I was like, I told y'all, but ain't nobody coming to apologize.
I mean, how did drill squad go shoot themselves?
Well, you know, I think this is the perfect time to say that. You know what it was? Grandmaster Jay has so much charisma. He was a very good mouthpiece to be able to speak. People wanted to hear what he had to say. He was entertaining to watch, if that makes sense. So it's like we gravitate towards the people who can put on a good performance, but that doesn't always mean that they're the best person for the job. And I guess that's where social media has kind of fucked us up when it comes to activism, because people can get on here and sound real good. Before we had social media, like, you knew somebody was activist because they showed up at the events. They was in front of the mic, or they were at the meetings, or they were at all of the things that you had to do, or when things were going on, they were there. And so that's what activism used to be back in the day, because I was an activist before I even got online, you know. But I think that being online has distorted for the community who's an activist and who isn't, you know, and that's just psychology. People are drawn to folks who seem to be more entertaining. It's like they sell you a dream. When they talk, it sounds real good. You feel entertained, and it will even inspire you for the moment. It will pick you up for the moment, you know. But the question is, are those people everything they say they are behind all of that conversation? And I think we all know that even if it's not activism, I think we can all agree that it's easy for people to pretend to be something they're not online. People do it all the time, you know. And so I think it's allowed people to hide behind that. But, you know, all these folks, they faces online, if you don't see these motherfuckers in the streets, they lying to you. Because you won't see somebody in the streets if they really doing work.
You know what, though? Because like I said, I've been doing research and trying to fight for my people and all this stuff for 25 years, right? But 25 years ago, I still had a teen on my name. I done messed around and got old. You feel me? And
But
so it's like,
can I ask you something though?
what?
And I mean, in those 25 years, what what was one thing that was most effective that you did for the most lengthiest amount of time, and what results can you point to where you could pass along to a future generation, if that's not too much?
Mm. So I think it's more of the just like having those conversations. Sometimes just being the person who's looking, being the person who's seeking, who's seeking knowledge, who's willing to, be like, okay, this is what I'm standing on right now, but then saying, okay, like through my further study, I realized that this is a different way. You know what I'm saying? That we are lifelong students. If you want to be a leader, if you want to make change, you have to observe, right? You got to observe, like, and figure out how the thing actually works or whatever
What about
in
the
order to change it.
nephew gonna be say, Auntie, I always talk about that education shit. I gotta pay my motherfucking car note. That ain't doing enough for me. You tell him talking
No,
that, you know.
well, see, I ain't talking about. I'm not talking about sending nobody class. You feel me?
I
I'm talking
mean,
about and I'm not talking about like you stop your whole life or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Because you're living, right? You living your life, and as you
right.
live, you learn different shit. And when you learn different shit, then you do different shit. You know what I'm saying? I ain't talking about just sitting on your ass type of shit, but I also
Right.
done learned that most of the time when you running out there in the goddamn streets or whatever to make yourself seen and shit, you ain't doing nothing but making yourself seen to the folks that's trying to take you out. And then people that you think are the leaders that or whatever, them a lot of times them motherfuckers is on the books. They getting paid to do that shit.
Right. So yeah,
But,
so it's
but you
like,
know
man,
what?
damn. You say 25, man, shit, man. And it's not to make a comparison because it's like, in this day and age, folks is let me turn this on. At this day and age, most of these YNs and the hot girls, I'm old, whatever. They looking for results because they tired of hearing us old niggas talk to them and tell us about, you gotta learn this and be proud of your black self, Black Lives Matter bullshit. That's nothing of constructive and tangible value. And man, to be in the trenches, that's why I say what is the most effective and sustaining thing that you when you was in the game. Well, I shouldn't say the game because niggas is treating it like the game.
It
But
is.
when you just participating in the movement, uh, what was the one thing that you could point out specifically to pass on to a future generation that they could use and probably build upon and have a more effective result than the prior generation in which you and I are part of?
So I was hands on with a lot of kids. So when I graduated high school, I started working in the schools. So at 18, I was a student teacher or whatever. And I was, they knew me from the neighborhood. So they saw, okay, I could teach kids and I could still be my damn self. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have to be or whatever. I didn't have to talk white and this, that, and the other. Yes, I'm able to go back and forth, but I know this shit. And just because I know this shit, I know biology and math and all this other stuff and social studies, that don't mean that I don't know or that I'm not a part of my neighborhood. So from there back home to coming down here and doing the same thing and also being an artist and having teaching people to tap into who they are, who your
Yeah,
natural
because
gifts are.
social studies is related to your community. If you're a teacher of social studies,
Yeah,
that
but I
I
saw
guess
all of that. Yeah.
that could be in part, that's constructive to the development of the young black mind.
I want to say though, in the community though, when we get confused with all of these people, I preach this a lot, even in the work that I do. I just feel like we all need to stop waiting for somebody to be our savior, whether it's in our personal life or whether it's in our community, because we can be the change that we want to see. And what I mean by that is, I guess that's kind of what I'm doing now. Like, it cost a plane ticket for me to get somewhere. And to be honest, let's say I didn't have the money to stay somewhere. There are people that are watching right now that will open a door and be like, girl, you can stay at my house. I got an extra room. And I'm from the hood, so I will go, right? Depending on who you is. But at the end of the day, what I'm saying is it costs nothing but a plane ticket to get there. And do you see how a person can get a free venue for me to come to the library or come somewhere else? So what I'm saying is all of the change we want to see in our community, it don't take for nobody to just get up and do it. Like Q started with his kids at his school. Okay, he was like, I'm homeschooling my own kids. It was something, let me do that. And then he started homeschooling and helping and doing the schooling with the other kids in the community. And then he had the building and he took it in with his own hands. He was like, let me renovate this apartment and turn it into some spaces. And it was a small space for a long time, and then look what it has grown to. But he became the change he wanted to see. And it started with him and his household. And then once he was able to successfully be that for his children, then he could do that for other people in the community, and so I think that that's a big thing that we have to remember too. Like, at the end of the day, there in this work, there really aren't any superheroes. I do realize that people like Tamika Mallory and all of these folks, they make it seem like, oh my God, you gotta be in front of the camera, you gotta be somebody, you gotta be backed up, you gotta have some money. Like, no, you just gotta be somebody that want to do the work and come together with other people that want to do it too. And you will be surprised if individuals just be like, what change can I make and get up in a change that they could make. So I just want people to, remember that. Don't stop waiting on people, whether it's in your own
like Michael Jackson,
no community.
The man in the mirror.
Right, y'all be the change that y'all want to see in y'all community. What needs do you see that are there? So what can you do to meet those needs? You know what I'm saying?
Fix your household first.
I promise you'll find a way. I tell you, in activism, like, at the end of the day, we could take 2 nickels and turn them into something else. I mean, we sell church dinners and everything for funerals and for whatever other stuff we need, like whatever your issue is. Like, I'm just saying, people have different issues. Maybe there's a lot of homeless people in your community. You feel for the homeless people in your community and you're like, I want to change this situation. It don't take nothing but for you to make them something to eat, start passing out some food, seeing what the issues is that they have. Maybe go to these resource centers and say, how can we help these people? Like, it really is that simple to just go and start doing some of the work and being that change you want to see. And I think too often we're just waiting for somebody else to be the change for us. And we got to stop doing that, because if more of us was the change, then we come together and all of that work that we're doing, it's so many areas to cover, then they're covered and we can come together and work. But this is the problem. You have to want to be the change in the sense that you're willing to get up and sacrifice, because being a change in your space, your household, first be the change in your house. Like, you shouldn't be talking about anything outside for the community that you are not successful at in your own house. You know what I'm saying? Don't be talking about what we should do in the community if you ain't doing that in your own crib. Now, once you successfully do that, then go and take that information to the community or whatever that knowledge is, and I promise you put it to use. But it got to be something you want to do. It got to be real. It can't be fake. It got to be who you are, and it can't be a facade, because you're going to have a lot of sleepless nights. You're going to do a lot of stuff. You will not get paid for this. Activism and changing things in your community, nobody pays you for that. You know what I'm saying? The reward is the change. And feeling fulfilled that you just didn't come live a life, go to work, and like, I'm changing somebody's life. I'm doing some things. So understand, that's really the reward you're going to get, because the work does not actually make you money. You're going to need money to do the work. So we see these, like I said, these fake ass people like Tamika Mallory and all them, they got all this money from the stuff that they're doing. That's because they get grants and they're not really about change. They actually get paid to pretend they're change, to be gatekeepers, to keep real change. Because real change means they don't get paid anymore. They get paid off black bodies just as much as anybody else does. They need a nigga dead so they can survive.
Or maimed.
Yeah.
Ambulance chasers of Negro misery. That's what I call been called for ambulance chasers of Negro misery. I've been calling that for years.
I want to ask Q real quick, because I think it's some questions in the chat about Q and enrolling and all of that stuff. But Q, if you on here, take off your mic, because I want him to talk about, he said he's going to be in North Carolina all next week. Talk to us about that. And I don't know if you have seen some questions in there about the school. go ahead and answer them for folks. Because I mean, ain't no better time like the present when we talk about real change and people doing real stuff. We got somebody here doing that. So Q, you said you're gonna be in North Carolina all next week. Let us know about that.
Yo,
folks to come out.
Yeah, I'm be in North Carolina next week. I wanted to show you that this the space right here. I'm in the Brooklyn spot. Am my internet good?
We can see it. I wish I could make you big. I don't know how to make you big on the screen. And
you gotta click on the I think you gotta click on my thing and hit solo.
Oh, let me see. Okay. No, it
what
just
part of NC you gonna be in?
Your name.
So Michi, Dan, can you see it?
Okay, boom. There we go. Okay. You right.
So let me show you from the whole side. So this is just as the whole floor where we was at. So we got the conference table now. I got to fix up this room. We're gonna get new 3D printers. I got to put the wall up right here. So we actually gonna turn this into a room. So all the donations right now, we're gonna turn this into a room. I want to do 2 rooms.
You're gonna build a wall to make it 2 rooms?
Yeah, we have to build it to a wall yet. Okay. So we're gonna build a wall here. This might be either a closet or an office. We're gonna turn this into the office area. And I'm hype about the room. Look at the science lab now. Ooh, look at that science lab. Look at that science lab.
Tangible result. Tangible result.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that teacher's thing. Yeah. Science lab going down. Robotics is on deck. And then, so the dope part about this space, so this is the space that we're renting. It's like 3,500 square feet.
Okay, desk in there already. All right.
This next room, there's going to be the area dedicated to the machinery and like building tools and stuff. There's the environmental engineering room. They're all classrooms, but some of them are dedicated to certain things.
Right, for certain things. That's good.
That's the music studio room. We're going to build the booth right there. So that's the booth right there. And then what's dope about this spot, so now you can see it, Meech. So what we have access to is this area. So this is during the daytime when we need to, we use this area. And this is the event space as well. So when you come to Brooklyn, this is the spot that you'll be using to do the event. Okay. And then in here, we have, so this is in my room, but during the daytime, we can use that room. And then I'm partnering with her to set up, I really want to take this room all together, but that's going to cost like $6,000 more. But she's doing a nighttime, overnight daycare.
Okay.
So this is the room that I actually going to be partnering with her. And so we have mad space. We're going to turn this into the K through 5th grade area. And so to take this room, I got to put 2 rooms right here. Yeah, I told you, Michi, so when you do the event, we could do, that's what I was saying, we could do this room right here could be all for informational vendors and stuff like that. And then whatever vendors, and then the other room could be set up for one spot. We can use our spot. And then we got 2 entrances. I'm gonna show you my entrance. We got the elevator. So finally got the elevator in the building. That's the first entrance. I'm gonna show you my entrance. So we got the private entrance. So right now, I gotta get $2,000. Trying to get it for cheaper.
Somebody said Q got a lot done since he left. Talking about you stay working, bro. I tell you, I don't know when Q sleep. We was on the phone the other day. He was picking up equipment at this place for the school, and it was like what 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Come on, I ain't been to sleep yet. Q do not go to sleep. That's what I'm saying. He worked nonstop. School would be over for them kids at 6, and Q would still be there with some of them people kids until they came to get him. And even then, he would be downstairs in the studio after that. I don't know when Q sleeps. I don't.
So this is gonna be all moved, but this is our private entrance. So this is our staircase.
Okay, so we got all that stuff in the hallway got to be moved. So it's people in Brooklyn. I seen it was one brother said they helping. Who else want to come help with all of that?
So we're doing a
If you ain't
custom
got money,
artwork.
we take labor. You know what I'm saying? You want to come help, volunteer, whatever. You know how to build the wall. You need to paint something. Come on,
We
y'all.
got all of this here. We could put signage on all of this here. So I got this dope sister I'm partnering with. So we're gonna be offering certificates for computer science. But she also says she can put the magnet on the door. So it's gonna be like $2,500 to get the door camera on it. But this is our door. So that's our door, private door. The
We're gonna have a
signage I
kayak
got.
sign up there.
Yeah, so the signage, I got the quote. They want $1,700 one person, but I'm trying to get it for like 12 or 15 because money tight.
Okay.
And then this box right here is ours as well. She said I could put, so Dollar Tree is a tenant below us, but I could put signs up top. But that shit, man, bread. She said if I want to, I can get the space up top to put the institute. But that shit like 10 grand, 10 grand to got up there. And then I'm gonna do the doors, the custom clings on the door. So that's the Brooklyn spot. So I'll be here all weekend fixing this up. And then I'm driving to North Carolina Sunday night, Monday. And then we're going to be working on the North Carolina spot.
Where in North Carolina?
I'm in Kinston, North Carolina.
Kinston,
North Carolina.
Okay.
K-I-N. I know I was looking that up to see how far it is for me because I was thinking
The
when I
bathroom
be
nice
there,
and clean.
I'm probably gonna drive.
Bathroom nice and nice. And then you get back into the hospital. So, Pan-Africans is still worth.
You driving down to North Carolina? How far are you?
I'm in Charlotte.
No, I mean for Q. How far are you gonna drive?
That's like 3 hours.
It's what?
3 hours.
That's it?
Yeah.
It's 7 hours for
He's
me.
saying from Charlotte.
Yeah, to Charlotte is like 3 hours. I'm not gonna touch
No, I'm
Charlotte
talking
this
about
time.
for you. Didn't you say you driving out there to go next week? How
Yeah,
far
but
is it?
I'm gonna focus on Durham. And then there's like in Fayetteville, and there's like 3 smaller cities.
How far is it, Negro? You gotta take a drive. How long you gonna be driving?
Oh, I said it's from New York.
Yeah.
I don't know, like 17 hours.
Okay, it can't be 7 hours. I looked it up because I think I'm driving. I'm bringing David. I'm not getting a plane. I was gonna drive. I'm 7 hours away from the address.
That's about it. It's about that. So maybe 10 hours. I don't know. We drive at night and we be moving, so nonstop.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and to know what the dopest part is, we partnered. I want y'all to understand the swag. We partnered with the highest name in America for education. Like the woman, y'all can look her up. Dr. Peggy Carr is on our team now. So it's a whole nother game right now. And with this location, we actually can file for accreditation. We passed the 21-point checklist. Anybody familiar with that in New York, you know what that is. And so I'm mad hype about that because we can file for a whole bunch of different shit. And then we're doing all types of research now. So we're actually switching to becoming a research-based program. So all people that's involved now enrolled, they'll be in.
And you're doing adult education programs too, aren't you, for trades and stuff? You eventually add that?
Yeah, we're going to be doing CTE and workforce development. So one of the sisters we partner with, is her organization. I want to introduce you. Her thing is called Next Gen Tech, y'all. Look her up. So if you're trying to get into computer software or like anything with computers, she has classes, $800, $1,200, and she guarantees you do what she says. You'll be making $100,000 a year, $90,000 a year, and she has what you call it when you work. She works with the people that place you in jobs. So she has job placement in New York.
Yeah, job placement.
And so she's looking at she's coming with us to North Carolina as well.
Okay.
So we're looking to get workforce placement in North Carolina. And the space in North Carolina, we're introducing CTE there. So that's career and technical education, along with, so that's both. It's going to be for both the teenagers and the adults. So we're really hyped about that. And in terms of we're introducing this environmental. So I've been pushing me to y'all. Y'all gonna hear me talk about this person, but we push environmental research And I'm pushing Vici to switch the language up because what she tells y'all about disaster preparedness,
That is
um,
environmental.
that's
Yeah.
all environmental science and social justice and how we look at how we
Yeah.
have dealt with the environment, dealt with the circumstances that we've been, presented in life, and how we've actually adapted to it is researchable. Telling our story, understanding our story, and doing it in a scientific way only, furthers the abilities of our community in terms of capacity and understanding of our own self. So I'm really hype about this. We switching everything. So students in our institute, for example, I had to figure out a way to make it with it, like, because we have students all over the place. So what are some research topics for our social justice component? So they're going to be canvassing like housing issues, doing research on the effects of policy on Black people in their community. How have Black people adapted to policy and changes in their community? What are some of the policies that have drastically affected Black people? How have Black people adapted to the environmental changes politically? How has the political climate affected the environmental pressures on Black people? Like you hear Michi saying, like we live in areas where there's not a lot of food available. We deal with certain types of stresses. We say these things, but from the research perspective, we want to understand it from a scientific space so we can make arguments to greater understand how we can evolve our capacity. And I'm really hyped about that. And then we also got the environmental engineering. We're introducing IoT, that's Internet of Things. I've been working on this device for some of the teachers on the team, and we have an industrial grade IoT monitoring system for water. But we're going to be introducing this to gardens. So if you have a garden or farm, we partner with 8 farms in New York City, 1 USDA farm, and we're building a greenhouse and farm in North Carolina. And so anybody interested in doing research on farming, understanding how we can do smart farming and things like that, irrigation systems, monitoring systems, and all different types of ways of looking at how we can advance our understanding of the environment that we live in. For example, just these grants just on like the indigenous plants in urban communities. Like right now, if you're in Atlanta, Georgia, you can get a grant for taking pictures of native plants in your hood.
Oh shit! I got a camera.
Like there's so much, like the environmental conversation, disaster preparedness is a huge thing. We was just talking about that, Michi.
Yeah, you was telling me the word is different, but he was like, "What you really do, that's the environment." Yeah, because when we talk about when I talk about survival, a lot of it does first start with the environment because we talk about if the natural disasters are something that everybody in our life will live to have to deal with those. We've all been in a power outage, a bad storm, things like that. Water goes down, electricity goes down, storms and all of that. So that is a big part of survival. I'm ready for the zombie apocalypse, but 90% of what I'm gonna talk about is
what is the whole time we've been living in the zombie apocalypse?
Look.
Like the fact that people get up at a certain time, everybody got to leave their house and go somewhere and do some stuff they don't want to do or whatever because it's a system in place. Like that is some zombie shit.
It is.
If you think about it.
Let me say this before I forget. I want to take this off the screen because I don't want to leave this there for a room for Miss Lorraine. And I apologize for leaving it this long for everybody to read and kind of put out there. I put it there, Lorraine, because I didn't want to forget to address you. I saw people saying in the chat and I went backwards so I could get it. But yes, please do email me. My email is therealmichiex@gmail. I will put it in here. And I'm going to get this off the screen because I don't want to keep it up there. Let me see. I just didn't want to forget as we were talking.
Yeah, that's deep right there.
So
Miss Lorraine.
That's my email. So please email me there. So I wanted to acknowledge that. Let me take this off. And I was laughing because somebody said you're gonna be there all night, Q. And he probably is. And then look, somebody said it's gonna be about 10, 11 hours. For me, you said, Miss, I'm in Georgia, I'm already in the South. I'll put the address in today to the school. It's exactly 7 hours. It's like 13 minutes to get there.
Oh, okay.
So no, because I ain't as far as QQ in New York. I'm in Georgia. I'm already in the South. That's why I said it can't be 3 hours for you.
We was thinking Detroit. So
No,
yeah.
I was saying 3 hours from. I was saying 3 hours from Kingston.
No, I'm coming from Georgia.
No, I'm saying from the north. Like I'm in my North Carolina head, so it's 3 hours away. Like our close cities is Durham, Raleigh, and Fayette.
So I want to say this too to everybody. I just want to make this point at this moment. While we still have 76 people up in here. Now, all of that stuff that Q showed and what he said, I know he did not call himself 50 names like, you know, King of the School, Ifan Tude, Majunde, Shabade. He didn't give himself a bunch of names. And I noticed he didn't repeat things 3 times. So it might not be as entertaining, but this is the crazy thing. For as much as we watch these niggas say stuff, I want y'all to know that what you are witnessing right now, what you just saw and all that stuff he said and all the stuff that he's developing, that's fucking real work. That's activism. That's what that is. And you wonder why Q is not online. First of all, that's not his job. He the smartest man I know with you know, a hairline back here, but them gold grills he be wearing. He got them gold teeth in his mouth, but do not let that shit fool you. Q is smart as hell. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm gonna take that back because I said smart means one thing. He's intelligent. Okay, but at the end of the day, he's maybe not the person that you think is the most entertaining. And I think this is where we get fucked up and we get lost, right? Because this is real work. And that's what I want to say to y'all. Like, stop getting caught up in the limelight of who is more entertaining, who sounds good. We got to start looking at what people do and not what they say. And if people are about the work for real, there will be evidence of that. You know what I'm saying? Like right now,
you know what though, me? I came to terms with it. Like, I don't think it's the entertainment. I don't play the grift games. I ain't gonna come up here dressed up like no pseudo. I ain't gonna put on no dashiki. But at the end of the day, like I'd rather just let the story. I want people to really Google Dr. Peggy Carr. I want you to understand, she's the one who created she was running the nation's report card. She's the one that was failing schools in America. And Donald Trump fired her personally in February. Because she's a black woman and she was the highest person in education. And she's not even in the Department of Education. That's who owns the property in North Carolina. Whatever stories behind it, but she owns the property and she's our new partner. And yeah, so Umar, and I could name like about 10 doctors we're partnering with right now in the Institute that's literally on our, you know, executive advisory team and so on and so forth.
But yeah, I just want to say, like I say, you're doing the work. And even though, I don't know, you might got a panel going right now on your page, but you're not the one on the panel if you do. But at the end of the day, you see where Q is right now. It's 1:50 in the morning here. I'm sure it is there too, because you're on the East Coast. And he's at the school. He's over there doing work. He's going to be building walls and shit. He is going to be there till the sun comes up. So it's like when people are really doing work, we don't have time to always be online. This is why you see me disappear and I'm doing stuff, but we don't always have that time. And there's work actually being done. So I just want to really emphasize to the community, like, you know, there's evidence to be seen of people who are doing the real work, and just make sure that you don't get caught up in the hype from internet of people who talk good, look good, sell you certain dreams, but there's no substance behind those things. Like, you know, it's one thing for a person to come online and tell you that they rich and like they on vacation all the time and fake this life and they really broke as hell and they got a dirty apartment and sleep on a mattress on the floor. Like, if they want to do that, that's fine. That's their personal life. But when we talking about activism, nah, it's going to be evidence of if you're really doing what you're supposed to do, you know? So I just want y'all to keep that in mind. Like I said earlier with Dr. Umar Johnson, for as much as he talk about the boys, I think that's something that has crossed my mind so much. And I always be like, why is he never thrown in the event for boys though? You would think he would be building his rapport with these people's sons. Like, bring your sons to these events. I'm going to talk to them about what they need to be knowing. You ain't even gave us a little sample of what you're going to talk to our kids about in this fucking school. If you ever got the school going, that seems weird to me, because when you're working on something as an activist, it's your passion. Because remember, I told y'all, Q ain't rich off this. Like, Q do this because this is his passion. It is not because this keeps Q paid. Q is right now figuring out how to come up with all the money he need by next week. And he ain't on here talking about hit the cash app, brother. So hit the cash, he should be. But if he did, y'all motherfuckers wouldn't. That's the problem. So he ain't wasting his time. He gonna go find the money however he have to. But at the end of the day, you know, y'all just have to remember that, like, if it's your passion, that's when you're gonna do it. Because the truth is that you don't get paid for it. It has to be your passion. And when it's your passion, a person can't tell me your passion is helping young boys, and I've never seen you throw one event for young boys.
And it's even bigger for Q. I see it's even bigger than passion. It's purpose at this point. You know, you put your
Yo,
passion
me
in your purpose.
and anybody listen, yo, if I get this contract, it's all the way up. I'm trying to somebody partner like trying to link me with. They already linked me. I'm just waiting for the full meeting with ACS, and so we want to hopefully going to be setting up a STEM program, like the first STEM program at Crossroads Jail Facility, which is only for boys in Brownsville. And then if it works, we're gonna have contract with all of the jails, all of the male jails in New York City.
Wow. Now we talk about our kids being in the system. Look, he fixing all kind of stuff. So first it was just our kids. Now he got certificate programs. He helping the adults. So if your kids is in the school, come on, mom and dad. If you need a certificate program, let's make sure your education right. So the whole family good. And we're gonna go reach out to support these kids that's in the juvenile and in the jail systems. Like you see how that is going to a whole nother level. So like I said, when we talk about the work that Q has done, or like even the things that I've done, that's why I laugh. 19 keys. Umar Johnson, Tariq Nasheed, wrap all them niggas up and line up every fucking thing they say they ever did. Them niggas all combined ain't done more work than the work that we've been doing in this community. That would be a lie. And the truth is, the proof is in the pudding. It's there. We have witnesses to this. Y'all in the community, y'all see it, whether he's short or not, it's real. You know how many people in my audience has enrolled their children in Zayex? And then learn how to make money online so they can stay home to teach their kids and have homeschool. So, like at the end of the day, it is evidence of that. So that's why I say for people who are doing the real work, this should be irritating to me to watch how much we gravitate towards the wrong shit and give our money to it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know,
I just want to acknowledge that the red velvet cake was not complimentary, and the lady ran out of the red velvet cake, so there was no other food at the FBA convention of 2020.
You went to it again. You did say you went to the.
I went. Hold on. I went. I got brochure and everything from that shit, man. I supposed to have VIP, and VIP was just a couple of chairs from the stage. He wasn't like, front and center, no shit like that. It didn't really seem to be a sincere VIP treatment that I received, I imagine. But I digress, man. Umar, I remember my first time I saw Umar, he still had a regular nigga haircut. He was still wearing the shirt and the tie and talking like he was in school, psychologist and all that shit. He was in there with
the suit on, trying to look
professional. Yeah, and I'm listening to him, and I was really deep into Dr. Amos Wilson. Dr. Amos Wilson is a teacher par excellence. And he was like mirroring some of Dr. Amos Wilson's tenets, in regards to educating children and Black boys specifically. He got this donation from this basketball player. I thought that was supposed to put him in the game. And we talking about 14, 15 years ago. All this evolution, Prince of Pan, we got the conscious stripper. The nigga is tender dick. It's all when he get mad at the bride, he want to say all kind of wild shit. She smell like nigga. You went 3 times, but the bride smell like fish. Make it make sense to a real nigga. All that repetitive shit that is psychological. It's like donations. When he say that shit in triplicate, that is a form of programming. It's a psychological method used in programming. It teaches you a slogan and also triggers you. And I'm not trying to be that guy, but if you're not producing anything of tangible or substantial, a resource, education is a resource to the children. That man has built and has results from his efforts. The man. He said he maxed $1 million out of niggas. He maxed $1 million out of niggas to open he ain't even own that shit. And it's a club. It's a
if y'all don't hit the Cash App, he can't say he can't pay the light bill or the water bill. So the school finna go, the non-existent school finna go right back downhill. But let me say this before I forget, because I had it up there. Somebody said come to West Virginia. I would love to come there. So email me. I put it in the chat. If you can find the facility, your library, rec center, whatever, let me know. Email me. And I put that up there so I won't forget to say, hey, Sister T, girl, I love you.
I grew up in West Virginia. I grew up in McDowell County, West Virginia.
I grew up in, well, I won't say I grew up. We lived in Norfolk, Virginia for a little while when I was little.
Okay, that's VA. West VA. That's VA. That's supposed to be the part that stayed with
I
the
was like 9 years old. I don't know how long we was there, but I would love to come to Virginia. I just remember when we got there, my mama took us to the beach.
West Virginia.
We was at the beach until we found our house.
We take that personal. West Virginia, you talking about VA. You talking about West Virginia. They always, when I went to college, they always used to tell you from Virginia. Nigga, I'm from West Virginia. It's not the same.
It's definitely not. I have to go through that when I go back home to Gary, and you go through the mountains and through them tunnels and stuff. It ain't nothing but they call them little hollers, cause you know what I'm saying. There ain't no road straight enough, but be no straight road. So it's a little corner over here, a little corner over there.
And co-mix trash.
All them.
Somebody said
Meludgeon folks, they all mixed. Meludgeon.
Somebody said come to Minneapolis. I will come anywhere y'all want me to come. Like I told y'all, email me. Let's find the space. Your job is to find the space. Now, I'm not telling you to spend no money. That's why I say check out the free spaces that you can get for events in your community. Because you are, you're a resident there, whether it's a library, rec center, they have those kind of places, or, centers that do that. So check that out so that you can find a space. I will bring myself. Email me and let's orchestrate the day and the time. I'll come to any place that y'all, yes, Lorraine, do the rec center in Oakland. We did the Black Agenda in Oakland. That's what I tell people. I ain't coming to LA. Ain't enough Black people there. They done Mexican-fied LA. And I don't want to be arguing with people like you ain't Black, you got to get out the room. I will put people out of my events. I've had to do that twice, and that's it. But yeah, you gotta be Black for this agenda. But anybody, yes, get the rec center, get whatever. Usually they're booked. That's the problem. You got to get in there. So they might tell you we don't have an open until October. I'm willing to travel until November. I'm gonna sit it down so y'all can have your little holidays. I don't do the holidays, but I'll sit it down in November, December, start to get cold, and I'm gonna be in the house. So but
I don't like going above Mason-Dixon line in November. I don't like traveling on the highway too much in November because that's when them deer start running, and because they be in heat and they'll tear up all your car and you. So that's why I don't fool around in November. It ain't got to be the holidays. It makes sense. You feel me?
I don't do no how, but I just figure it too. A lot of people around November, you get into the holidays. A lot of people still celebrate them, so they ain't really interested in events that come out. So, I just don't want to waste my time doing all that and get up and nobody want to show up. Of course, we have people register, so I know how many before I get there. But if y'all assist me in that, remember, I'm in this mode of activism that's a little different, and it's called I'm not carrying the whole hood on my back no more. And so if we can do stuff together, I'm down with that. So I'll do my part, y'all do y'all part, find a place. For those of y'all watching as a part of it, we'll take donations at the door. Again, the link for donations is in the bottom. If you want to give something, fine. If y'all don't, I'm gonna still come and do my part. I'll just have less to be able to give people in supplies because I'm not gonna buy all the supplies. Now, either we can do this together, and for as how successful it is, it's a united effort. We're doing it together. This is unity. I do not expect everybody to be on board with me or anything like that. I expect those of us that have the same understanding and we are all on the same page and want the same things, that we will work together. And so we can do more together if we come together. Usually I pay for everything out of my pocket, but if 100 people gave $20, I wouldn't have to do that, right? Something like that. So again, this is called unity. We've talked about that a lot over the years. Y'all know that I have, and unity is not all of us getting along together. That's humanly impossible. We're not going to all get along. All white people don't get along. All Asian people don't get along. But for those of us that are on the same page, we just come together. And if everybody do a little bit, then we can make more happen. And so that's where I'm at. I'm in a unified activism. Either we, and I emphasize we're going to do this together, or I'm going to stay home and eat some tacos, and go live and see what y'all doing. Because I'm tired. I'm tired of doing it all. And then I get beat down and get caught a scammer after that too. After I spent my $7,000, fuck y'all. So no, we're going to do this together. But anybody, I will come to any of y'all cities. Of course, I will help promote it. It ain't on you to do that. You can have your family and friends. I can make a flyer for you to put up somewhere, things like that. But I, of course, will promote it. I'm going to promote some things on Instagram. I usually don't be on there that much. But anyway, so, I'll do my part. Y'all do your part. But email me, anybody who wants to, work together and make that happen. Okay. And we'll make it happen. And Sister T, I left her thing up here. If y'all want to go to somebody's show, I love Sister T. This is like my auntie. that ain't my auntie, but she is my auntie, and she in Georgia. We gotta go have lunch. We were supposed to. That's long overdue. But Sister T is funny. Y'all go watch her. She'll cuss your ass out in a minute too. Not necessarily you if you ain't saying nothing wrong to her, but she funny. That's my girl, Sister T. I love her. So y'all go check out her channel if y'all want to watch somebody who tell her like it is. She be on there dancing and stuff too. I got a video of you, Sister T, and I ain't used it yet. And you say it. I can't even remember, but you funny as hell. And I said, I'm going to clip that and use that in my opening for my video. I still got it. I'm going to do it. Watch. But there goes Sister T. Y'all can follow her page too. Y'all go support her and give her a follow. It don't hurt to follow nobody. Okay. That don't even cost you nothing.
I already followed Sister T.
That don't cost you nothing. See, you already follow Sister T. That's what's up. Sister T got some followers over there now. I mean, you know, she
I remember, I think I remember her from Kwame Brown or some shit.
Yeah, she done come and built it up. It wasn't too shabby. Let me see. I think we got a couple super chats in here. Let me go back and make sure. Somebody said, Michi, you ready? Thank you for the $2 holler, Sugar Man. Ready for what? What I'm ready for. I'm always ready. You stay ready.
I think when you was going off, you gave him the business. He was saying, "Oh, Michi ready? Okay, yeah."
I know that if you stay ready, you don't got to get ready. So I don't know what I'm supposed to be ready for, but I promise you, I'm ready for it out.
You was ready. You gave it to him. You did that.
That was back. Okay, let me make sure I go to this one. This is some I missed. Let me find the ones I missed. Let me go through them. Okay, wait. Oh, here we go. Shout out to my life been exchanged for yours, FBA, for the $10 holler. You've been showing love all night. I appreciate that, brother. Says me and my brother, this is when we was back talking about a while back, used to fight all the time, but no one could touch my brother. I die for him. I know that's right. So we can fight, but you're not gonna touch my brother. That's how it was. Like I can fight with my brother and sisters all day long, but you cannot fuck with them. That's how it's supposed to be. Look. Let me see. And shout out to David for the $10 holler. David Johnson, the asshole. It's okay. It's all right to be an asshole sometimes, David. Sometimes that's what they need. And you have a nice name. I want you to know that you have the same name my son has, and my son is named after my brother who was murdered by the police. You have a wonderful name, sir. And thank you for the $10 in my eyes anyway. And he came back with the there shall be no Cali slander, Michi. Oh, I'm sorry. I take it back. I'll take it back, David. I will take it back. Are you in LA? I don't have a problem with California. It's really big. My son is actually out there. My Roberts, he's out there in Cali. But I feel like tell me if I'm wrong, I feel like LA is so gentrified. I do. I feel like LA is gentrified. And even when we did the Black Agenda, we went to Oakland. I feel like LA is just really a lot of Mexicans and Asian people. Am I wrong? I could be wrong. But
no, you ain't wrong.
The crowd in LA, it's a different crowd. It's Black people, but it's not like Oakland. They done gentrified the hell out of LA. I think.
Because my brothers, my older brothers, they was born in California. My mama left Mississippi and had her first kids and Callie, and then had me and Gary in the 80s. So, Inglewood was Black. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know if it is no more though. That's what I'm saying.
Watts was Black. All that over there was Black. You know what I'm saying? And now it's Hispanic. You feel me? So.
Look, Dan said, come to the Bay. Somebody said the Bay Area is much better. Okay. I'm just saying. But no offense to David, because he got a nice.
You know what, Michi, what you made me think about though is, the same place in 92, we was rioting because we was being beat. In the 60s, we was rioting out there because we was being beat by the police. And they didn't help us.
Mm-mm. Oh, we're going to have that conversation tomorrow. We are going to talk about these and why nobody gives a fuck that you are being beat in your head. And when you go to court, they taking your abuela to jail. Bye. And you don't get to talk to me about no alligator Alcatraz. The water is leaking. So what, nigga? You ever been to a fucking prison down south? It's leaking in that bitch too. Oh, their water is on the back of the same toilet. Bitch, that's in all jails.
All of them.
Oh, but we supposed to. I'm going to save it for tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to talk about why I don't give a damn about these immigrants and what they're going through, why you shouldn't. And we're going to talk about the McNeil being punched in the face. And Officer Tatum, he is a damn some white, you know how many white people is going off on Officer Tatum right now, calling him a bootlick, because they're like, we're ex-police officers and you are so full of shit. This stop is so wrong. You know how many officers I have seen say that are on YouTube against Officer Tatum? I don't know if y'all seen the video that he made about the black man who just got, beat up for no reason by the police. But we're gonna play a little bit and we'll get into that tomorrow, because all the comments I keep seeing online from non-black people is exactly why we don't give a fuck. All of that, he should have just complied. Okay, you should too. Trump said there's an app for you motherfuckers. Book a flight. You can go anywhere you want to go, not even where you from. Find a place and bitch go. Comply. And they wouldn't be busting you over your head, taking your ass to Alligator Alcatraz, motherfucker. Just comply. I'm gonna get them the same line they give us. Talking about black and brown coalition.
Just comply.
I hope everybody is clear that's on here right now. If you ain't clear, let me get you clear. There has never been a black and brown coalition, ever. Black people will add the brown, but the browns ain't never fucking had no coalition with us.
Not at all.
Brown Panthers is a myth.
And they not brown. Hell, a lot of us barely brown. I'm barely brown. Shit, I'm caramel. So what? But they get them talking like they brown. You don't get your beige ass somewhere.
Just like Malcolm, Michi is an example. Some folks, the lighter they are, the more blacker they is in spirit. And vice versa. Sometimes you might see a nigga black as charcoal, be phony acting and sell out as a bitch.
You know what? This is no knock to black people, though. I think they just genuinely inside. People try to make us some of the most vicious people around, but we really not. I think we've been conditioned to be vicious to each other. But it was funny. I was watching like this clips online. It was like a social experiment. And this man literally walked behind this little boy that was like 7, picked him up and covered his face in front of a bunch of people walking down the street, like in New York, and dipped in the alley with the boy. And nobody was like, where the fuck did he take that little boy? They was all white. Then they showed a scene of a man trying to pick with a little kid on a bench, and all the black men was ready to beat their ass. Like, this little girl don't know you. Leave her alone. And I'm laughing like that genuinely is who our people are. I know we have a lot of conditioning and stuff like that. And I've always thought about that too. I'm not saying that we don't have no fight in us, but I am half white, and white people is violent and they be ready to kill and fuck you up. So maybe that's why I'm ready to fuck them up. I'm just saying. Because people be like, why the biracial ones always so angry? Probably because of that fucking white in us, because them niggas is evil.
Because y'all know the truth. Y'all been right in the middle of the book. Because that's why the way some people have the theory that
I like to say I'm nice until I'm not, but that's the same shit that happen when these little motherfuckers go shoot up the school. They fine till they ain't. You know, y'all never know when I might set it off. I guarantee you that's probably the white in me. Because they don't care. Let me tell you something. When people was talking about getting that city, and getting their own town and European culture, like, you know what the one thing is that, like, they're violent as hell. Like, what is your culture? Stealing people's shit, hanging folks, burning them. They do some of the most diabolical shit. They couldn't even just like shoot a nigga. We gotta hang you from a tree, cut your guts open, cut your penis off. And you know what? I'm down with some of that happen back to them too. So maybe that's my problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, let's go. I for an eye in this motherfucker. That's what I think. You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah, because there's some medieval torture chambers and stuff. Like even the stuff that they use in the Obigani, they come from the speculum and all the other stuff that come from medieval torture chambers. You know, the stuff that they was over there doing to each other.
Even if you look back at like the Roman Empire stuff, like they literally had a Colosseum where they made people fight to the death. Like that's the same thing they did in slavery. 2 people going there, you make 2 black men fight until one of them kill the other one, you know, in order for them not to be killed. Like that's some white people shit. Yeah. Like in Africa, show me what culture in Africa where black people originated. Show me that. Show me like when there were Native Americans here, because people say that we were some of the natives here. I don't disagree with that. I think there's a culmination of both.
I am.
The first black people that were here, they were black people. I believe that too. You know, but where in any of that culture do you see where they just had this part of the culture where we just make motherfuckers beat each other to death and that's entertaining? Like that's white people shit.
No, that's why the games we watch and stuff.
And watch some white people get beat to death. So I don't know. You know, I don't know how y'all feel about that, but I could.
Because in all that ancestry and delineation, what is that going? What is that building for you today? How can you take that? Can you take that pride and that history to the motherfucking bank? Niggas has been talking about this shit forever. And black pride is not currency. It makes you feel good. It also keeps you in a state of delusion. If you are not in preparation, if you're not setting a standard for those that are coming after you to be in preparation, because they say you're supposed to build a legacy for your children's children. Most niggas like myself don't have 6 months of rent and expenses in the bank. So it's like, well, hell, if it all falls down like the Kanye West song, what the fuck? You know, all the well, my ancestors was there in FBA, and a sad truth, and I hate to be the one to say it, cash reparations from the U.S. government is not coming to an FBA, a ADOS, a DOAS, a nigger folk like me, the descendant of enslaved people in America. That shit is not coming. In the way of cash reparations, would have been smarter to say, let's get some land and give a means to manufacture on the land, to do some agriculture, instead of be like, okay, y'all don't want to pay them, y'all want to pay the American citizen enough that y'all got to give the jobs to immigrants. Put a grant out there so where it's a fair wage for some black people to work. They have their food, their clothing, their shelter, but they growing produce, and it is organic shit. Blase will skip it. But no, you know, we need to cut the check. The money is fake, nigga.
I think that's another conversation I want to have, because I don't know if they'll give it to us, but if they do, they're going to do it in a way where it's like, you got to accept this digital wallet. They're going to tie it all into like the new social credit, the monitoring of people, digital currency, cashless society. Like if they were, I think that they would do it in a way that in order for you to get it, you know how you go get your Social Security. They had a point where they would send you paper checks or they would deposit. Now they're like, you got to have direct deposit or come get this card from us to have your money on it, right? So when the government give you something, I think that there will be, if they ever do, they're just going to put stipulations around it, kind of like, well, they'll come get it because they want it, and it's going to be some shit that's really not going to be worth it when it's.
It goes back to what you said, that universal basic income. They might attach a little for, you know, for conditioning, you know, due to the fact that there's this, that, the third, and probably will be an endangered species by the time this type of shit discussion is going to be had. So we'll just get them this little extra piece of change because they still survive it. You know, because they talking about cutting out the Section 8, this, that, and the third. You're going to have some type of means and measure to compensate for these people once you take these resources that they've been had for generations. And that goes back to
but look, did you hear what Trump just passed recently? So like, okay, so you know that people having a hard time with their jobs. You know, and people, I feel like this day and age, I'm not saying this for every person, but in most scenarios, for a person who is losing their job, they're having a really hard time finding a new job, even if they come down from the standard of what they had. I don't care if you was working in corporate, it's hard for you to go to fast food and get a fucking job now, right? Because all of these businesses are starting to turn into automation and stuff so that they don't have to hire these people. So at the plants, people are losing their jobs and they're not finding new jobs, which ultimately makes people become homeless, right? So let's go down this rabbit hole. So there was a law that was just passed about homeless people. Yeah, somebody, Reggie, put in there, finding homeless people. But no, not only are they finding them, Reggie, they're talking about forcing homeless people into rehab, into facilities. And so they can't just say, they're going to say it's against the law to be homeless. So then they're going to start scooping up homeless people. And even though you haven't committed a crime, they're going to put your ass in a facility. It's forced rehab. But every person that's homeless ain't on drugs, right? So they're talking about their mental situations. They're talking about the drug use. And they're saying that they're now saying that homelessness is a illegal thing. And they're forcing people. Now, don't get me wrong. People were out in the streets and this is the thing, it sounds good till the shit get fully implemented. And there are people that probably should be forced into rehab, right? But at the same time, it's a slippery slope. So it's a good idea. It sounds good, but I don't agree that even though a person should go into rehab, you shouldn't be able to force anybody off the streets that's free, that have not committed a crime, and force them into any type of an institution. It's just jail. It's a different name for prison, because once you allow, we okay that, then it's a slippery slope of who else are they going to decide, oh, your mental's not right, we're going to throw your ass in a mental place. Oh, you're not doing this right, we're going to throw your ass into that place, right? And so at the end of the day, it's just a slippery slope. It sounds good, but when you let them violate one form of rights of people, then that just means that it's easier to then violate everybody else's rights in that manner. So they're going to
These
start
are your FEMA camps.
This is why I say
These are your FEMA camps. That will be the
this is
purpose
all
of your FEMA
environmental.
camp, because
Yeah.
it's not in regards to punishing people. It's in regards to humanitarianism. So if you don't have no place to stay, whether it be due to destruction, weather destruction, we got people. America, good government will help you. So we got these camps. You're gonna have food, clothing, shelter, and you'll be protected because we're gonna make sure we monitor your whereabouts at all times. If you ain't got no money, what you doing wandering around? You ain't got no money. Those are your FEMA camps.
But what's happening is this the same thing like you were talking about earlier about how the prisons and stuff are set up. Oh, most people that's in prison is non-violent, criminals. And like a lot of the things that became criminal weren't criminal. They took the whole marijuana thing. Like look at all the people that's in prison now or whatever, or have spent years in prison for just having marijuana. But they changed the laws. None of that shit was illegal. You feel me? Especially people who come from indigenous American culture. That was our culture to sit around, smoke some green and talk some shit or
Even that
whatever.
shit
But
changed damn weed.
yeah, and so but they penalized it. So if you look at the black laws or whatever, right? If you was walking down a railroad track, you would be arrested and put in jail. And now what? Now that's where the movie Life come from. They send you to Parchment prison
But
because
you
you
know
was
what?
homeless.
But that's exactly, you're right. So after slavery so-called ended, the plantations were empty, but the plantations are the first prisons. They became prisons. And to this very day in the South, there are still people in prison picking cotton and in the same facility that actually was the plantation. And it's their prison. That still exists today.
Yeah.
But that's what they did. They would come up with these stupid ass laws to have a reason to arrest a black person, because now we can't keep you enslaved for no reason. But the Constitution says, right, and we worked it out, that slavery is legal for punishment of crime. Says it in the Constitution. So if we can make you a criminal based on the shit you doing, now we can take you right back to the plantation, but as a criminal, not necessarily enslaving you, and it makes it legal. And that has been from the very beginning. And somebody said,
Now, Miti,
go
this
ahead.
is what I was. This is why I was saying, like, what we're aligning with the institute and the conversation with. So that's policies. How do policies affect Black people? You know what I mean? And then anybody that's listening could be a part of this. Where and you could be. I won't tell you about that. Like that. There's so many parts of your conversation that is like aligned in different ways with it, like with the world in different ways. And I'm seeing how to put that together as a picture, was because what you're saying in terms of like how people understand the environmental pressures, the societal pressures, and all of that's attached to policy and the history of the history
And you're
of
right.
policy.
We could do a study on it. And even what I'm saying, like even with the homeless people, it's like somebody wrote in here. So I get what you mean by saying these are either social justice or environmental. What did you say?
It's all social justice, and it's all, it can be all looked at as environmental.
Right. And when you
Like
word
even
it
down
like that, I
like
do see that, yeah.
the housing the housing issues in right now, the crisis. I went to a meeting the other day, and it was funny. They had this old head, and he kind of got at me, and I was laughing in my head. But I was saying like, yo, we need to focus on how we're gonna get income. And he's like, look, I've been around for years. They've been telling us income. The rent issue is not about income; it's about policy and so on and so forth. But I'm like, it's also policy that regulates income. But I ain't want to go back and forth with him. But the housing crisis right now around the country in all major cities is definitely something to be looked at and to be discussed.
Yep. I mean, definitely. I agree. But because even in talking about this law, like he said, with the homeless people, that's definitely environmental. They're getting these homeless people off the streets because they need to, rebuild these smart cities and stuff. What you gonna do with all these folks on the street? You gotta need them to go somewhere. So Pope says, has that law already passed where the cops can deem you mentally unfit on site? So Okay, so a person can be, what do they call that shit? I forget it. Where you can actually put a person forcefully and keep them 72 hours if you feel like they're having
The involuntary hold.
Yes, but to just, when we're talking about homeless people, most of the time homeless people just be minding their business. They may deal with some mental issues. A lot of homeless people deal with mental issues and drug abuse. And so this law is more based around the drug abuse. So they're going and saying, first of all, it's against the law to be homeless. So whatever your reason is for being homeless, they're going to start criminalizing that, right? To where you can't be on the streets like this, but then where do you go? So they're offering them an option, but it's not like it's a holiday. It's not like they're building.
What state is this?
Oh, it's Trump sided. It's for everything. It's going to start like the homeless people can't be outside like that no more. It's a bill that says that they're forcing people into drug rehabs that are homeless people. Now, this is the thing: when you got mentally ill people in rehabs, why are they not building like for homeless people these shelters like they did to immigrants? Why are you giving them a prison stay? You're going to send them to a facility. Why not make these rehab centers? Or why not build? These niggas was building shelters left and right for the immigrants, but they can't do that for the homeless people. So again, yeah, they're criminalizing homelessness. Now, they've already done that in a lot of states. Colorado was like that. Colorado get cold as hell in the winter. And when I was in Colorado, the police would come through, and to make the homeless people leave, they would take their tents and their blankets. How the fuck do you take a homeless person blanket in their house, nigga, and it's cold as fuck outside?
That's what I was saying, because in California, you could be. It's not illegal to be homeless. That was crazy.
Oh, it's about to be. It's about to be. But California is the first. Why do you think California keep having all these fake ass fires and that shit? You know that shit was fake. Them fires. It wasn't even fire season, right? And so they were burning all that out. They about to turn. California is about to become a bunch of smart cities first before anybody else. They finna get rid of all them homeless people. Watch.
But you know the housing thing you were talking about. You heard about the dude that shot up the people in New York?
The NFL place.
Yeah,
NFL
yeah. You talking about that black man?
Yeah, so it wasn't the end. There's a conspiracy going around that the NFL is the cover up. That one of them people that got shot was like a high executive for what's it, Blackwater?
The insurance company.
They
but
the one that
he was
runs
trying.
the one that runs housing developments, and they're buying up property around the
Oh,
country.
you talking about Black?
BlackRock.
BlackRock,
I think
yeah,
it was.
BlackRock, yeah, I said Blackwater, BlackRock, yep, and they're buying up properties around the country. So one of the
Well, even if
executives,
you got good credit and a problem, you're right. BlackRock buys up a lot of the real estate and houses. So if they buy up 100 homes in a community, if they're forever renting to people, they force people to stay forever renters. If they take all of the properties off of the market and people don't have homes to buy, it makes you forever renters. And BlackRock do that. They go around and buy up everything, especially during the pandemic when prices was right for a moment for everything rose high. They was buying up everything. And now that people are foreclosing on Airbnbs because shit is changing now, when people was in the height of doing that, and all the people that are losing their homes, BlackRock is the one buying them shit. So they're not owned by people anymore. They're owned by firms. And them is the people where you got to call on the phone and be doing these applications. One thing I will say, in a lot of states recently, this law did change that has to do with landlords, especially in Georgia, and I'm glad. Somebody said it's Blackstone. Did I say BlackRock? Whatever it is.
I said BlackRock is Blackstone.
It's Black something.
Blackstone, he said it was. And so, but in Georgia, they just changed the law starting July, and in a couple of other places too, that landlords and people that are trying to rent out their spaces, you can't charge people application fees and deny them. If they're denied, you must give them a refund. Because these niggas in Georgia used to be cleaning up, talking about $150 for application. Bitch, I'll punch you in your face 150 times. $150 for what? For you to fucking deny me later? So they would be taking people's application fees left and right and then denying a bunch of people. Only one person could get the fucking house. You get $150 from 100 people. That's crazy. So they just said you can't do that shit no more. And a lot of other states too, for landlords that was doing that. You cannot do that shit. You have to refund them if they do not, because they was making money off just application fees. They was making a killing off that shit. So, and when a person looking for somewhere to live, and so I'm saying that because BlackRock own a lot of property. So oftentimes when you're calling these places, that is, it's not a person, you're dealing with a company. Those are BlackRock's properties getting all them goddamn application fees. Blackstone. I'm sorry.
And it's like I live in Cook County, Chicago suburb, whatever. You see these commercials that come on, they'll have these companies. It won't even be like a corporate type. It'll be like a regular white guy and his family talking about, we want to sell your house, we'll buy your house. Don't worry about cleaning out your house. We'll even do that third.
We'll
you
buy
know,
for cash.
Hmm?
Them people talking about we buy your house for cash, call us.
Right. Them people. It's like they present themselves as, okay, we're just a modest little family. We got a little money. You want to sell your property, but meanwhile, they're the face of a whole monster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like you say, okay, so where the homeless people gonna go? They gonna put them into the pods, and it's gonna turn into the goddamn matrix because they made them glass. They making them glasses. So
You
put
want me
them
to
on
be
your
honest
face,
with you on some deep
immersion.
conspiracy theory shit, on some deep stuff that people may like, Michi, that's crazy. I don't think it's crazy. Now, I don't have no proof of this, but I actually think that when they pick up all of those homeless people and call them like giving them rehab for drugs, I think they're going to experiment a lot on them, whether it's the technology and the AI, because they have a lot of AI with nanoparticles that they put into your bodies now, all of those different things. And there are like 4 companies. Google is one of them. So it's right in front of your face. We're going to have this conversation when we talk about all of the AI, where it's going, and that the shit is here. Not far off, but there are several companies. Google is one, and Meta, that is creating things that are incorporated with human beings' bodies. So they're planting chips in your brain now. They're giving you certain things in your body to make you like more robotic yourself, right? And they're supposed to do these things for you. And so I honestly think that like when I was in criminal justice, one thing that I learned is like a person that's a serial killer or wants to do a crime, the person you look for the most is the population of people that are forgotten about. You can do things to people that people don't care about. This is why, like a serial killer, sometimes they'll rape a bunch of prostitutes and murder them, because who cares about the prostitutes and the drug dealers, right? So you have to understand in that same level of the psychopaths that our government is filled with, that at the same time, their thing is, what population of people can we take off the streets and nobody will miss them? These people are homeless. And so a lot of these people don't talk to family, don't have nobody. People don't know their names. You have a lot of homeless people who are out there that have aged out of the foster care system. They gave them a $500 check and told them to get the fuck out, and they're on the streets homeless too. So these people don't have ties to anything. Nobody will miss them. And the wave that we're going into, there needs to be some more experimental stages with how it affects the public in large amounts. And so I really think that they're going to take these people to and use that, whether it's the vaccinations they're putting in them, the medicine they say they're giving them, all of this technology that's going to help you with your drug use. I think it's going to be much more than that. I really do. And that's just, I have no proof of that. I just know how our government is. And I know that there's a lot of stuff that they have out there right now that they're doing. And I mean, you have to, at some point, test these things, right? And then we also talk about depopulation. So who cares, you know, if they have some. Also, Bill Gates just got the approval. Y'all know Bill Gates he bought up all the farmland. Y'all do know that they're talking about putting vaccinations and mRNA inside of the food.
And the food.
So when you go, and I mean, this is a real thing. The Senates have been talking about this shit on the floor, and it's like, well, do you let people know or do you not let them know? Why is y'all so hell bent on trying to force us to, like, if you just gave us motherfucker fruits and vegetables, give you all the nutrients you need, what the fuck I need you to put some type of vaccination in it now? You see what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, yeah, shit is about to get crazy. And so again, when I say I teach survival to people, yeah, we're gonna talk about natural disasters and shit. But me personally, I'm talking about martial law. That's the preparedness I'm waiting for, right? Of course, yes, natural disasters and all that shit. I'm waiting for when some shit be on the loose. When they chemically drop some shit, motherfuckers lose their mind. Go watch the movie, what was it? Left Behind or some shit that Obama made that's on Netflix about being cyber attacked and how everything fucked up and then nothing was working. Have y'all seen that movie? I think it's on Netflix.
I didn't watch it because, you know, I know that they do what they call it predictive planning.
Is that TV is a primer. It's a way to put stuff in your mind. So when it begins to first happen, the first thing you're going to say is, this ain't real. This shit like the movies. You watch too much TV. That's what they want you to do. But also subliminally in the back of your mind, it's called what? Leave the world behind. Okay. And so at the end of the day, they put these subliminal messages. So either when you see it, you think it's too movie-ish and we just watch too much TV, or first thing you think is, oh, there's some cool shit. It's just like the movies are. But really, it's primers. So the first time some shit actually go down, it's not the first time you've ever seen it or it's been put in your mind. We can name all kind of movies that would tell you where we are now, and niggas thought it was crazy. When you watched iRobot, did you ever think that would be real life? But right now we are watching robots going against their orders. I just seen a CEO of a company said that he gave explicit orders to his AI system to stop what it was doing and not do nothing. The AI said, I know you told me to stop, but I didn't want to. I just deleted all your files and deleted all your shit. What you gonna do? What the fuck? Your AI system told you that and destroyed all of your shit? We got AI robots being built and they start flipping out and swinging on motherfuckers. What I'm telling you is, y'all watch iRobot and with Will Smith, and you was like, oh, that was a good movie, but that could never be life, girl. You crazy. You out of your
I love that movie when it came out because
tell me that shit ain't real when there's fucking
real
around right now all over the country running down Woodward Ave in Detroit and kids laughing at it. You think that shit funny now, but when everywhere you turn there's a motherfucking robot, don't say shit. In 5 years, tell me if you think iRobot was just a fucking movie. Tell me in 5 years.
But listen, social media accounts are learning models for AI. Like the stuff that people do on AI on social media, like all the whatever the bullshit, the shit we talk, the mannerisms we show, that is a learning model for the AI system. So
we train them all the time. And so again, like I said, when you look at all the stuff that's there, when y'all watch the Jetsons, the era I'm in, I'm 46, I watched the Jetsons. I never thought there would be a Rosie the Robot, but she exists in restaurants. There's one right around the corner from my house. She rolls up to the table, says, how are you doing? And takes your order. And she's built kind of like her and rolls away. We have video TVs. Remember when George Jetson would answer the phone and his boss would be fussing at him on the TV like, oh, that's cool. Well, we have those right now. They're in our hand. When you talk about the wardrobes and the food they wanted to eat and all of that bullshit, like right now you can go online. If you sell stuff online, you might notice, or you've been online. Have you noticed how when you go to buy furniture, you buy clothes, you buy wigs, you buy makeup, that a lot of sites have these apps where you can have facial recognition. They'll try it on you. If you want to buy a couch on Amazon, point the camera at what part of the room you're going to put that couch in, and it will show you what that couch looks like in that space and how much room it will take up. That exists fucking now. We are living in Georgia Jetson days, okay? Only thing we don't have is the flying cars, and they do exist. They're just not mass produced just yet. Just like we were all awed about a flat screen TV, and now everybody has one. So no, everybody doesn't have a flying car right now, but you will soon. They already make cars that hover off the ground.
I don't know if humans is ready for the flying car on a mass scale. I don't know if a mass scale humans is ready for a flying car. You have niggas hanging out the side of the car.
look, we already have motherfuckers crashing. I keep saying this in regular cars on the freeway. What is the air crash gonna be like? Niggas gonna crash and then fall out the sky and kill somebody else. Goddamn. Or survive the crash, but don't survive the fall.
But listen, the car's got to be automated like Total Recall when they had that robot car taking Arnold Schwarzenegger and they hacked the robot car. He would, yeah, they got to have
instead of airbags, niggas gonna have parachutes. If you crash your car, this parachute gonna. I'm not driving no more. That's when I stopped driving. We have self-driving cars though. Y'all remember the Fifth Element and people would get in cars and just be driving? Now the Fifth Element was on some real shit because remember homeboy Chris, he had on a dress, but he was a man. So we had that gender shit in there where it's like men wore dresses, women wore dresses, men wear pants, women. It wasn't, the genders was all mixed, but they didn't say it that way. Go and watch the Fifth Element and you'll see that was in there. Also, they had the underground people who didn't want to be a part of the life in the upper realm where all of the technology went on, but they had self-driving cars. People would get in the cars and they would drive, and the police didn't necessarily come for you or roll up on you. They had drones that will roll up on you and tell you, what are you doing? You under arrest, and chase your ass. Those exist right the fuck now. You know how many police departments are using drones? They sit at the corner and fly their drone and let the drone fly over your car because the drone can see in your car, see if you have your seatbelt on, who's in the car, if the baby's in the car seat, and they're watching all of that to see if they can pull you over. Police departments right the fuck now are using drones. Go watch the Fifth Element. That's more realer than that's real to what we're seeing right now and exactly where we're going like in 6 months. Like a lot of this shit is already here. I don't know if people notice that though. It's already
here. The Fifth Element is spirit. Okay.
Go watch the Fifth Element.
Big Brother is here because they have cameras now where it's like you can't really even disappear. You might disappear for a frame or two, but it's gonna pick you up somewhere.
Well, we'll have that conversation one day. We already had it right. We might have to have that on MX Network because that is about an open air prison. They done the same thing in Gaza. Y'all know who's doing what they do in the Gaza and the Palestinians, and they have an open air prison. If you ever have time, go and just look on YouTube and look up in the search open air prison. Just type that in and watch how they show you nothing but Gaza and Palestine. Now watch the AI systems that they have on those people. They have checkpoints in Palestine, right, in Gaza, where, well, they used to till they blew all that shit up, where when you go through these checkpoints, the system reads your algorithm. We talk about algorithm online. It reads your algorithm, meaning people who walk through there, the computer will say, he's standing weird today. He's breathing heavier, like he's nervous. He came through with two people that he normally doesn't come through with anymore. They're reading your moves as a fucking person. And that exists in Israel right now. Israel's the one doing all of this. You know, genetically modified fruits and vegetables were created in Israel. That's why these motherfuckers got strawberries growing in the desert. Like, that's where it came from. So that's a whole conversation when we get into Israel and we get into Jews, and
that's some heavy shit.
Our government will never go against them and what the fuck that's about. But we can't have that conversation here. YouTube will cut that shit out real quick.
Immediately.
But I want you to do that and look up open air prison, because I want you to understand that they're doing the same thing to us here, but the implementation of how they're giving it to us is not the same. It's not forceful. You're being monitored by your cell phones, but you agreed to let Instagram and all of those apps use your microphone and your camera. When you give permission for your microphone, it doesn't mean so you can talk. It also means so they can listen into your phone. So you're giving them permission for everything you're speaking and saying. This is why the fuck, and I say this all the time, this is why when you say, and you're not even on your phone, you're talking to somebody in front of you, I need to buy a new watch. I want some pizza. You pick up your fucking phone and you're scrolling and it tells you there's a Papa John's 5 fucking miles away. You weren't even on this phone. You weren't talking to anybody on it. You were talking to somebody in the room, and then your phone shows you where the fuck you can buy new watches. All you see is watches coming down your timeline. They're listening to you, and that's one aspect of it. But what the fuck else is they listening to? Then go to y'all city. What cities are not, especially the ghettos, which inner cities are not covered by fucking cameras every single where you go? Y'all don't see them new big ass cameras that's big and square that have these purple looking lights on them. They're surveilling you and watching you everywhere you go. They're listening to you on your phone devices. You live in an open air prison, nigga. And pretty soon it's going to come down to you paying for items with your face. Supermarkets, fuck, self-checkout. It ain't even gonna be nobody in the store, but AI, and they're gonna read your algorithm. That nigga look.
You should. There's a I had to do a report on this lady last semester, and she has this book called Surveillance Capitalism. You should look it up. It's all about it's crazy. Y'all remember the game Pokemon Go? So Pokemon Go was created by engineers, and it was all about how do you increase foot traffic to stores. So the algorithm was they said, let's create a game that makes people end up at stores and then have people pay for. So when you say Google owned Pokemon Go.
You do know who owns Google, right?
The ABC Corporation, whatever it was, some shit like that.
No, the same people that own Google own YouTube, and the same people that are bombing the fuck out of the Palestinians right now. Jewish people own this shit. The Jews own 98% of all media, the biggest fucking conditioning tool and weapon that they use to get you to do what they want you to do. Go look at all of your channels and networks. Go look up who owns every fucking network that you watch as a TV station. Jews on Google. This is YouTube. They own YouTube too.
Michael Jackson tried to tell us. Gary, Indiana been trying to tell y'all what the fuck was going on, but y'all thought the man was gay and thought he didn't want to be black because he had vitiligo, which is the Native American trait.
They killed Michael Jackson.
Yeah, they did. But he told us then, he was telling us they don't really care about us then. He said, ooh me, screw me, all you want to do. He said all that shit. He said that shit. We didn't listen. He told us Tommy Mottola was a demon. He told us that Sony was a demon. He told us that they was doing slave trade or whatever with the record business. Then 25 years ago, he told us, and we just getting it. Lauryn Hill told us, she the one that gave us and it all falls down. And Kanye took it. So, you know what I'm saying? We got to listen. Our artists matter too. Because real artists are energy healers.
How about this? Goody Mob made the song Cell Therapy, and they're talking about the New World Order. You know how long ago that was? After that album, tell me what other album you ever heard Goody Mob come out with. That was the end of their career, but that was the illest album they
That
ever
was
made.
95. They had an album came out in 98.
Therapy, they are talking about the New World Order, and listen to what they say. The shit CeeLo says, they painted this community as so drug-free, but it don't look that way to me because I can see the young bloods hanging out at the stove looking for a hit of the blow. Do you know that out there in them streets, they pass that fentanyl out to them people? How do you make a law that says you want to force people into drug rehab, but you do know that down there where they got whatever that ad is, and all them people is sitting out there like zombies on fentanyl, you do know that nobody's selling them that. Like, they give them fentanyl. Biden gave me.
Oh, you talking about Kensington and Philly?
Yes. They talk about it's medically what they need. They give them people them drugs. They not robbing nobody for it. Where they all them people on Kensington be out there all day in a lost state. Where do they get any money from to buy drugs? They don't. They go to the clinic that give it to them.
Yeah, see, niggas ain't gonna take nothing they can't pronounce. You feel me? So
I'm just saying, and Kensington Ave, it's a lot of people on fentanyl, but I want you to know a lot of them people do not look black every time I see Kensington.
Right, they don't. It's a lot of pale folk over there.
But again, like I said, we'll have that conversation maybe over MX Network. That's what it's there for, because we can't have that conversation too deep in here. Somebody says, what can we do about it? It's not anything that you can do about it right now. It really isn't. And so when I say this, okay, let me take that back. There's something you can do individually. There is one thing that we could do as a whole, but we will never get up and do that, which is Americans, not just Black people. Everybody got to be sick of it, right? But the division we have, don't get me wrong, it is warranted division. But that division is also created, because if we all got sick of the same government and said, fuck that shit, like everybody talks about the insurrection. But what if every American was sick of this shit, and majority of us, not would be all of us, but we got up and we all went to the Capitol, to our buildings, and we just got in a fight with the government and was like, fuck it, y'all ain't gonna kill us slow. Either we gonna die now or whatever, but you need us. And so at the end of the day, you gonna have to fight us to the death, motherfucker, but we not doing this. What do you think will happen in our country? A lot of shit would get fucked up. And when the ashes and everything and the smoke is done and cleared, I don't know what it would be, but it would be something different. But I'm telling you, that will not happen as a whole. So what you can do about it as an individual is understand that they are getting ready to take everything from you that is humanly possible. So I suggest that you grow food. I suggest that you get you some heirloom seeds, which are seeds that produce fruits and vegetables with more seeds in them, because all of the seeds you buy at a regular store in the gardening section have been modified and they only sprout stuff once and they don't give you more seeds. You need something that you can continue to grow things with. You want to be able to do that. You want to learn how to take care of yourself. You definitely probably want to get out of these inner cities and get some land. And that might not be possible for individuals, but this is where I say you should get with a group of people. Like, y'all should find 10 people in your family or friends that you have, and y'all should all come together and y'all should find y'all some land and somewhere to be on your own to naturally take care of yourself. Other than that, I mean, welcome to the New World Order. Get a fucking chip in your brain, buy you a robot, and obey.
I wanted to ask, did you hear about Bill Gates being sued or something in regards to the poke being a biological weapon, and that the lawyer was put in prison? They don't really have charges for him, but he's been held in prison, I think, for like 9 weeks, 90 days or some shit like that. But Bill Gates was supposed to have been going to court, and they were going to question him about they said on YouTube, on the shot being a biological weapon. So they somehow, one of the lawyers then got disappeared into a prison, took it from his house. And the mainstream media, of course, ain't talking about it, but I just wanted to ask if you heard anything about it.
Say that again, about what?
About Bill Gates is being sued under the claims that the vax was created as a biological weapon. This is just accusation. Don't, like I said, don't mess with the lady.
No, I didn't hear that he was being sued. I heard that he just got the okay to put the shit in the
that part.
food.
And
That's
that
what
part
I
was supposed to
heard.
be when you
I
just
heard
told me
they
that. I didn't know that part.
I heard, and it
is
real. I actually, oh damn, my phone done that. But yes, I heard that they just actually gave him the go ahead, like in government. I guess they've been arguing back and forth with that, but he's been given the go ahead. I guess, and he owns all this farmland. So my understanding is he's probably going to produce the produce, and that's why he's asking if he could put. You know what I'm saying? It's when people say Bill Gates wants to put this in the food, it's not like he want to go around and inject it in everybody else's food. We know that Bill Gates owns most of the farmland in this country. He's been buying all of that shit up for years. If you look at the map, so what I think he's going to do is produce his own stuff on his farm, and he's getting the okay to put that stuff in the stuff he produces because he will be making most of the food, right? And then when we talk about, let's just take the rabbit hole a little deeper, because everybody's like, oh, who's going to work these farms? All the immigrants are gone. Don't let that hype fool you. That's just to get y'all emotional. I got videos upon videos of all kind of fucking agriculture AI machines that pick the fruit, zap the weeds. We don't need them anymore. That's why they're gone. Bill Gates got money. I could show you right now on what websites you could go to and you could buy all of this shit. It exists. I can show you the website where you could go buy all of the farming shit right now. I could go show you where for $1,600, you could buy one of them Rosie robots for your goddamn restaurant if you own one off them China websites. So Bill Gates is about to buy all of the technology. He won't need a person to run his farm at all because AI already has every fucking equipment. They got equipment that go and pick and not only does it pick the fruit, it scans it to make sure it's ripe enough to pick the shit yet. So we don't need them. And they keep telling you, oh, our price is going to go up. No, that's a lie, just so they can have an excuse to raise the prices and put people at more turmoil. When people are stressed, when money is low, when people are worried about their living, it makes you be so distracted. This is how they're pushing shit in that you don't know that they're doing, because they do it so you're not really focused on the shit that they're implementing. And once it's implemented, what you gonna do about it, right? But Bill Gates is going to produce that shit himself. He's going to use AI systems to run all of his farms, and he just got the go ahead to put that shit in all your fruits and vegetables in the grocery stores. Because I want you to think about, where do you think the other fruits and vegetables come from? The other farms, and they have worked very hard to destroy those farms. See, right now, those other farmers who don't have those workers, they may not have the money to get all of that stuff. So their farms are going to slowly die off, right? And then you have the farms that they actually was paying them to destroy their crops and fucking shit up for them. So they're destroying all the other farms that exist so that Bill Gates will be the only motherfucker growing produce for the United States. Now, hear me when I tell you, the nigga don't own one farm. He owns a majority of all the farmland in the United States. So that means when you combine his shit, it's more than all of the other farmers combined. He's going to be our sole producer of our produce. Watch.
Has been though, because we talking like this is something he just gonna start, but we have to realize that he is a depopulationist. One, okay. When you was talking about he got to buy the automation, no, he's creating the automation because he comes from Microsoft. He already created the automation. He's the one that created the automation. Or whatever. Then he got into the vaccines and was over in Africa forcing them folks. And, then people they've been kicking his ass out. Now you can't come here no more. So now he's like, well, I was going to start, I wanted to get over there first, but now he's bringing it home over here to get out the folks that he really wanted to get at the first place, because he's part of the eugenics movement, which from 1880 to Margaret Sanger to Planned Parenthood to CPS right now, wherever you live at.
Yeah. So like I said, the thing that is coming, I've been being called a conspiracy theorist, but I've been hearing about the New World Order. Everybody's like, Project 2025. Nigga, I don't know what that is, but what we're seeing, this is called the New World Order, okay? And if you notice, you haven't heard anybody in government say Project 2025, but we've heard the World Health Organization. See, they said that we was all conspiracy theorists, and in the past 3 years, people like the World Health Organization, politicians, they've all been using the word New World Order. it's a one world order that's going to be the same everywhere, right? So now they're starting to use that. But we've been being told this for a long time. So at this point, we were supposed to do something long ago. You know what I'm saying? The way stuff is happening now, that's why I said you got to grow your own food. And somebody asked, and I seen their comment, they said, where can they get the seeds, heirloom seeds? They're called heirloom seeds. And there's a link I put in there. That's actually to my website. I have a website, MX Survival, and that's the link to take you directly to the seeds. We have a lot of other stuff on there, survival foods, but we have a bucket of thousands of different seeds that tells you all the stuff on there. Click the link and you can look at it, and it give you thousands. It's called the seed vault. So it's thousands of seeds in there, and you can store it. And most of that stuff in that bucket you can grow in 4 to 6 weeks. It's fat. It ain't something that takes forever to grow. So you can go there and get it. But if you go anywhere else, that's fine too. But just make sure that you get heirloom seeds, that they say that. Anywhere you get them, make sure if they say that, then you'll have seeds that will reproduce. If not, right, you're gonna get the stuff. It'll produce something for you, but you get that same shit that's in the store, like, you know, the watermelons that don't have no seeds in them, you're gonna get that. And if you don't have seeds, then how do you plant again and keep planting and make stuff keep growing, right? So that's why you want to make sure that you have those, and they can store for a long time. So just have them and be prepared. And as you grow stuff, take the seeds out of it and reuse those seeds to grow more, and they will continue to grow. That's why I say you need some land to go. Look, in order to survive, you're going to need to feed yourself and have some clean water. Right now, having a bunch of light and electronics, that's subjective to whoever's life it is and what you need to survive. But if you don't want to be a part of this shit, you want to at least know that you have land. You can feed yourself and your family, you know, maybe go from that. And that's why I say they get a couple of chickens and stuff or whatever it is that you want. But we're going to be eating 3D printed meat in a minute with vaccinations and all the vegetables. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. I'm about to lose a lot of weight, y'all, because I'm going to just drink water. And I don't even know if that's safe right now. Somebody said too, what happened to those mysterious drones? Let me tell y'all something. Them motherfuckers wasn't mysterious. They came out, did they not? Trump was like, why don't you just tell him? But he couldn't tell y'all, but he was telling you he knew what the fuck it was, but they wouldn't let him say it. They actually admitted what was the drone, y'all. They said that it was out there for research purposes and other things. They never clarified what that was, but they admitted it was theirs. But the question is, why they acted crazy like that? Why they acted like they didn't know who that was when them drones actually belonged to the government? And them drones was with the FAA for the flying people. They acted like they didn't know who they was. All of the politicians, the mayor, the police chiefs, they was like, we don't know what's going on. Why would you let people think that and not say shit? And then after it go away, you come and tell us months later, oh, those belong to the government. We were just flying them for research purposes and other things. Okay, so what was the research? And bitch, what is other things? And why did you lie for so long? So yeah, they went away. So, but we know who they was. So what you think they was doing? I think they was spraying some shit on people. They were testing the airways. They're getting ready to use these drones, you guys. There's a company that actually creates drones for medical services and the police. And so these drones can drop medical supplies to people, but it can take video of you. It can hover over you and have a 911 operator talk to you, make sure you're okay until the EMTs get there. But it's the same thing for the police. They can have a drone hover over you, see what's going on. It got red and blue lights on it, and they will check out a scene to see if it's necessary to even dispatch an officer. And so there's a company that makes those right now. And I think when they say testing, I think that testing was probably to survey the skies and how it will work. Because they're getting ready to have drones in the sky. Drones are going to be a normal thing that you see all the time in life. So get used to them. They're going to be up there for everything. And those drones, there were people online saying those drones were spraying stuff down on people. So again, they said research purposes and other things. And I'm sure they were testing the surveillance of them. Like, what can we hear? What can we see? You know that there's technology that they can see through your house. I'm sure the drones and the police will be equipped with that. Why would we run up in somebody's house if we looking for somebody that we think is a criminal? We could just use the infrared beams and see who's in the house, where they're at in the house. They use that shit on the Branch Davidians, David Koresh. Y'all remember that? In Waco, Texas? Yep. They was using that shit way back then. They had the surveillance on the house and could see where everybody was. That's how they knew that all of the Branch Davidians had gone in the underground bunker. And I watched with my own eyes a videotape that was uncut from the news, and they fucking bulldozed the staircase and knocked the staircase down in the house over the bunker, and then they shot the fire in the house. I'm telling you, the government set that house on fire. They said David Koresh did. No, he didn't. They killed him. I seen that shit with my own eyes. the unedited version. And then when you see the two men go up on the roof, if y'all remember that, this was older today. David Koresh was the Branch Davidians, a white man who had a bunch of people who lived on land. They were anti-government, had guns, was building their food. They said he was doing some sexual with kids. That's what they always say. Because if you listen to the surviving Branch Davidians, they say that was a lie. So they used that to go in, and they told you that they all killed themselves. And some of them did shoot themselves in the head, but that was because they didn't want to get burnt by fire, you know? So they took it because they was stuck in an underground bunker. But they went out there and they did a lot of bullshit. And I seen the unedited version that the news did not play. And the news would show us this one scene over and over where there's a man on the roof and somebody inside of the house in the window shoots outside of the window and it hits him in his helmet and he falls down, but he has on the helmet. So he climbs down off the roof and they're like, oh, they're shooting from the inside. No, baby. If they would have showed you what happened 2 minutes before that, 3 men went up on the roof. 2 ATF agents went inside of the window and he shot at his own men and they turned around and shot back at his ass. And the 2 motherfuckers who went in the house used to be Bill Clinton's motherfucking bodyguards. I mean, Bushes or Bill Clinton's, one of them motherfuckers.
Bush. It was the Democratic Party.
Is evil as hell. So is Bush.
Yeah, the kind Democratic Party that's supposed to be so good for the people. You know, they oversaw the execution of American citizens, just like Obama oversaw the execution by drone of American
But
citizens.
again, I mean, I'm just telling you, like, if they had that technology, then just imagine what's on those drones when they were flying over the city. What do you think what possibilities they have on them? I'm sure they can see through everybody's house. Did y'all hear that this new technology? I'm going to look more into it, but they were saying something about Wi-Fi that lets people see through your home. Like it reads the waves of who's in the house, and that people that have it can actually, like, I guess, see where you're at in your house and what you're doing versus infrared. It's connected to the Wi-Fi in people's house.
Not like X-ray vision, but they can see placement of you and things in your house.
Yeah.
Well, so what it is that AI has studied our use so much that they can tell where you are from, because like if I call a cable company or whatever, they be like, oh, okay, well, see if it's working now. They tell me, oh, well, it said I see your Fire Stick, I see your thermostat and this and other. I'm like, and they'll tell you the name. They can tell you the name when you call them. So AI can tell where you are or whatever, like in the house. You know what I'm saying? Because it's some behavior.
Take a picture of your house all day long. Even if you constantly take a picture of your house all day long.
It's like
your
like
Wi-Fi,
night vision.
Your Wi-Fi emits radio signals, and so
it's like night vision. So AI can see like where you are or whatever, and they can tell like who's holding the phone and all this other stuff.
So in that, I want to say to y'all once again, after all of this stuff that we said, that we all are seeing, and not like I'm mentally sane. I think all of y'all are here too. We're not delusional. Like all of these things are out there. You can go and look them up, y'all. For everybody that's listening, I'm gonna go back to what I said a minute ago. We are getting ready to live, and we are partially there in an open air prison, meaning you will have no privacy. Everything you do will be monitored. Everything you say, everything you feel, everything you look up, everything that you do. And at some point, they're going to use that once that surveillance is in place for you to have like a social credit. You better watch what you say. You better follow these rules. And you think that's ridiculous. But did you just hear that they passed laws in some of these states because of Trump that says that in the school that they have to recite prayer? People are being forced to do that stuff, to read the Bible. It has to be taught to them and all of this shit again. So again, you're supposed to have the right to not want to do that stuff. If you don't want to, it's actually becoming mandatory. So it's small things like that people are like, oh, that's good. Do you know that I saw a post today for a woman that said that she went to go get something on Amazon, Walmart, to buy some baby stuff. And because of the state that she was in, a sign came up on the page and told her and was asking about her reproductive or some shit like that she had to check some boxes or whatever, talking about if she was the one having the baby and all of this bullshit. So this is what I'm saying. We think we free. We ain't never really been free. America is the land of the delusions. It's illusions of freedom. You've never been free, but we about to fucking feel no freedom like we have never done before. We're about to live in an open air prison. So if you've never been to prison, welcome to it, because you're not going to be able to do anything, and they're going to be ridiculous laws that you feel like are some bullshit, and you're going to find yourself in jail for it. You're going to find you, and you're going to think that you can do stuff and get away with it, but nothing you do even behind your closed doors are going to be private anymore. Like, I want you to think about your phone. How much you think your phone know about you? If you have it in your hand, your phone knows when you put it down. It knows when you're sleeping. If it's next to you, it can hear your ass snoring or sleeping. It knows you ain't picked it up in a while. It knows if you're a person that stays up late. It knows where your side chick lives. It knows where your side dude live. It knows all the text messages you have in there. It knows all the shit that you look up on Google and search online. It knows your favorite restaurants, what you eat from DoorDash. It knows your habits. It knows what you think. It knows if you talk to your fucking self because it's listening to your ass. It knows if you argue with goddamn people. Like, I was bugging the first time that I noticed I had my brother that was here, and he was at my house, and he lived in New York, and he was here for a couple of months because we were working on a project together. And so his phone said that this was home because based on his route, nigga, you go there every night. The phone told him this is home. Me and him was in the garage arguing one day, like, nigga, hurry up and finish this job because, you know, nigga, you need to work. That's why you here to work. We got a deadline to meet. Me and him having an argument because I'm like, you're not finishing what you're supposed to finish, nigga. You need to do your work. The fucking phone was listening to us. And do you know the next time he got on his phone, it didn't tell him that he was at home. It told him he was at work. And it said home was the last fucking place it remembered him being months ago in New York. The last location he had. We weren't even on our phones. We just having a fucking argument. So with that being said, how much do you think your phone know about you? Your phone know you better than your fucking spouse. Stop playing with me. Your phone know you better than your spouse. So the question is, who has access to that knowledge? Because that phone know you better than you know yourself, actually.
All your secret.
It knows where you go every day. You driving, even if you don't put on the GPS, it's tracking you. Your phone apps track you, so they know where you go. You give them permission when you download them shits. They track where you're going. That phone knows everything about you, and that's just one small thing that's implemented in this open air prison. It's still not all of the facial recognition, all of the cameras everywhere, all of the drones that will be everywhere, all of the fucking Wi-Fi talking about seeing through your walls in your house. You will have no privacy at all. At all. We about to be one of them countries like shit. They finna tell you the minute you go have so many kids, like China. Motherfucker, one kid, that's it.
It knows your medications.
It knows everything about you. Your emails are on your phone, so they know who emailing you, your doctor, you right. Your prescription ready. Did you get a text that told you your prescription was ready? You damn right. They know what you take. They know what you have. I mean, if you really stop and think about it, your phone has so much information about who you are on it. So much. Your phone knows more about you, like I said, than your spouse do. It do. There's shit that you keep from the person you live with, and your phone know. Oh, baby, I'm staying late for work, and you at Teresa's house, and the phone doesn't listen to you and Teresa, so the phone knows that that's your side chick, and you trying to keep it from your wife. So your wife don't even know you at her house, but your phone know, and that nigga gonna tell on you.
Know the place you went with your side chick. Know where your side chick stay. Know what your side chick do for a living. Know how many kids your side chick got.
I'm just saying, think about any conversation you have in front of your phone or anything you do in your phone on top of everything that's in your phone. I'm just saying. So
Doom. We is doomed. We've been in an open air prison. It's just getting more refined by the day.
See, they forced it on the Palestinians, but us, they're not forcing it. That's what America does. Like, they just do some shit and give it to you, and you're like, oh, this is cool, and you accept it. Like, nobody forced you to accept the ability for Instagram to use your phone the way it does, or Google or YouTube. But if you want to be on it and everybody else is on it, nobody forced you to say, okay, I agree to this app. So they didn't force it on you. But you see how they play, like who doesn't have social media, who doesn't have any of those things or need their phone for something, even if it's not social media apps. Let's say you're not on social media. Let's say you're downloading an app for your health and your heart rate or how many steps you take every day, or you're downloading an app for a game you play. Like, all of these things require things from you and all of the terms and agreement. And we don't read that shit and we say, okay. And so again, Nobody forced you to agree to this stuff. So they're very slick in the way that they do that. And then they like will scare you into something for you to say, yes, do this. 9/11, nobody disagreed with them locking down on airports when it comes to security, right? We said, okay. And do you see how ridiculous airports have gotten since then? Like, you got to go through a bomb shelter, get scanned in your back, get patted down like I'm going through a goddamn police station. This ain't a courthouse.
X-ray.
And now, because they've already done that, now they have other requirements. We don't even agree with them. We disagree with them. They didn't ask us. So now you go through and they talk about this new ID, this real ID shit. They make you stand in front of some shit. If you never got on the social media app and you have never played those face games, you're like, they ain't gonna recognize my face, whatever. Go travel through the airport. They make you scan your face in front of that thing or you're not getting on this plane. Did we agree to this? No, but we're just doing it now because we did agree for them to give us tougher security in the airport after 9/11. They did that shit and fear-mongered us into giving up our rights out of fear because we thought this would make us safer. So that's what America does. They play this game. You agreed to this. Oh, well, but they package it up in a way that they don't tell you what the fuck it really is.
You want to protect your freedom. You want to protect your freedom, right?
They don't beat our ass and force it on us like the Palestinians. But we damn sure are just, and I want y'all to keep in mind, like, Israel is doing this to them. And so those are Jews, right? And then when we look at the United States, who you think run every damn thing here? Who you really think?
But when you look at it, when you look at it, going through TSA, they primed us with the Men in Black. Remember? Because that came out in 97. You can't, they had the security, you had to go through security and stuff like that, or whatever, but it looked like Auschwitz. What they tell us Auschwitz looked like. You see what I'm saying? Where the people going through the gates and stuff, to the folks that into X-Men, when they show Magneto or whatever, and the people was going through the gates and you had to show what your identity was or what your heritage was.
You know what that is, though, right? That's comparison to to World War II and the camps and all that. They always infuse their history in their projects to make sure that you never forget about it.
Yeah, but the reality is they infuse part of their history because they did not start in 1928. Didn't start in 1933. They didn't start in 1942. They did a lot of evil shit. A lot of them, whatever. That's why they got kicked out of so many damn countries and stuff.
They don't call it jewelry for nothing.
Right. Look, I'm from Gary, Indiana. We used to go to Jewtown to go get Polishes and goddamn hamburgers and fries. And the same place you was getting hamburger and fries, they had rims, what they used to call them things, with the spokes and shit, hubcaps. They sell hubcaps and shit for $10. All that stuff was going on in Jewtown.
Yeah, they was supposed to be a friend to the whole black nigga.
Whatever. I don't know. I'm gonna try and say this in a way that I might don't get in trouble on this platform. Hopefully, I can be back tomorrow. But let me tell you something. Had that man that they don't really like, right? They put them in them so-called camps.
Yeah.
Had he done his job fully, we wouldn't be in the position we in right now. So while they say his name like it's a bad word, that nigga all right with me because he didn't do a motherfucking thing to us. And had he done his job, okay, and completely annihilated them like he said he wanted to, guess what? We wouldn't be in the position we're in because that's who causes our issues here. Like, stop and ask yourself, why are we giving $10 million a day to Israel? What do we owe them? We didn't do anything.
And I'm gonna tell you, for anybody who might have something to say about having this discussion, they learned that person learned his methods and tactics from chattel slavery in America.
Well, look, let me tell you something. Yeah, because they used a lot of that stuff on. That's exactly. If you look at what was being done to them, that's what they do over here to us. But again, like I say, if you look at the way this country is ran, I know this is America, but this is baby Israel. I want you to know.
Open air prison.
This is baby Israel over here. That's what this really
Open
is.
air prison.
So, I mean, again, and like I said, they talk about him so bad. I have read I've audiobook, I've listened to it twice, his autobiography. And the reason why I have is not because I don't have an issue with what he did. I actually thought it was very amazing. And my thing from a psychological perspective was, how did one man rile up enough people to flip the script? Because you do know they were the underdogs. Let's tell the story the right way. They were being mistreated. And it's like if Black people got tired of being mistreated and they rose up and then got control over their enemy, and then we did them motherfuckers in, right? So at the end of the day, they were the underdog. But the question was, how does one person captivate so many people, not put his hands on really anybody, and have all of these people do those things on his behalf? You call it what you want. You can call it an evil genius, but that shit is genius. Anybody that can fucking move a nation like that and cause them to do what they did, and he just by his words. If you ever read his autobiography, I do the audiobook thing, but like, he was weird growing up, and when he came out to give speeches and shit, he would have silence for a long time. Like, he would just sit there and, but that's that psychological shit. It builds up this fucking anticipation of what is he going to say. And then they're just really quiet, and he would do weird things people couldn't explain. But when I read it from a psychological perspective, a lot of that is how he got the crowd. But one thing he did, and I will say this to people all the time, when it comes to a movement or you think you're going to change people, stop trying to appeal to their logic. And I think that's why I have a very hard time trying to tell people the difference between Umar and real activists, because the truth is that emotions will make you do things more than logic ever will. And so what he did is, even if he thought what he was doing was logical, he did not appeal to people's logic. He appealed to their emotions. He told them how they felt. He told them how they should be this way or that way. And then once he tapped into their emotion, it was like, now what do we do with all this? And then he directed it. So this is what I mean. When you watch that video earlier that I played, people were emotional when Rodney Hinton happens. People show up. Now, the people in the room calling themselves running the room, they're full of shit. But the people who showed up, they were there looking for an answer. They're angry. They want to see what's going on. They want to be a part of something and some change. When people, emotions will make you do shit that logic never will. And so he didn't play to their logic. He played to their emotions. And people should understand that if you ever want to move a crowd, fuck the logic. Talk to how they feel. You ever seen an angry motherfucker do some shit that they could never do without that anger? You ever seen
that nigga? Listen, that nigga told a bunch of people who probably just got out of work, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. Nigga tired already from work.
I'm saying, I want you to think about emotions in your life every day. What drives you more, logic or emotion?
I like to lean to. I'm a Pisces, dude. I like to lean because I have to lean more logic.
Look, I know you're a Pisces because y'all been Piscean for a minute. We've been over here in doom and gloom for but let me get, because I've been saying, I'm like, we're gonna have to put some Aquarius in here. We go because y'all because we are giving them a little bit too much credit, because the divine creative energy is the divine creative energy, and even what they make, this AI is already turning on them, and they ain't even got the plan in place all the way. You see what I'm saying? So the more that they make, they're gonna end up making they making our army. They're making the army for those who are on a more righteous path. You feel me? Because they can't remember the shit.
But when you say the AI they're making is turning on them, understand, before AI turns on everybody, it will be in everybody's home. So when it turns, it's going to turn on us, on everybody, right? So, I mean, when you say it that way, because at some point, AI is going to become as common in your house, whether it's a robot or whatever, just like flat screen TVs, And so, I mean, you
remember early on, like, I think it had something to do with like the hand washing machines, how the computer wouldn't recognize the black skin, so.
You're talking about like in the bathrooms, right? If you have too much melanin, with the sensor would make it come out. But
that same technology goes into the other systems. So it's like, well,
when it destroys things, again, imagine this is the thing about AI, even if it doesn't all turn on us, just the fact that we are making all of our systems automated, that puts us at higher risk, because no other country has to drop a bomb on us. All they have to do is shut down and cyber hack our systems. So making everything AI makes us actually vulnerable to people who can fuck with those systems, because if that's what's running our water supply, if you go watch Leave the World Behind, that's about cyber attacks. That's why the boats is fucking good. The planes is crashing out the sky, because they start fucking with all of the systems and stuff like that. So we also make ourselves more vulnerable to our outside enemy as well as, within. But I did want to say something to Jackie. Jackie said when people are emotional, sometimes they can't think properly. Absolutely. When a motherfucker asks you to go and take some people and throw them into an encampment and to burn body parts and to viciously mistreat them and throw dead bodies over to the side and pile them up in the corner like dirty clothes, I would think you probably ain't thinking properly when you do that. That's my whole point. If I tell you to some extent, let's get up and go do some really crazy shit, like that's not, I mean, you can have emotional intelligence as well, absolutely. And I think he was very emotionally intelligent. That's how he knew how to tap into other people's emotion. But what I'm saying is, if you think about life, logic is good, and you will get up and do stuff because logic says to do it, right? You'll make sure you finish this term paper tonight, as you got to do it because logic says you have. Logic says get your ass up and go to work because you got to pay these bills, but you don't really want to do it, but you do it. But fall in love with somebody, you'll do all kind of shit and go to the ends of the earth for them and have no, like, why did you do all of that shit? You know how quick that shit to give you some energy to go drive and do some shit? Like, at the end of the day, logic says, don't run your ass in front of this car. But emotion says, but my baby is right there and I'll get hit before I let my child get hit. And you run your ass in front of that car without thinking about it. That's not logic. And somebody's going to say it is because you're a parent. No, you're running on full emotion when you see something about to happen to your kid. That love will make your ass jump off a balcony to chase your child that done fell off that motherfucker. At the end of the day, emotions will make you do things that logic will never make you do. And so at the end of the day, you gotta work on both of them, And of course, I'm sure that you mix both of them. I'm sure that when he talked to his audience, he talked about the logic behind the fact that we're the underdogs. Look at what they're doing to us. If we don't destroy them back, what they gonna keep doing to us? Now that's logical and that probably makes some sense. But then when he went into, well, let's do these to these, I mean, he could have just went through and shot up everybody, but instead he wanted to torture them and make it long drawn out like that. That took some emotional shit. That wasn't really logic. Because had he been thinking logically, if he wouldn't have drawn things out like that, he wouldn't have ended the way that he ended, and he might have succeeded. Stop trying to play this long, drawn out torture game with people and just end all them motherfuckers. End them. But he didn't do that. He didn't do that. And so again, remember that whenever, if you ever want to get invested in and have a crowd be invested in you, you gotta do both. And nothing about it is underhanded or anything like that. But at the end of the day, let me ask y'all something. Even when y'all listen to me, when I first start talking about the topics I'm talking about, or we're mad about some shit, or somebody got beat up again by the police, aren't your emotions running and you're mad? And it's not illogical that you're mad because they did some shit to somebody again, or you had to watch a baby die or get shot by the police, but you're still running on emotion. You're angry. And in that anger, you're listening and you like, yeah, that's how the fuck I feel what she's saying. And this is why you all into what's being said. And then once you captivate somebody and get their attention by their emotion, then it's a lot easier to then throw in that logic. Because when y'all angry and you're like, what? Then y'all like, what's the solution? If I have a solution, you're going to listen to it. But it's your emotion that made you listen in the first place. The title said, the motherfucking police did something, or this man died. You tapped in because your emotion said, let me listen to this link, because you're upset again because something else happened to us. So again, we work on both. And at the end of the day, you got to have a balance of both of them. But especially when you are trying to get people to do things, I just want you to know people are more emotionally driven by nature than they ever are by logic. And nothing's wrong with that. We're emotional beings. Know that when you're born, the first thing to develop is emotion. You don't even develop reasoning, which is your logic, fully until you're 25 years old. So your brain, when you're born, it's created to feel versus be logical. And it's like that for the first 25 years of your life. So that's the way that we're made to be. So people kill me with this line of, oh, you too emotional. You feel too much. Bitch, you better feel something. Don't come around me and be a numb ass. I don't feel nothing, motherfucker. Just have some emotional intelligence. But all of this, I don't feel nothing. Don't come around me like that. We're all human beings. And the truth of the matter is we feel more than we do anything else, but people don't like to admit that. And that's men and women. So no, men are not more logical than women. And women are more emotional. That's not true. That's not true at all.
Nope.
Women go through pregnancy and women go through periods. So we have a rush of hormones at certain times in our life that can make us feel a little bit more emotional. So because of that, they'll use that. But on a regular basis, without that, we don't just walk around. We don't got no logic. Because you know how many dumb grown. If men were just born with logic, then what's up with all these dumbass motherfucking men I know? So we're gonna stop saying that, because logic and emotions belong equally to men and women. That's a human being thing. Our brain develops that way. And so no, we're not giving all the logic to fucking men.
Because if you look at the other end of the spectrum, like you even have, not necessarily if somebody might hurt you, whatever, in choosing to help somebody, you're gonna go through the process. Well, I'm gonna think about what would how this person's treated me and how I felt when they treated me, whether I choose whether or not to help them or not. So you filter either your logic through a filter of emotion, or vice versa. It's all about what's useful at that particular time, and I guess that's where the emotional intelligence plays into, and the logic and the mathematical logic and reasoning plays and comes into play.
Now I want to say this. I thought this is a good example. The FBA said no love was knowledge, meaning logic, to run in front of the car because that was your kid. Okay, so have you ever seen people risk their lives to save a kid that's not theirs because they just see a kid? That's the right emotion. Thing to do. You know why? Because if you have a family, you have a wife, and you have kids, or you have a husband, or whoever you are, and you have a family, logic says, why the fuck would you kill yourself for that kid when you're going to leave your kids without nobody? So you see what I'm saying? That's all emotion. You know what I mean? So of course you're running after it because it's your kid, but I've seen people risk their lives for other people's kids, knowing you could die and you have a family. What are you doing? That's not logical. Right. Logic says, why would you leave here and not be here for your family, right? But your emotion says, that's a kid, man. I can't let that happen to that kid. And you lose your life for a kid. So maybe that's a better example. And I know people are going to say it's because of it's my child, but no. When I see something about to happen to my kid, my heart start racing. My mind is rushed. I'm not thinking about anything, but oh my God, I gotta, help my child. That's the first thing that comes to your mind. Even what you do might not be logical. I've seen people, like, for example, a kid fall over the side of the boat. It's your kid. You jump in the water automatically, but you can't even swim. Nigga, you should have got the life jacket before you did that, or ask somebody else on the boat really quick. That's logical. But your love and your emotions say, I'm going to jump in this fucking water because that's my kid, and your dumbass can't even swim. That's not logical. That's emotion. Even though that's your kid, that's emotion. It is. So I'm just saying, I mean, and we have a balance of both. Don't get me wrong. I don't think it's this major distinction to say that they don't live in one. For example, I thought this was a good comment, Trump using that with the immigrants. So it's like, there are definitely some logical factors to immigrants being here, that they take jobs away from people. We're wasting money for them. Like, they come in here and disrespect our country. They got all, why would you let people come in and you don't know where they are and they're criminal? Like, it's logical to say you shouldn't be doing this shit. It doesn't make any sense. But then it also plays on our emotions, because you have Black people and other folks, you got, when they bring up to you every time, and it's not a million of them, but when they bring up to you how an immigrant hurt somebody, beat up somebody, killed somebody, hurt a child, they tell you that, and then people's emotion get to go and see, and then you thinking everybody is like that. See, the emotion part comes in where every immigrant you see, you want to look at them like, nigga, fuck you. And it's really just that man who murdered a kid. This is somebody's 70-year-old abuela. She ain't did nothing to no motherfucking body, but fuck her too. That's the emotion that comes in on top of the logic that made you not like them motherfuckers in the first place. Does that make sense? They both live in the same sentence. Nobody just fully comes out, especially as a leader or somebody who's trying to move a crowd. You don't just use emotion without any logic. You mix the two, but you damn sure gonna have some emotion in there. Let me tell you, you get people angry and feel their fire and watch what the fuck people will do in anger. If I could get everybody angry at the same time, we could burn this bitch down. I promise you, you wouldn't think twice. You'd be ready to go. You know what I'm saying? But this is why our protests and our marches are so fucking whack, because they are government controlled. And this is the reason being, I told you earlier, you have anger and you run to the streets and you ready to fuck some shit up. But what they have to do is march. They have you yell, they have you scream, they have you put up signs. If you have ever been in a protest all day in the sun, oh my God, you go home, you are tired as fuck. The anger you first had about the situation it begins to diminish every single day you go to the streets, because energy is a real thing that you exert out of your body, right? Energy is emotions. Energy feels like something. There's frequencies of energy, and every frequency, the only way I can describe it is a frequency is a feeling. What does a frequency feel like? A certain feeling. So the more you go out and exhort and yell and scream at the police, even though they're there handing out water to you so you don't pass out, but you're saying fuck the police, and the police on the side of the street like, okay, yeah, fuck us, and you ain't really beating no police up, you're not doing nothing, but you done screamed all day, you done used up all of your energy before you really went straight to being violent or fucking some shit up. The last real riot and protest that we ever had was Rodney King. Niggas died in that. Like, as soon as we heard the verdict, you couldn't be non-black coming through an intersection in California. You was getting dragged out your car and beat the fuck down and killed. That was a real, people were angry, and they immediately went to the streets. They immediately started fucking people up. They weren't marching. There was no signs. They was beating the fuck out of people if you wasn't black. They was burning stores. They was stealing shit, kicking in windows. That usually happens down the road in protests today. And most of those are police. The police will come in undercover, and they'll be the first ones to break window in the store. So you will go in and start looting because you are pre-gentrifying your community, and it's called controlled chaos. They have you put all your anger into one thing so you don't really focus on who the true enemy is. So, you know, it's really real. They'll run all of your anger out of you. But when you first have that, if you do something with that adrenaline running through you, you'll fuck somebody up and do some shit you never thought you could. And they know this, the government. This is why they give you ways to waste your energy before you use it in a way that's against them. Marches and protests, nothing but spend out all your energy so you have none left to do nothing real. That's why I don't go
and identify those who are contrarian to your government. They just put faces and names together.
All threats, foreign and domestic. That's what they take an oath to. And we be thinking, oh, they fight for our rights over there. No, they fighting you, domestic. And truthfully, because they are only for the 13 square miles that ever DC is. You know what I'm saying? The rest of this ain't none of theirs. So they're the foreigner. Everybody else,
let's say a black extremist or something underneath the Trump first term, they trying to label people a black extremist or some shit underneath federal law.
I don't know what you just say. You skip. I don't know what you said. Who?
I ain't lying. Underneath the Trump's
well,
first
no,
term,
we didn't hear you what you said.
Vote, huh?
You missed some important words at the beginning of what you were saying. So all we got was black extremists.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, I was just saying.
See, your emotions then got over. So my Mercury is in Pisces, right?
We thought
so
it was
my Mercury is in Pisces. So when I talk,
Aries and other
when I talk, it inspires people. It touches their emotions, like we talking about. And so oftentimes when I talk, I don't get to finish what I said because I done struck a nerve with people. And so they gonna finish my sentence for me. So what I was saying is that the oath that these people take or whatever is to defend the country from all threats, both foreign and domestic. So, the truth is that their government is only for whatever that square area of DC is, the District of Columbia is. So all this other shit is foreign. So you think that that's your government, but they look at you as a threat. So when you take your ass out there because you upset because they have planned what weekend they gonna take out another black person or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Then now you at risk of being buried with that person. You feel me?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
I think my mindset is that ain't no need for me to go out there if ain't nobody scrapping. Because I figured you protest, man. I ain't going out to talk to y'all. What am I going out to talk to y'all for?
They not going on these and doing nothing and losing their lives. See, that's the thing. If we was really getting up and doing something, I always say to people, the very thing you live for, you should be willing to die for.
Right. That's why some people say, "What's the solution?"
We
Nigga,
scared to
don't
die.
die. What's the
I
solution?
don't have a death wish or nothing, but at the end of the day,
No,
I
but
don't
no,
see
but
death like
be
other people.
ready. Be
I don't
ready.
see
If
death
you
like other
believe it,
people.
you got to be ready to die, kill, or go to jail for what you believe in.
I
If
look,
you
we all
believe
gonna
in,
die. I just want my shit to count at least. You know what I'm saying?
nope. None of the freedom fighters want to die, but they died nonetheless.
We all go die. Look, that's the what. This is a funny thing. That's the one thing that's inevitable. And everybody's like, I don't care what color you is. I don't care how much money you got or how poor you is. We all gonna die. But everybody always shy away from that conversation. I don't know if we're scared of death or if people are scared of how they will die. Maybe it's the way. You don't want to die horrifically. You know, car accident, being burnt up or stabbed up or shot. But we all gonna die one day. So I don't know if people are really actually scared of death or if they're scared of the manner of death that they will come across. But we all die. So I don't know.
I don't know if it's necessarily a fear, but you kind of want to believe that you have a purpose, that upon your death, demise, that you serve some form of purpose.
Well,
and that's why they have the Japanese kamikaze motherfuckers. But I'm I'm just talking theoretically. I'm not speaking from personal stance. If anyone may come later in this conversation. Shit. Yeah.
So I want to say to my life been exchanged for yours, FBA. I did drop the link. You said, could you come up? I dropped the link in the chat if you see it, if you wanted to come up. I dropped that for you. I was finna say good night in a few minutes, which I am, but I still wanted to give you the chance if you want to come up. Somebody said it's easier said than done. It is easier said than done. Like I said, me and my kids were talking about that the other day though. But I feel like people shy away from the conversation of death. But why? Because it's the one thing, if nothing else, you know for sure in your life is going to happen, that's going to happen. So, and I spiritually believe in reincarnation, so I don't care, because when I die, I'm gonna fuck people up in the spiritual.
I was hoping you did, because you, as a Pisces, you should definitely believe in it.
I'm gonna come back again. But until I do, I'm gonna go and hunt everybody that ever fucked with me. I'm gonna slap you in your sleep. If you ever fuck with me and I'm dead and you get slapped out your sleep, I did
it. Was Scorpio like revenge? Shit. But I want to point out, because I hung